My lovely, lovely, lovely imps, how are you doing today? Punksy, Corpse, Besatus, John, Spinkle, Somniostatic, Mika Meow, Not the Hero, Holly Fox, Grouch, Ash, Soul Gracchus, Laurenix Pandamus, Danny Fallen, the one and only, Castrix, Kiraz, Gamer Girl Uwu, This Person, Joey Ravioli, Bookworm, Bassy Ho, Trizkratki, Seamoth, Spectrum, Thandria, Uncle Gumbald, Scarlet Volcano, Alora Anofis, Praised BB, Endless Wonder, Lil Miss, Panda Gal, Ball of Tentacles, impressive name, Morningstar Plural, Eddie, Lady Kelgana, Delia Core, and from the YouTube chat we have Mother of Mudkips, Amber Rasic, Lillian, Vladimir Putin, Moss Meow, Gay Fesh, Mother of Mudkips, The Dark Canuck, Zelfie Atole, Trent 3000, Fadigity, and of course, Max Sips. If you are here, please press the like button as we are about to enjoy a little cozy, approximately hour, and then we are going to jump into the meat of some goddamn drama. Because boy, oh boy, do we have a lot of drama to go over today. Have I seen the Deaf Noodles thing yet? I have not had time, believe it or not. I spent yesterday mostly resting and catching up on a couple of chores. And then, and then now it's today. And I spent most of today doing preparation for this stream. Fancy Shrimp with the tier 1 sub, thank you very, very much. Remember, this stream is 100% viewer supported, so your donations go a really long way. Please subscribe, like, and donate, and also consider joining the Patreon if you don't like donating through the website. It's awesome. Fancy Shrimp says, thank you for recommending The Boys. It's amazing so far. I'm looking forward to your review of it, and always your media recommendations are pog as hell. It's true. My media recommendations are incredible. That's because I have a refined taste and I'm very picky. I'm really happy you like The Boys. I genuinely love The Boys. I had a really, really, really good time. Have you watched anything about Caleb? I have not. I have done, I've heard and seen things on social media, but I actually haven't watched anything about Caleb Maupin. This is my research assistant, Silence, original research. We gathered all of our stuff. I'm going to be presenting it. We're going to be painstakingly going through the allegations, talking about them, talking about the history of Caleb Maupin, and lots of other things. So, there you go. Yeah, indeed. I'm going to be watching Midnight Mass this week. Is it going to get wild, Somniostatic? Somniostatic, if you have links that I might appreciate, please send them my way. I'm going to lose my mind. It's truly unimaginably insane. Oh, that's great. That is, I'm very, you saw the whole stream of reading it out? Oh, boy. Well, we're certainly going to be watching some interesting things, that's for sure. There was a lot of stuff to talk about. Yeah. A lot of kink dynamics. Well, don't worry. I'm in a very well-equipped position to talk about the difference between kink, BDSM, extreme BDSM, and abuse. This will make sense later. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, great. I don't have any privileged info. I can't even imagine what it might be at this point. Yeah, I get that. I can't hear your angle on this, actually. Oh, you can't wait to hear my angle. Well, I have a lot of things to say. Hey, thank you, Danny. By the way, if you're here right now and you have not subscribed to my gaming channel, but you like gaming, please subscribe to the DramaMama gaming channel. It's linked right over here. I'm so used to pointing that way to the chat, but it's linked right over here. There it is. It's right there. Please click on it and subscribe. It's where I put all of my gaming streams. From time to time, I do like lazy, fun. They're never lazy. That's not true. They're always very high energy gaming streams where I usually do funny voices. Sometimes I do funny costumes, etc., etc. Did I get my nails touched up? Not yet. They've actually held very strong. It's about time, though. I'm going to probably go get them touched up later this week. Kaboka says, I actually randomly met one of Maupin's accusers at a music festival on the weekend. She brought it up out of nowhere, and I was surprised I knew who he was. Oh boy! Luckily, she seemed to be having fun and in good spirits. That's great to hear. I can imagine getting out of a situation like that feels good. What do you mean you're used to pointing the other way? You had a flipped camera beforehand. Chat would always be at the same spot. Yes, chat would always be at the same spot. But I had trained myself over time to point towards the chat on my computer, which would reflect the direction of chat on the camera, okay? Seamoth says, Demon Mama, I purchased Cult of the Lamb because I loved your gameplay. It's such a fun game so far. It is, and really promising news has come out about Cult of the Lamb. We'll talk about it more in the next Cult of the Lamb stream, which will be later this week. But it's gonna get a ton of content. It's really cool. Yeah. So that's exciting. Remember when Vaush said he would change the camera back? No? Have I seen Nope? I haven't yet. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure, Danny Fallen. Let me see. Oh, that's really good. Danny, that's so good. That's so cute. That's awesome. Yeah, I want to see Nope at some point, but I haven't yet. I haven't gotten a chance to see it yet. Mike Flanagan. Okay, I'll have to check that out. That's the Midnight Mass guy. I think to call it kink is an understatement. Well, I don't think, wait, nobody, at least I didn't call it kink. I mean, kink, wait, hold on a second. So, kink can be done, obviously, or I would hope that you guys understand this, that kink can be done in an irresponsible way, okay? Can you guys trust me for a second? Azurite Kite Peak says, can you ever talk about if humans ever colonize Mars and if they may become a different species of human? If you would think there would be a racist issue there too? I know it's a bit out there. I mean, I imagine that could probably happen, right? Like, humans have a long history of being discriminatory towards each other. Yeah. Is there a difference between fetish and kink? Yes and no. It depends on the person that you ask. I would say yes, generally. A fetish refers to like basically a sexual fixation on like a specific thing. Like, you know, if somebody was, I don't know, sexually fixated on, I don't know, balloons or something. Whereas kink is like sort of a catch-all term for like non-heteronormative expressions of sexuality. Yeah. So fetish doesn't have to be sexual. Well, it usually is though. Kink is like, okay, because like, for example, there is kinky stuff that's not explicitly sexual, right? So like an example of something that's kinky but not explicitly sexual is like a leather outfit. A leather outfit can be sexual in the same context, but in and of itself it's not. So it is kinky. It is a atypical expression. It is a representation of somebody who indulges in a different type of sexuality, but it isn't sexual in and of itself. Yeah. Yeah. So there's lots. Kink signifier. Well, of course, yeah. There's varying degrees. It's just that usually when people say a fetish, it's something else. Isn't fetish, technically speaking, a thing that a person cannot get aroused in the absence of? It really depends. Most people don't use it that severely. But yeah. Yeah, like wearing a collar out. Exactly. Lots of people wear a collar, and there can be sexual acts involving that collar. Like, for example, putting somebody on a leash and tugging them and then saying, I'm gonna fuck you, you little animal. That could be very sexual, but the collar in and of itself, though representative of kink, is not in and of itself sexual. Yeah. So, yeah. Have I seen The Expanse? I haven't yet. I've heard it's very good though. But I haven't seen it. I've heard it's good. Go ahead, get scandalized, blah, blah, blah. For some people, yes, and in some places, Ducky Lucy, it varies greatly. Some places would see callers as like inappropriate, but I don't know. I don't give much credit to that sort of thing. You know, I don't really care. I don't think like clothing items in and of themselves are like sexual or sexually dangerous. I think that's a very ridiculous position. Even ones that are like, even like if you put like here's an example. If you wear an Ahe Gao hoodie, that might be cringe, but are you subjecting somebody to sex? I don't think that can be reasonably argued. You might be subjecting them to cringe, but that's about it. I know, it's impossible now, but try to free yourself. There will always, keep in mind that, Capo, keep in mind that she was just one foot soldier in the army of puritanical squares who don't know how to think about things outside of, like, Christian morality. So I don't know how long. I'm just gonna give you a forewarning. Today we are doing a DramaMama, and it might take a very long time to get through everything. But I don't know exactly how long this is gonna take. And I've had some requests to go over some other things this stream. And I guess I just want to do a quick poll while we have everybody here. Yeah, you know what? Let's do it. There we go. You all know which one I'm talking about. Ow. Some of you who are meh might actually end up liking it. Okay, all right, well, it was a pretty solid win in the good. Okay, so then this is the plan. After the DramaMama, just so you all are aware, I will review the anti-theism debate that Vaush had with Ocean Keltoi. It was very, very controversial. It has, I've been asked by multiple people to review it. I touched on it a little bit, but I've had multiple people ask me to react to it, so I kind of want to. I watched it already, so it won't be like a fresh react in that I have seen it once before, but I think I have a lot to say, and I think I would like to watch it again to refresh my thoughts, because there's a lot of things I have thoughts about, and also people are still talking about it. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. How can you debate something we don't even have the truth of? It's stupid. Just believe what you want because nobody really know. I don't know about that. Nuts says, oh wow, nuts. That's a big deal. Mother Mirset says, found an LGBTQ friendly church where I live. Cool. That is cool, Mother Mirset. That's really awesome. Thank you so much, Mother Mirset. WhiteNervosa got attacked for it. Yeah, I heard about that. I guess I'll save it since we're probably gonna do that then. Just one thing I want to be clear about though is that one of the things that I want to be clear about is that this is a position, as you all know, my position on like anti-theism versus atheism versus theism has been a developing one. I've been very open about this. As you know, I'm very critical of Christians. I have a lot of critiques for fundamentalism. I have a lot of critiques for evangelicalism. I have critiques for dogmatism and traditionalism. These are things that I'm still very strong on. But you know, but the thing is, I'm very interested in developing my position further. So I'd like to watch the debate together and hear people's thoughts and give my thoughts and et cetera, et cetera. I think this might be an opportunity for us to have yet another really, really interesting set of conversations. By the way, since we're in the chill hour, can I say I'm really, really proud and really, really happy with how last stream went. Last stream where I was reviewing the debate between Endless Cemetery and Shark 300, I understand that like there's still like some bad blood between them, which that's gonna happen. But I gotta say, I'm really proud. In retrospect, I went back and I thought about a lot of the things that we talked about. I went back and watched some of the clips from it, and I'm really, really proud, not just of obviously of me. I don't want to just be egotistical here, but I am proud of how I produced that, how I did that episode, what I talked about, how I drove the conversation. But I'm also really proud of you all. I'm super proud of the imps. That stream went for 7 hours, and for a solid like 4 hours, there were 350 people hanging out in chat. The vast majority of them genuinely and deeply engaging with an incredibly, incredibly difficult topic. Somewhere around 250 people also stayed for the after conversation with Bink Princess and Soul Bunny, which was just, I was just really impressed. And I gotta say, I feel really good about that. That's the type of stream that I feel most proud of. A stream which is not only entertaining and funny, but also we talk about a serious issue and manage to get people to like, I don't know, work on things, to grow. Like I saw people developing their position in real time in chat, seeing people going back and forth and pointing out things that one another hadn't seen, and that makes me so fucking happy. Like, it makes me believe in streaming, if that makes sense. This sounds that sounds like the most like lamest shit that you could possibly imagine. I know, fucking hit me with the bing, the little nerd. This here, hold on, I should put this up on the screen real quick. Here we go. This is the one. This is me right now. I recognize fully that this is me at the moment. Oops, doing this meme. Bing. But this is me at the moment. But I gotta say that like it makes me feel good. It makes me believe just a little bit in like the value of streaming when I know that like as a matter of like analyzing something, we can successfully encourage and stimulate like a massive conversation that lots of people gain from. That's just very exciting to me. I know, like I said, nerd, call me the nerd emoji, whatever, you know, bazinga. Is it this one? What the hell? Where's my bazingy? Where's my goddamn bazinga? There's my bazingas. Oh no. What the hecky? Oh no! There we go. My soundboard got unplugged. Ah!
Bazinga.
There we go. Okay, soundboard fixed. Soundboard. Ah!
Bazinga.
There we go. Okay, soundboard is fixed. What the hecky? I can't feel my face. Wait, I'm so cross right now I can barely see. Oh shit, Janae. Holy shit, don't die. I don't get how people accomplish tasks with nails. It's actually super easy, believe it or not. It's not as hard as you might think. It's pretty easy. Oh my God, I'm so excited for this. All right, here we go. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. All right, everybody. This is gonna be fun. Hold on a minute. Give me 1 second, everybody. I have to change one thing. Don't worry, this will pay off in time. It won't make sense to you until it does. That's not the one I wanted. Hold on a second. All right. There we go. We're gonna clear that. This. Okay, everybody, it'll be great. All right, it'll be great. This is gonna be great. Don't worry. Ignore me. Cult of the Lamb is fun. Is anybody going to be watching House of the Dragon? I might. I'm a big fan of the A Song of Ice and Fire books. Big fan. Big fan. But I hated the end of Game of Thrones. I hated the last like 3 seasons of Game of Thrones. Have you seen the new photos of Jupiter from the Lavender Scare telescope? Whoa, wait a second. That's fucking amazing. Holy shit, that's beautiful. Oh my God. Damn. The universe is fucking cool. Oh, it is? Oh shit, it is higher quality. Oh my God. Hold on, you can get it even higher. Oh, but then I can't. Hold on. It's problematic because if there. Wow. That's fucking impressive. Look at that little ring. Wing, wing. That's so cool. Space is cool. Space is so fucking cool. It's also scary. Yeah. So I've heard the spot is a giant, like a giant storm. It's like a superstorm. How nice. Wow. Aurora Borealis on the poles of Jupiter? Can I see it? No. That is nice. Azure Kite Peak says, don't you think it's hypocritical that Christian churches can be non-denominational, yet people can't be LGBT? That's a big question. Non-denominational is actually a bit of a misleading term. Most, or I wouldn't say most, but a lot of non-denominational churches are actually fundamentalists. The reason why they're non-denominational is because they think all of the denominations are wrong and they're the real ones. So it's actually really weird. Non-denominational is a bit misleading. Yeah. The most famous non-denominational church in the modern day, or at least one of the most famous, is Calvary Chapel. Calvary Chapel, which is a absolutely rabidly fundamentalist church that has been pushing Christian nationalism, which we're going to talk about in the near future. So it's kind of complicated. One other thing, everyone, one real quick thing before we, I mean, we still have a little bit of time left in the chill time, but I wanted to tell you all about I wanted to tell you all a bit. I wanted to show you something. I've been playing Subnautica Below Zero lately. And Subnautica Below Zero is a really, really good game. I really, really like it. Subnautica 1 is one of my favorite games of all time, a genuine masterpiece. I cannot recommend Subnautica 1 enough. Even if you're scared, or perhaps especially if you're scared of deep water, I am absolutely terrified of, I'm absolutely terrified and also fascinated with deep water. The oceans and the fathomless abysses, scare the hell out of me, but also I've always been fascinated with them. When I was younger, I spent a lot of time, in the ocean, in various oceans, mostly the Atlantic. And I haven't in a long time. I've been sort of landlocked for a long time. But Subnautica is awesome. And I don't know. There's just so many cute things. Like, I mean, look at this. Can I show you? Look at this. Look at how cute this is. Look at this little baby. This is a little baby sea monkey. And this is a shadow ray. And this is a spinnerfish. I have a pet whale in Subnautica. It's amazing. You can get a pet whale. It's so amazing. It's such a beautiful game. Look at my sick ass setup. Wait, you can't see that as well as I had hoped. Look at that. You can see now I've got my little mech over here, and I've got my submarine I've put together, the sea truck. That's really awesome, Lady Kelgana. It's really, really good. Yeah, no, Subnautica is a terrifying game, but it's also incredibly relaxing and amazingly beautiful. Yeah. It's I don't know. I've been playing, so the last time I played Subnautica Below Zero was before it was when it was in early access. And now I'm playing it now that it's fully out, and it is just so amazing. And I don't know. It makes me feel really good. It's a game that I've played Subnautica 2 times through, and I've played Subnautica Below Zero now essentially 2 times through as well, even though the first time I played, the ending wasn't finished yet. But still, I played 90% of the game. Yeah, it's just, wow. The prawn is still busted? Yeah, it's really good. The thing about, I actually would still say though that Subnautica 1 is an overall stronger game than Subnautica Below Zero, but they're both so good that I can't help but recommend both. Yeah, the above water aspects of Below Zero are not amazingly well done in my opinion. Some of them are cool, but it's a submarine game. Play the first one. Have I played Multiverses? The funny thing about that, I was initially joking a lot about Multiverses, but then it launched and it's so bad and it looks so horrible that I don't know that I can, I haven't played it. I just was like, wow, this actually just looks so fucking bad. Like, I thought it was gonna be bad. I knew it was gonna be bad. I knew it was gonna be embarrassing and cringy and that it would have no consistent aesthetic and that it would be, but it also just looks generally horrible to play. So, yeah. Maybe I'll give it a try. Maybe I'll give it a try on stream at some point. Lucy says, play the critically acclaimed Final Fantasy XIV, which has unlimited free trial that includes the base game and the Heavensward expansion. Fun fact, I have played a considerable amount of the critically acclaimed Final Fantasy XIV, which has an unlimited free trial, which includes the base game and the Heavensward expansion. I actually have. Before I started streaming, I actually played it regularly and did like the Savage level raids for a bit. Yeah. It's fun. I enjoy it. Punk Corpse. I tried playing Subnautica 2, but my ADHD made me get bored of it quickly. Wait, that's interesting. Subnautica was a game that, like, Subnautica activates my ADHD in, like, a good way. Like, it plugs into it well, because in Subnautica, it's all like there's like a whole bunch of survival aspects you keep track of. There's exploration. There's like an incredible amount of ambiance, like noises you're supposed to be listening for, things you have to observe. Pansabi, good to see you. How is settling into my new place gone? Wonderfully. We love our new place. It's been great. Yes, I will say that's true. Lucy says Final Fantasy XIV is a very friendly space for trans people. It's very LGBT friendly. I agree. You're waiting for the next expansion of World of Warcraft? I don't trust it. I have quit all Blizzard products. All of them. I don't play any Blizzard games anymore, and I really resist going back to play them at all. So, I hope you have fun, but I think I'm done. Somniostatic says, I don't know how real this is, but another drama. I guess Business Casual is suing YouTube for colluding with Russia? Wow, that's wild. Infernatrix Sophia, you got here just in time. Some of you know I used to be a gigantic Blizzard fangirl. Like massively. I have been like Blizzard was the like my childhood of games, more or less. When it was like one of the earliest games I became fascinated with when I was a kid was StarCraft. Then I got into Warcraft 2. I never played Warcraft 1 just because I was too little at the time, by the time that it all worked out. Then of course I loved Warcraft 3, Frozen Throne. I played WoW when it came out, and I also played WoW again at multiple other times. I was a Mythic Raider in WoW at one point, and like I was very, very proud of how good I was doing Mythic Raids. I took it really seriously. I played the market a lot, made a lot of money. I used to pay. I used to play the market on my server, and I would pay for 2 of my partners' WoW subscriptions with the amount, including my own, with all the money that I would make off of the auction house. So, oh, and I loved Heroes of the Storm. Played countless hours of Hearthstone. And I have stopped all of them in the last 3 years because fuck Blizzard, honestly. Blizzard killed all of their best products, and most of their products have become like abusive, manipulative money farms, and it's really unfortunate. They also killed the best MOBA that's ever existed, Heroes of the Storm. Yeah. And also, sorry, I realize I don't think I finished my I don't think I finished my thought, Somniostatic. I have not seen that, but I will put that on my watch list. I want to see this. This is really, really interesting. So maybe this will be something we react to on stream at some point. That would be fascinating. Infernatrix Sophia says, what would they have to do to get me back? At this point, I don't know that there really is. Maybe if Activision dropped Blizzard and Blizzard like restructured from the inside with an aim to like to create games like they used to, which is like games that were you know, games that were very original. They stand on their own, they explore the richness of the universe, and they, you know, do new things with some of the original themes. One of the things that I liked about World of Warcraft is like Warcraft lore is incredibly lovable and fun and like it's dark at times, but it's not gritty. It's never been like super gritty and stupid. It's always been very fantastical, and the creatures are very heavily designed, and the armor sets are very colorful, and it's like got this really wonderful richness to it, which slowly got sapped out over time. And what has ended up happening, like, I think World of Warcraft could be interesting to me again if they like wiped the slate clean and started over and said, okay, it's not gonna be Warcraft Classic, it's not gonna be World of Warcraft, we're going to like maybe do a little time skip, start over with some of the elements that you like, and build from there. But right now, like Blizzard is I'm pretty much done with Blizzard. I've been disappointed, ripped off way too many times, and what it feels like is it feels like they took advantage of my goodwill. Yeah. because not only did they like, okay, so let me give you some examples of this. I know now I'm ranting about Blizzard stuff, but that's always fun. So let me give some examples of this. Hearthstone. Hearthstone is a game that which Hearthstone is a card game. All card games are by their nature pretty manipulative. Like any game where you're gonna have to be opening packs and shit like that, that's already a problem. Like I already feel like, okay, I kind of hate this shit. It's already like, oh, blind box, rarities, do, but there could be fun with it, okay? But with Hearthstone, it became so disgusting. It became so disgusting. It's to the point where like some of their most fun modes are so monetized that you can literally just pay for an advantage. So there's this mode that they invented in Hearthstone that I'm gonna use as an example. It's called Hearthstone Battlegrounds. It's a really, or it was, I haven't played it in like months, but it was a really, really good auto battler. So much fun. I had so much fun with Hearthstone Battlegrounds. It uses the Hearthstone cards and it adds a twist in that it's an auto battler. You know, like the things, you put the cards down and then they go and there's rules that you have to follow and stuff like that. Because it's not their main game mode, even though it was for a long time, most people who played Hearthstone were playing Hearthstone Battlegrounds. They made it so that you can either pay an exorbitant amount of in-game currency, at which you earn at a ridiculously slow rate, to unlock new characters and a bunch of other advantages, or you can pay cash. And if you pay cash, you have to pay every season. There are 3 seasons in a year. 3 times a year, you have to pay $20, and that gives you access to, it gives you early access to the new characters. The new characters are always overpowered because they know they need to have a character that's overpowered in order to sell the battle pass. It gives you a little battle pass thing, and it gives you some really stupid, pointless cosmetic for $20 3 times a year. $60 a year so that you can basically so you can basically have a shot at not having a bad time every match. It is, and keep in mind that Battlegrounds, I know that most people who haven't played it won't know this, but Battlegrounds is a very small margin. Little errors can really fuck you up. You have to play really tight because they're quick matches with 8 players. You have to fight really hard to win. And it sucked. So there's an example of it. Of course, there's the World of Warcraft thing where in World of Warcraft, they used to have a policy that cosmetics, rare items, things like that, really cool looking items like, you know, mounts, like, you know, horses or dragons or vehicles you can ride in, transmogs, which are like outfits that you can apply to any armor, so you can like make, if you have an armor that has good stats and you want to make it look different, you can apply the transmog to it. Pets, stuff like that. It used to be that those were all attainable in-game. Sometimes you would have to do crazy challenges for them, but they were attainable in-game. Since a couple of expansions ago, they've been growing their in-game shop, and now their in-game shop is immense. And the best mounts, the coolest looking, most detailed, strongest art assets are always premium, so you have to pay money for it, which is like, just what the fuck? It's terrible. So like this game that's an MMO where you're supposed to put hours into it, it's supposed to be like part of the draw of an MMO is that like your devotion to it, it shows in that you gain, you know, cool armor or cool things to ride on. It shows that you've been playing and trying really hard at the game. Nah, it's just money now. It's so predatory. And then here's my third example of me raging at Blizzard, which is Warcraft 3 Reforged. Warcraft 3 Reforged was literal false advertisement. Like, probably not legally, I should probably say it was, I consider it to be false advertisement. It was a game that was sold as a total remake of Warcraft 3. It was gonna update the controls, update the graphics, tighten everything up for the modern era. It was gonna look wonderful and all this stuff. And the biggest thing was that they claimed that they were going to remake the in-game cinematics. That they were gonna redo them all. It was gonna be all with the new beautiful technology they used to make their cinematics. Lied. They didn't. In fact, some of the in-game cinematics were literally shorter and worse than the ones in the original game. And they still sold that game for $40. They still told people that all these things were gonna be in it that weren't in it. And they fucking killed Battle.net with it. They made it so that certain aspects of the old Battle.net weren't accessible, so it killed a lot of the gameplay on the old game. So they basically forced their players who were still enjoying the old game to buy the new, inferior game. It was so bad. I did too, Gayfesh. I also refunded it. I pre-ordered it because I was so excited to play what I thought was going to be a pretty straightforward remaster of Warcraft 3. And then I found it and I was like, fuck this. So I refunded it. Oh, wow, I didn't know that. Lucy says, people who worked on the original Warcraft 3 who were called in to work on it said that they were ghosted in the middle of the project and it was a huge mess. Some people working on it said they would be doing what Blizzard promised. Oh, wow, that's fucked up. And then, of course, one final example. I said that was the last one. But Diablo Immortal. Need I say anything more? Need I say anything more? I probably should. Diablo Immortal is a mobile Diablo game, and it is a mobile game in every single way. It's monetized a la Raid Shadow Legends. It is pathetic. Pathetically bad. Just, oh god, it's horrible. It's a casino app, yes. Hey, Fascist Puncher 234, but welcome to the chat. We're still in the cozy hour. We're just getting wound up, and then we're gonna do some wild shit in just about a few minutes. Yeah. I don't trust Diablo 4. I won't be excited. If it comes out and it's cool, then sure. But I don't care. I have completely emotionally checked out from giving a shit about any Blizzard products. Maybe if like Activision collapses in and then some other small company buys Blizzard and breathes some life into the projects, maybe we'll check it out. But they killed Heroes of the Storm, which they only killed Heroes of the Storm because it wasn't as profitable as League of Legends and Dota, which is obvious. That's obviously going to be the case, but it was a beautiful game with an incredibly passionate dev team, and they choked the project out. They kept, oh god, it's so bad. It's so disgusting. And then, of course, on top of all of this, the gigantic finalizing kill shot for why I don't give a shit about Blizzard games anymore is that Blizzard was a literal rape hive. Blizzard was so full of sexual assault and sexual harassment that they literally had a suite at BlizzCon that was called the Bill Cosby Suite, because it was where all the male devs would get together and be literal sexual harassers. They would do, get this guys, I did a whole video on this, which is wild, but I did a whole video about this, which they would do pub crawls at work. So they would do these things called cubicle crawls, where senior developers would get drunk at work and then walk around from cubicle to cubicle, hitting on the women and harassing them. Just disgusting. Genuinely nightmarish. It doesn't sound legal. Well, that's interesting because they got sued to shit and they're currently in the middle of a massive litigation. It's fucked up. Lady Kelgana, the way OG devs were probably aware of what was happening but just turned a blind eye killed my soul a bit. I used to treat those guys like gods. Here's the thing, real quick. Let me tell you something. Real quick, okay? So first of all, thank you, Socialist Potato 123. have you played some of the Ratchet and Clank games? They are really good, especially the company Insomnia have decided to end crunch culture for good. Hey, that's great to hear. I have not personally played any of the Ratchet and Clank games. However, my best friend growing up loved them, and so I've watched him play. I've watched him play them a lot. I've never played them myself though. Okay, so let's see. All right, we'll take a look at this afterwards. Thank you for this meme. I'll check it out. Yeah. So, there was one other thing I was gonna say. Maybe there wasn't. Oh yes, that's what I was gonna say. So, about the original devs over at Blizzard. One of the more influential original creators at Blizzard, a guy by the name of Chris Metzen. Chris Metzen wrote most of Blizzard's games. He was like the lead writer and the guy who architected the story. A beloved figure in gaming. So it's an interesting thing. He left the company kind of suddenly, around just before a major World of Warcraft expansion came out, and when he left, he basically said that he couldn't work there. He couldn't work with the company anymore because, and he specifically said that his work at Blizzard was making him severely depressed. And to my knowledge, he's been working on some small projects, but he's mostly been staying out of gaming. So he left Blizzard before that. He made a statement with regard to the entire Blizzard Activision sexual assault allegation situation, in which he said, like, I didn't do enough. He knew some of it. He tried to do some things at some points, but he basically said he failed. And it was part of like, it was really sad to read, but also it just goes to show you that sometimes even like, even people like they're good people sometimes do just stay quiet. It was severely it was just really depressing to read. So yeah. I don't think Xbox is gonna fix it. I really don't think they will, unfortunately. That's interesting. Maybe we'll go check in on that afterwards as a part of this. Is it finally time for our debate? No. Oh God, no. Posadas John is bringing up that cringe ass Steven Crowder meme, the Biden one. It's so cringy. Just please, no, I can't. There's no debate. There's no debate. No debates. Not today. No debates today. No, I'm not gonna watch it. I'm not gonna react to it. It's too cringe. It's too embarrassing. It's not even. His first shot in the war. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Also, we know that other people involved in the founding of Blizzard, for example, Mike Morhaime. Mike Morhaime absolutely knew what was going on, and in fact, it's likely that Mike Morhaime was involved in covering up a lot of the most heinous shit that happened at his company, which is really gross. How much of the Maupin stuff do I know before starting? I know a couple things, but we're gonna start here pretty soon, okay? I know the basic arc of what happened, but I haven't gotten into the total details, so we'll get there. All right? Hey, let's Hold on, I gotta request a sody pop before we get started here. Hold on 1 second. Gotta get a sody pop. I have water already, but Delia Core says, if you want any info on the WWP, I can send you some decent articles. That's very ancillary, but I suspect Maupin was trying to emulate Marcy's WWP and how he structured CPI. Yeah, if you want to DM that to me, that'd be great, but I don't know that I'll bring it up. In fact, I actually didn't ask for a Diet Coke this time. I have a Mountain Dew downstairs, a Mountain Dew amp. I haven't had Mountain Dew amp. I don't know that I've ever had Mountain Dew amp. So, but I got one. Someone got one for me, so I figured I was gonna try it. So I asked for my partner to bring up the Mountain Dew amp. So once we get that, then we'll begin this madness. Oh, thank you, Delia Core. It's their Monster. Does it taste like Monster? Why, thank you. Do you want to say hi to stream before we get started? Oh, no, you don't? Okay, Doe is too nervous to come say hi to stream today. Kidney Stone Kickstarter, is it? Oof. Well, I don't drink a lot of energy drinks. I don't like energy drinks. Yeah. Doesn't Doe stream? Doe hasn't streamed in a while, but that's mostly just because it hasn't really wanted to. It might get back to streaming in the future. We have space for it to set up a stream setup if it wants to, but it doesn't stream right now. It's on a hiatus. It was like 6 months ago. But you know, that happens sometimes. All right, so let's pop this thing open and let's get started, huh? Yeah, that's true. Ever since that shit-ass debate. That's interesting. All right, everybody, let's get this thing. Let's focus, everyone. If you are here and you have not wait a second, I should do that afterwards. Give me a minute. Let's get this thing started up, okay? Let me get this fucking thing going, all right? Here we go. Hello, my lovely imps, and welcome to yet another episode of DramaMama Investigations. Here on DramaMama Investigations, we try to get to the bottom of internet drama, some very important, some more frivolous. We try to get to the bottom and present all of the receipts. The idea is to get you into the loop with drama that's been going on the internet, usually in political spaces and stuff like that, so that you can be in the loop, so that you don't have to feel like you're a dum-dum anymore. If you're here and you're enjoying it so far, and you're excited for what we're about to talk about, please click the like button, press subscribe on my YouTube page, and, of course, consider donating or joining my Patreon. This is a viewer-supported show, so please help me out. I'd love it. Today, we have a very interesting thing on the table. But before we jump into the meat of it, I want you to know, did you know that we have an entire playlist on my channel of DramaMama episodes? We have a DramaMama episode on DC movies. We have a DramaMama episode on the complete and utter meltdown of Activision Blizzard. We have a DramaMama episode on obscure internet feuds that dives really deep. We have a DramaMama episode on the strange disappearance of Virgil, Texas. It's super interesting. Please check out the playlist. There's literally like 15 DramaMama episodes that you can have fun with today after you watch this one, of course. Today, though, we are talking about the strange case of Caleb Maupin. Now, Caleb Maupin is a figure that, if you're involved in like any sort of online left conversation or any communities around the online left, you probably know the name Caleb Maupin. Not everybody knows exactly what he's done. We're certainly gonna talk about that today, as far as like his career and things like that. But to summarize what we're gonna be talking about today, a enormous letter full of allegations of sexual abuse, financial abuse, and general cult-like behavior has been dropped within the last 2 days. I can get the exact date in just a minute. So there's a lot for us to go over today. We're going to be reading through the letter of allegations, which contains a lot of evidence within the actual letter, and we're also going to be looking at some other materials that build a case against Caleb Maupin. And the idea here is not to refute anyone's claims or agree with anyone's claims, but first to just set out what's going on, and then afterwards we're gonna have a discussion and I'll give my read of the situation. We look into the evidence first, we do the investigation portion, and then afterwards we talk about it. We're probably going to talk about some pretty intense stuff today. Again, these are allegations of financial and sexual abuse, so just be prepared for that. Trigger warning right now. There's a lot to talk about, so keep in mind it might take a little bit. But thank you for being here, and I hope that you will find this interesting, fascinating, and also informative. I think it's really important to talk about stuff like this, as some of you who've been watching for a while probably know. I talk about issues of allegations of sexual abuse in these spaces relatively frequently, and also with a pretty significant amount of seriousness, because I think it's all over the place. I think that sexual abuse is disgustingly profuse in basically all political and all entertainment adjacent spaces. It's normalized, and a lot of people are hurt by it. So I think it's important to talk about. It is an epidemic, I agree. Without any further ado, let's start, okay? Let's get started right away, okay? So what we're gonna start with real quick is I'm gonna give you a real quick summary on who Caleb Maupin actually is. And you know what? Why don't we start right from the source? Now, I will be completely open and unbiased in saying I have criticized Maupin a lot in the past, and you'll probably understand why I've criticized him in the past. But to start this off, we're gonna go to from the horse's mouth itself. We're gonna go straight to Caleb Maupin's webpage, and we're gonna just take a look at what how Caleb Maupin describes himself, because that's kind of important, as it turns out. So here we go. The biography of Caleb Maupin. Caleb Maupin is that voice, that professor, that sage you knew existed, but were never lucky enough to meet. Now that's a bold start. Now, to be fair, we all do a little bit of self-promotion out here, but that's kind of a lot, you know. Say that like a professor and a sage is kind of laying it on thick, okay? I think he said it. I think the implication here is that he said it. And this is what Caleb Maupin looks like. You know, if you want to get a closer look, here we go. There's Caleb Maupin. Let's get nice and close in there, you know. There you go. That's Caleb Maupin. Yep. So, but yeah. So Caleb Maupin has, like I said, he's gotten around in these spaces. According to him, he's a widely acclaimed speaker, writer, journalist, and political analyst. He says he's traveled extensively across the Middle East and Latin America. He was involved with Occupy Wall Street movement from its early planning stages. I don't really know how easily that would be verifiable, but all right. He's been involved in many struggles for social justice. He's an outspoken advocate of international friendship and cooperation, as well as 21st century socialism. He doesn't shy away from the word communism when explaining his political views, and he advocates that the USA move towards some form of socialism with American characteristics, rooted in the democratic and egalitarian traditions often found in American history. He argues that the present crisis can only be abetted with an American rebirth in which the radicalism and community-centered values of the country are reestablished and strengthened. So you can see even from this starting paragraph, you can see right from the starting paragraph that Caleb Maupin takes his American identity pretty seriously. I believe he has described himself in the past as a patriotic socialist or a patriotic communist. And he has... And this is where some of his messaging gets a little muddled, because he spends a lot of time working with non-American sources, and also making a lot of critiques of America, but then he also pushes for a very a highly patriotic view of communism, which is a little bit odd. Now, Caleb Maupin isn't just like a traveling speaker or anything like that. He also has written a lot of books. Now, this is where things are going to start to get a little bit murky. And the reason for that is that Caleb Maupin isn't exactly always very honest about the things that he's done in the past. Let me give you a quick example of this, okay? Here we go. So if you go to, this is his website. This is calebmaupin.com. This is his official website. It's still up as of right now, though he's deleted most of his social media. And here he lists his books. City Builders and Vandals in Our Age, Getting Rich Without Capitalism, America's Way Out, Oil and the Global Capitalist Crisis, which has like these pictures of pump jacks with the CIA behind it. And you know, these are his books. But interestingly, there's a couple of books that he doesn't list on his website. Which, you know, on the surface, you might be like, well, you know, it's anybody's right to not list all of their books. But I'm going to show you real quick, just real quick. I'm going to show you one of the books that he doesn't list on here, okay? So here's the books that he has listed on Google. You know, he has a couple of other books, The Rise and Fall of the U.S. Communist Party, The 2016 Elections and the Crisis of American Liberalism, and also this book, which is called Satan at the Fountainhead, The Israel Lobby and the Financial Crisis, which is his book from 2015. Now, Caleb Maupin sort of initially caught a lot of flack for this book. And there's a pretty good reason why. You might think it's a little bit weird to say something like, you know, Satan at the Fountainhead as the title of your book that's about the Israel lobby and the financial crisis, which in and of itself is let's just say that's a very interesting combination of imagery and concepts. But if I want to see, can we look at the cover? Yeah, we can. This is the cover. The cover shows a crowd of, I don't know, zombie-like looking people, and then has a panel here of a Jewish speaker at AIPAC, and then at top has a picture of Wall Street, all with the Israel lobby and the financial crisis. It's pretty rough. And of course, the main critiques of his book, I mean, we can read the summary here. This book is an honest attempt to answer the question of those who want to know what happened. In the view of the author, the catastrophic events of 2008 and the continued economic decay of the United States are the culmination of a number of policies and trends. These trends and policies carried out by both the government and the private sector are not isolated from global events. U.S. foreign policy, especially those related to the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East region, are directly linked to continuous economic decline and the 2008 financial crash. The key players who are responsible for the crisis have not limited their malfeasance to U.S. soil. So immediately this kind of screams out as, you know, pretty anti-Semitic off the bat. But let's say that you want to give him the benefit of the doubt and say, you know, maybe the title is yikesy and maybe the art is yikesy. But a lot of the reviews here explicitly talk about how much anti-Semitism there is in the book. I mean, we can just read this review right here. I don't think Caleb knows what words mean, turning this into a hilarious book more reminiscent of someone screaming about how they're not anti-Semitic, followed by some of the worst anti-Semitic sentences you could possibly imagine online. The attempts at real history are copied straight from Wikipedia, followed by what can only be described as conspiracy theorists that blame Zionist bankers, by which he obviously means Jews, for bringing the world to the brink of the war, which he thinks is the great threat caused by capitalism today, which just makes you wonder, does Caleb even believe in climate change? By the way, Caleb, the way I use quotation marks here is how you're supposed to use them. I get that writing a word in 3 parentheses on both sides of a word takes more effort when you're trying to seem like you're not talking about Jews, but please learn to write, hire one editor. This is just a huge Twitter thread where he's trying to both make himself seem less anti-Semitic while doing the opposite, and a fan fiction about Roosevelt masquerading as political theory. So he's caught a lot of flack, and keep in mind, this isn't just a one-off review. If you go read basically any review of this book, a lot of, like most of them bring up the anti-Semitism. Unless they're just 5-star reviews praising him to the high heavens, there is a lot of discussion of how anti-Semitic the book gets at parts. So it is interesting that he chooses not to show that book on his book page, okay? So the books are one part of Caleb Maupin's past that has caught criticism and whatnot. But there's more, okay? I need to show you something else, okay? Real quick, I just gotta show you this real quick, okay? This is another piece of Caleb Maupin's history, all right? So this is a YouTube playlist, which is actually curated by Caleb Maupin himself. As you can see, this is the Caleb Maupin YouTube account. This is the playlist that Caleb Maupin himself has made, which features 158 videos of his sections on Russia Today. So over the course of years and years and years, Caleb Maupin has appeared as a contributor to the Russian state media outlet Russia Today, which is a lot, you know? It's a lot. And there's a lot of people who have criticized him for his willingness to essentially be a propagandist directly on the payroll of Russia Today. Now, this is just his YouTube history. This is just the videos that he's appeared in, but that's hardly all of it. In fact, it's quite easy, and I'm gonna show you right now. It's quite easy to find his history of op-eds that were also written and paid for by Russia Today. So here's Caleb Maupin, and here's his page going back going back as far as 2015. Let's see, is that the earliest one? Nope, 2014. Let's see how far back we can go, how long he's been contributing to Russia Today, which is, once again, Russia state-owned media. This is not like a Russian favorable channel. It is owned by Russia, by the Russian government. So, April 2nd, 2013. So, this is the earliest article. He's been a contributor to Russia Today for nearly 10 years, and he has done over 158 videos for Russia Today on YouTube. He is a very, very, very prolific Russian supporter. He, of course, supported the Russian war in Ukraine. He has pushed for it really harshly. He's been out there and done that, okay? So there you go. Now you're starting to get the sort of history of Caleb Maupin. But Caleb Maupin didn't just write books and work for a Russian state media outlet doing favorable coverage, constant praising, like adulation for the state of Russia. You know, Vladimir Putin, the state that is currently has currently waging war in Ukraine, a war which has killed over 5,000 civilians, a war that it was explicitly about imperial aggression, a war in which on the starting days of it, Vladimir Putin literally said, you know, the Russian Empire deserves to be restored to its former glory, which includes Ukraine. Yeah, so there's a lot going on here, but that's not all. He also founded an organization, an American political think tank and advocacy group, let's call it that, which was called the Center for Political Innovation, or CPI USA. Now, if we're to go to CPI USA, their website right now, let's just go there right now together. We're gonna go to their website. Here's their website right here, the Center for Political Innovation. Their homepage now reads like this. So this is quoting the homepage. As of 3 p.m. CST, August 21, 2022, the Executive Committee of the Center for Political Innovation has unanimously voted to dissolve the organization in its entirety and all operating facets. All dues-paying memberships will be canceled in the next 24 hours as the operation winds down. As individual members' lives move on, we ask that you keep in mind that this is one moment in time within the struggle for a better world. Do not let this be the end of your story. Continue to build revolutionary foundations, continue to rigorously improve yourself, and continue to fight. We thank every member from the bottom of our hearts for their help in building the Center for Political Innovation. We, the Executive Committee, feel that in the short time CPI was operating, that we contributed a great deal to the development of American socialism, and that the legacy for the Center of Political Innovation will move on to influence generations to come. Solidarity, the Executive Committee of the Center for Political Innovation. So that's what the current homepage of this organization he founded says. I want to show you guys something, okay? And I will admit, this is it's a little mean, but it is only fair. I want to show you the last, to my knowledge, the last major gathering of CPI members. The CPI put together a convention in Chicago, and I just want to show that to you because I think it'll give you an idea of the type of organization that the CPI was, and you can then decide for yourself whether or not CPI actually advanced American socialism. Okay, so let's watch this. This is footage from the Chicago CPI convention, which was, if I'm not mistaken, this was on the 7th of August. I believe this occurred sometime around the 7th of August. I could be slightly wrong about it. Let's watch together. Here we go. You can see their logo there. Now, for those of you, just real quick, I just wanted to take a minute to pause that. So first it was playing a tune called the Internationale, which is a song celebrating the rise of global communism. And then it was followed up by the American national anthem, the Star Spangled Banner. And then they flew the flag of the Soviet Union and the flag of the Donbas People's Republic, which is a Russian-formed satellite state in the war against Ukraine. Russia took a piece and they said this is now the Donbass region People's Republic. And then of course they also display the Z. The Z being a sort of Russian, it is a, how do I say this? It's a Russian nationalist symbol that has come into popularity since the war in Ukraine began. It essentially means, it basically means Russian pride. And it's been displayed on Russian vehicles as they invade Ukraine. Just so we know what's being displayed here and what sort of things are being celebrated at this beautiful ceremony. Yeah. So that's the CPIs. That was the to my knowledge, I could be slightly wrong about this small bit. I'm not 100% sure, but to my knowledge, that was the last like in-person gathering, like public-facing in-person gathering the CPI had before their dissolution, which happened 1 day ago. They dissolved yesterday. So you're starting to get an idea of the history of Caleb Maupin and what sort of purpose Caleb Maupin has chosen for himself in the world. Caleb Maupin is essentially a PR representative for the current what I would consider to be highly imperialistic Russian government, which is currently waging a war, mass murdering civilians, and mostly attacking, dense cities full of civilians. Yeah, they're fascistic. So I have a lot of I think there's like a lot of reasons that a lot of people feel pretty strongly about Caleb Maupin and his advocacy. But this is just to get you an idea of who, what, and where all of this Caleb Maupin stuff is. Keep in mind that some of the people, if I'm not mistaken, some of the people in that ceremony were actually people who later went on to write in this letter bringing accusations against Caleb Maupin, which we are about to read. So just keep that all in mind. Caleb Maupin, controversial figure. He's also had another thing about Caleb Maupin. Caleb Maupin has also been very heavily involved in critiquing BreadTube. BreadTube being a very colloquial term for a bunch of left-leaning YouTubers. Some people say that I'm part of BreadTube. I don't know. I don't think that anybody can really be a part of BreadTube. It's given to you by audience members. It's just it's like a consumer category, basically. He made ridiculous claims like saying that TYT is BreadTube and lots of other things. But another thing is that he's beefed with a lot of individual people. He's argued and had public debates with a lot of members of BreadTube. And in fact, last I checked, he was writing a book. Let me just double check on this. He was, yes, he did. He was, I don't know if he's still gonna finish it. Or maybe he did finish it? Did he actually publish it? Let me double check here. Oh, maybe he did finish it. It just doesn't have a cover. Let's take a look. He did. He finished this book. This was his latest book, which is called BreadTube Serves Imperialism, Examining the New Brand of Internet Pseudo-Socialism. Now, you might think that it's a little bit ironic that he would call anybody a pseudo-socialist while sitting at the head of a organization that basically seems to be a tiny American fan club for Russian military aggression. And you would be right to say that seems a little bit hypocritical, because it definitely, absolutely is. Most of what Caleb Maupin has done has been, well, engaging in spectacle, which, by the way, I'm an entertainer, but I don't pretend to be a revolutionary of the highest order or whatever. Caleb Maupin, Caleb Maupin, yeah. Also, though, which should come as no surprise, is the fact that Caleb Maupin has been publicly very close to a number of extremely questionable figures. One of those being Alexander Dugin. Alexander Dugin, who is largely credited with creating an ideology called nationalist Bolshevism. Obviously, there's some historical history to that term and that terminology, but Alexander Dugin was largely responsible for pushing this idea, which is what it sounds like. It's Nazism mixed with communism, a specific brand of Stalinistic communism. Alexander Dugin is also often referred to as the sort of brain behind Putin. It's kind of like a Dick Cheney type. Some people call him Red Brown or Red Fash. And recently, unrelated to this, but nonetheless interesting, recently, Darya Dugin, the daughter of Alexander Dugin, and also a very loud, very prominent proponent of the war against Ukraine, was killed in a car bomb, which was intended to kill Alexander Dugin, but it actually killed Darya, who is for the record, a 30-year-old adult who has been engaged in actively pushing the war in Ukraine. So before anybody is like, well, they killed his daughter, she is also a propagandist. She works for the Russian government. She has literally called Ukrainian people subhumans, etc. But yes. And yeah, recently she was blown up. And of course, all of Maupin's associates have been mourning the loss of such a heroic figure. Yeah. So let us, without any further ado, let us actually go to the letter itself, because we got to read this. We got to read the actual letter, right? This is what we came here to do. But as always, on DramaMama, we always make sure that we lay out our case. We grab our things that are important. I show you who we're talking about, that I'm not just pulling things out of my ass. Speaking of pulling things out of your ass. No, I'm sorry, that's terrible. All right, let's read this. Let's do this. No jokes, okay? No jokes, anyone, all right? I'll try to keep the jokes for later. Caleb Maupin's former comrades speak out. His abuses must stop. This was published by a group called CPI Members Speak Out, and there are a number of co-signers to this. This letter has been cross-referenced by their public social media pages, and in the follow-up to this letter coming out, Caleb Maupin not only shut down the CPI, but also deleted all of his social media profiles, as far as we can tell, with the exception of YouTube, where he hosts videos. His Twitter is gone. I believe like his Instagram and Facebook pages are also gone. Not that anybody really like uses those for politics as much. Anyway, let us read what's going on here. Here we have a picture of Caleb Maupin with members DL, Nick, member 1, DL, Nick, member 1, and member 2. Summary and information for the reader. Now we're gonna read through this whole thing, so let's strap in and we'll go from here. This is probably going to be the heaviest part of the stream, so just be ready. Let's settle down and get comfy, okay? Oh, you came at just the right time, Sound Judgment. We've just gotten into the meat of this section. Most of the beginning was establishing basic information about who Caleb Maupin is, why he's relevant, why he's been critiqued in the past, and what led us to this point. Summary and information for the reader. Bringing forward this statement was not easy for any of us, but there was no alternative to speaking the truth. It's our responsibility to stop abuse of power against comrades. Those of us who want to fight for the ideas of constructive, optimistic socialism and anti-imperialism, and who have contributed to the organization's Center of Political Innovation, have been betrayed by Caleb Maupin. Over the years, he has subjected members of CPI to various forms of abuse and exploitation. He pushed his sexual desires on members who had considered him to be a leading comrade. He brought his sexual impulses into political organizing. Caleb pushed a member out of CPI and its predecessor, Students and Youth for a New America, SYNA, after she made clear that she would not do sexual favors for him. Oh boy. Caleb paid a member for sex who he knew was economically desperate, and then went on to push them out of the group and slander them. Caleb Maupin also targeted people in their teens with manipulative cult tactics in an effort to exploit their labor so that he can build himself up off their hard work and sacrifice. And then he would go on to slander them behind their backs if they didn't do exactly what he wanted. So, something that you probably noticed while we were looking at his website, including the way that he talked about himself, there have been a number of red flags in the history of Caleb Maupin's past, his public presence, that would indicate that he had the intentions of building a certain type of personality cult around him. And we're not just talking, you know, he's a guy who likes it when people like him, or that he wants to be famous, or that he, you know, he's really a go-getter. We're talking about a guy who would manipulate people using these broad statements of his own grandeur, of his devotion to saving the world, quite literally. He would use broad, inciting language about how they're going to fight for the poor of America. They're fighting for the downtrodden. They're fighting for you. And at the end of the day, that was used to get people to do stuff for him, to get people to do things for him, often without any compensation whatsoever. It's a toxic fan club that targeted vulnerable people. Let's continue. The abuses Caleb Maupin committed could have also done tremendous damage to all of us by discrediting all who associate with our political position. Despite these revelations, now is not a time to despair. It is a time to fight even harder for an optimistic socialism and anti-imperialism. That's a term they like to use a lot. By the way, thank you very much, worshiper of the Olympians, for supporting the stream. Really, really appreciate that. It's a difficult reality for many to face, but Caleb Maupin's primary concern has not been advancing the cause of anti-imperialism. His primary concern has been self-gain at the expense of others. However, our goal is not to make an overly simplified picture of Caleb Maupin or to demonize him unjustly. Our statements give credit where it is due, but at the same time, they demonstrate his abusive behavior very clearly. The following statements from CPI members will show in detail how all of this was the case. If you would like to get in contact, or if you have any questions, please direct them to Center for Political Innovation New York at gmail.com. The two members who were victims of Caleb's sexual misconduct wrote their statements in pseudonyms to protect themselves from any retaliation or harassment. Please respect their privacy. If you have any evidence of Caleb's further abuse, please come forward. So there's a call for other people who may not be known. 2. Caleb Maupin's sexual misconduct. 2A. Member 2's statement. This is from the pseudonymous Member 2 who has come forward to publish this. And keep in mind that while we do not know the identities outside of the picture that was provided above, even though we don't know the identities of Member 1 and Member 2, the identities of these people has been verified by other verified members of the organization. So it's quite fair to, these are rather solidly sourced claims. These claims, like I said, have been cross-referenced with many other members of the group, and of course the group also shut down afterwards. So the members of the council stepped out in solidarity with these members, even though we don't know the names of these people. So just keep that in mind. When I first met Caleb, I was 19 years old, living on my own for the first time and paying my rent with my own paychecks while going to school full time. I was in a very vulnerable place socially and financially. At the same time, though, I consider myself to be more mature than my peers because of how independent I was compared to my other political science classmates and because I was one of the only communists. When I met him, Caleb Maupin, a prominent YouTuber and an accomplished journalist over a decade older than me who treated me like his intellectual equal, he made me feel intelligent and important, especially since he would frequently take me out to dinner where we would discuss our political ambitions and the think tank he wanted me to help him build, the Center for Political Innovation. Beginning in 2019, we would have dinner together at least once a month, and sometimes during those dinners, he would bring up what I assumed at the time was his academic interest in corporal punishment, especially spanking. So we really are going to have to talk about kink and BDSM. For those of you who don't know, I am a avid supporter of BDSM, kink, and consensual, healthy, beneficial kink play. So we're going to talk about that. I have some grounds on which to talk, and we will be talking about this, but I didn't realize we were going to get into this so quickly. We'll talk about that as this goes on. Let's continue reading for now. As time went on, we became closer and closer friends, which led to him confiding in me in 2020 during the beginning of the COVID pandemic that his academic special interest was actually, in fact, a sexual one. He even told me that he would engage other people in conversations about corporal punishment and spanking because it turned him on to do so. When we became closer friends in 2021, he finally admitted to me that he would masturbate to the thought of roping unsuspecting people, especially women, into these conversations about their experiences with being spanked and other forms of physical abuse. I tend to be a very open and sexually liberal person, so I don't really mind when my friends discuss their sex life with me in a platonic way. As a matter of fact, I was honored that Caleb supposedly trusted me enough that he was willing to share that part of his life with me. However, I was still under the impression that he was interested in me as a platonic friend and comrade, nothing else, which is why I continued to participate in CPI's conferences and events, including facilitating CPI's California conference for him in September 2021, which entailed Caleb and I traveling together and sharing a hotel room and transportation. Back then, I was working for a math tutoring company. Caleb knew that this job was incredibly important to me and that I needed the income to pay off my student loans and other financial expenses. I only agreed to go to California with Caleb under the condition that I would be able to work on the Monday we left because I had already been assigned a shift that day. When I asked him, he told me it wouldn't be an issue because the conference was Friday through Sunday, so that Monday I could work after we checked out of the hotel. Nonetheless, when Monday rolled around, Caleb insisted that he wanted to have lunch at a Mexican restaurant before we left and refused to get me a separate Uber to get to the airport early so I could work. Since I couldn't complete my shift in the restaurant, I ended up missing it and losing my job as a result. Even though I told him this is exactly what would happen and I explained to him the many reasons why I couldn't afford to lose my job, when I did get fired, Caleb insisted that I will be okay and that we, himself and CPI, will not abandon you. Little did I know that when Caleb reassured me he'd help me find another job, he didn't necessarily mean another tutoring gig. So this right here is something that people talk about a lot when they're discussing abusive relationships and specifically cult behavior, okay? And what that is isolating from other social groups. The reality is that many cults are not entirely compelling as a social space on their own. There's a lot of strange things that most cults engage in, and that's sort of to be understood to some degree, as most cults are very religious in nature and are seeking to, forward some sort of religious agenda. But one of the things that is a constant red flag for both abusive relationships and cults is an attempt to isolate a potential victim from other social connections that they have. This seems like a fairly obvious example of this. this person said, hey, I have really important social, social responsibilities to uphold. I need to go to my job. My job is very important to me. And Caleb Maupin put himself in a position of power and also interceded to ensure that that connection was cut, that that person now no longer had income. That person was now not only being controlled in a social manner, but also perhaps was forced into a position of relying on Caleb Maupin so that they wouldn't become homeless, for example. If you don't have a job, you can't pay rent. If you don't have, we don't know anything else about this person, but we don't know what their family situation is. For all we know, they might not have other safety nets. That job seems to be very important to them. So again, what we have here is a pretty obvious example of Caleb interceding to force someone out of a social situation that they were benefiting from and that they were gaining and that they were gainfully employed in, that they were, you know, that they felt strongly about. So that's pretty wrong from the get-go. But let's continue and see where this goes. Remember on Monday when I said that missing that shift might cost me my job? I was unfortunately correct. Caleb Maupin over here says, I will call you when I get home tonight. Okay, I'm really sorry, Caleb. I'll do my best to find another job. And then Caleb said, why are you apologizing? You're doing your best. I'm really sorry this happened. I will try to help you however I can. You will be okay. You are safe. How will your dad's credit being affected prevent him from making mortgage payments? He's on a mortgage, so that has some kind of variable rate. So if his credit goes down, his payments go up. I don't know the exact particulars, but it was one of those predatory mortgages in the early 2000s. Well, you should talk to him soon. Try not to catastrophize and say one thing necessarily leads to another. You need a new job. That's what we're dealing with. Okay, you're right. I need to take a step back and breathe. I have BPD and OCD, so catastrophizing tends to be my brain's default mode. I'm not ready to talk to my dad yet, though. I can't even stop crying, let alone hold a conversation with the most judgmental person in my life. Okay, so what these are revealing, first of all, these texts are revealing two things. One, they're revealing a incredibly intimate relationship between this pretty young person who doesn't, a pretty intimate relation between the founder and organizer of a pretty big organization and this pretty young member, a young junior member. So a newcomer to this organization who's very passionate about politics, and this person Caleb is deeply digging into this person's life. Like I can't think of a single time with any boss that I've talked to this level, like any organization I've ever been with. That's pretty deep. I would argue that's almost like how you would talk with a therapist or a pastor or a mentor, something along those lines. So that's something to keep in mind, that this is also something that tends to happen. The reason why young people are often targeted for cults is because they tend to be, first of all, slightly inexperienced, but also they tend to not have a lot of ground to stand on their own, and they don't necessarily know exactly what to expect. So if somebody, an older person who's very successful, comes in and is like, here, I can help you, and then all of a sudden that young person finds themselves completely relying on that older, more experienced, richer person, that can be a very bad dynamic. So people have to be careful about that, even in the best of circumstances. And this is not the best of circumstances. What we've also revealed from these texts is, in fact, that member number 2 did not have a strong relationship with their family. Again, another thing that cults and abusers tend to look for is people who don't really have a whole lot of other connections, people who can be isolated easily, or who could be isolated in such a way that their family members won't be able to help them or are unwilling to help them. Let's continue. Keaton, I don't know who that is. Keaton assures me he is on his way to you right now. It's okay to let your emotions out. This is a big loss. I'm about to go see him. Thank you for helping to comfort me. I really appreciate it. We are your friends and we will not abandon you. That's very reassuring to hear. At least I'm not alone in this. So you can see there's a lot of strong, some people would call this love bombing. a thing that cults tend to do is a thing called love bombing. Love bombing is when there is something distressing, or if someone is distressed by something in a cult setting or in a setting like this. A love bombing is when numerous, usually senior members of the organization all come in rapid succession. They all come and they layer you with all kinds of love and support and acceptance. That's usually the whole thing that makes it a love bomb, why they call it a love bomb and not just like love in general, is because it all comes suddenly when there's a problem, and then it disappears just as suddenly. If anyone has seen the movie Midsommar, it's a very popular movie, but it's a movie that actually has a great depiction of love bombing. There's a scene in the movie where one of the main characters sees something incredibly violent and distressing, and immediately afterwards, she's literally physically surrounded by 15 other older women from the cult that they're in the movie, and they all sit with her, they all cry with her, they're all like, "You're gonna be okay," they're hugging her and touching her. It's called love bombing for a reason. So the love bombing, like I said, it's important to distinguish that love bombing isn't just providing support. It's a type of support that is specifically designed to basically quiet your concerns. And it is most frequently employed when it seems like someone might defect, when it seems like someone is hurting or beginning to doubt the organization. Then comes the love bomb. And again, one of the things is it's usually senior members who can be trusted, who come in and tell you it's gonna be okay, it's gonna be fine, we love you, we love you. Even though this is a really, really weird thing to have happen in your weird political organization, okay? Yeah, so let's continue. The main conflict between Caleb and I that arose after I lost my job was this. I'd started living in Jersey City with the John Brown Volunteers in August 2021. So she's living, or they're living with other people involved in these political organizations, which is a precarious position to be in. So I had been paying $200 a week in rent to Caleb to cover my portion of the $600 per week hotel cost. That's shitty. Why the hell wouldn't Caleb cover this? If you're there to help him, why the hell are you paying that? Oh, that's ridiculous. Whatever, let's not get into that. That's silly. Before I moved in, Caleb had been paying the exact same hotel rate for only Joey and Keaton to live there, but he told me I had to pay a third of the rent when I moved in because he was supposedly paying the rest of all of our expenses. Despite this agreement, I was paying the majority of the household expenses for the John Brown Volunteers because the only money we received to support ourselves was the half of our canvassing money we kept each day. Most of the time, we'd make about 30 to 100 per day total. So when I lost my math tutoring job, Caleb still expected me to continue financially supporting the John Brown Volunteers. Wait a minute, that's even worse. Hold on a second. Wait a minute, that's even worse. This is talking about, wait, hold on a second. Member number 2, the person who's telling this story, was not only helping to pay for the travel hotel, they were also living in a house that was run and organized by Caleb with other members underneath Caleb. There is so many concerns for a political institute, a political think tank, living with the members underneath the leader and founder, and they're making you pay to live with those other members. Again, this is something we talk about a lot. Holy shit. This is a thing that we talk about a lot when we're analyzing abusive situations, abusive structures, and cults. Another form of social isolation is replacing other outside social connections. Churches, extremist churches, fundamentalist churches often engage in behavior just like this. What they'll do is over time, You're invited to more and more events. You're invited to be there. They want you to come live with them. And all of a sudden you find that every day the only people you're talking to are other members in the group. They never, and nobody, no dissent. You no longer are talking to people outside of the group, or if you are, it's very rare. Your day-to-day interactions are surrounded by other faithful members of the group. And this applies even in this case. As you can see, this is a situation where Caleb was not only had a bunch of young people living together in official housing run by the Institute, but also they were paying for it. So the Institute wasn't providing them anything. The Institute was only providing them the promises of a coming revolution, the promises of change. That is predatory. That is disgustingly predatory. Promising that you'll solve someone's problems, promising that you'll take care of someone while making them pay your bills is disgusting. Let's continue. When I lost my math tutoring job, Caleb still expected me to continue financially supporting the JBV while I still had to continue to pay for my student loans, which meant I desperately needed another source of income. Caleb expected me to spend even more time canvassing for the JBVs after I lost my job though, because he thought canvassing was a sufficient way of making money for myself and the organization. Notice that, for myself and the organization. How convenient. Interesting that. I could have canvassed less so I could get another job, or he could have stopped asking me to pay a third of the rent since it seemed unnecessary before I started living there. But part of what Caleb wanted was for me to spend less time away from him and CPI, giving basically every spare second I had to being a dutiful member of the group. That's literally exactly what I was talking about. That right there is the exact behavior. The day after I lost my job at the math tutoring company, I told Caleb I wanted to try to at least find another part-time work. However, his reaction to that suggestion made it very clear he didn't even see it as an option. He told me that I couldn't have 1 foot in living biologically and 1 foot in the revolution. Holy fucking shit. Holy shit. That right there. 1 foot living biologically and 1 foot in the revolution. This is the type of shit that I'm talking about, where instead of ever actually addressing the problems at hand, instead it's deferred onto spiritual or political gesturing. You must simply devote more. You must simply devote more to the cause. Also ridiculous. Ridiculous to believe that a revolution, which is made up of biological people, that you can neglect the biologically living people. This right here says you are supposed to die for my organization. That's what it says. Don't worry about yourself. Fight for something bigger, even if it hurts. Let's continue. This quote, which was part of a much longer lecture he gave about how I needed to devote even more time to our political work, if I truly considered myself serious about it, was very hurtful, considering I had just given up my job for Caleb and his organization. Yet just treating the Center for Political Innovation as the main aspect of my life simply wasn't enough for him. Caleb made it clear that if I really cared about him and my other comrades, CPI would have to become my life. Member 2, we should talk later, but basically it all gets down to this. You are in a situation where you know your housing and food will be taken care of. You will not be left out to dry. Obviously false. You're not being taken care of if you're paying rent. If you're paying rent, you're not being taken care of. They're helping to take care of you, Caleb. However, you have some rather unrealistic expectations about other stuff you insist is absolutely needed. Your life is your life. Your decisions are your decisions. Well, we see that's clearly not the case. Notice this, though. Notice that they'll say things like this, but the truth is you don't have anywhere to go. Your life is your life, but you don't have another choice. If you leave, you're fucked. We know you're fucked. In fact, Caleb made sure that this member would be fucked if they tried to leave. All right, I'll take a look at that in a bit, Constance. You need to figure out how dedicated you are to communism, and if you are not ready to leave your old life behind or not. Literal Christian wording here, leave your old life behind. You have 1 foot in living biologically and 1 foot in the revolution, and that's a very, very hard way to live. I can help you and be your friend, but I cannot solve all of your problems. I cannot make hard choices for you. Oh, and then he gives, this is a Bible quote? This is a Bible quote, and then he inserts a literal Bible quote. Do not suppose that I have come to bring peace to the earth. This is Jesus. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. For I have come to turn a man against his father, a daughter against her mother, a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. A man's enemies will be the members of his own household. Anyone who loves their father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. Anyone who loves their son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. And whoever does not take up their cross and follow me is not worthy of me. Whoever finds their life will lose it, and whoever loses their life for my sake will find it. Anyone who welcomes you welcomes me, and anyone who welcomes me welcomes the one who sent me. Whoever welcomes a prophet as a prophet will receive a prophet's reward, and whoever welcomes a righteous person as a righteous person will receive a righteous person's reward. And if anyone gives even a cup of cold water to one of these little ones who is my disciple, truly I tell you that person will not lose their reward. This is Caleb Maupin literally self-inserting as Jesus. Talk about, this is a literal God complex. It can't get more obvious than this. Bringing the jacket. See you at Wendy's at 1 p.m. Spent a long time thinking about you last night. I know these are very hard times for you. Sorry, I'm probably just overthinking all this. I just care about you a lot. Spent a long time in prayer. Talk to you soon. And here's their response. I do understand what you're saying, although with all due respect, I think there are certain issues you've had the privilege of not having to deal with, and those pressures are something I'm more than happy to take care of on my own. The reality of it is that I can't just abandon my family. I don't have the privilege of doing that because I've been their rock for my entire life, and they can't do certain things without me. I know it's probably difficult to deal with me having other obligations, but they're obligations, not choices. There are certain things in my life that aren't optional, and I'm sorry that they interfere with my communist activism. Concerning. If I had the option of forgetting them or leaving them behind, trust me, I would. It would make my life a whole lot easier. I'm not asking you to abandon your family. We can talk later. There are some things I simply cannot offer you. I understand. We'll talk later. Therefore, I ended up doing sex work so I could make enough to support our household and pay off my debts while still having enough time to canvass full-time for the JBVs. I distinctly remember telling Caleb that it seemed like sex work was my only way out of this delicate financial situation. His response was simply that he respects my decision. That is a lot. Now, I'm going to take a small pause to bring one thing up, okay? I just want to bring one real quick thing up, okay? Hold on 1 second. This is a clip from Caleb Maupin's social media, which is now deleted. As you can see, he's got his famous Russia state-affiliated media tag. This is him talking about sex work. It shouldn't be illegal and no one should be punished for it, but it goes against my beliefs as a Christian. Sexual behavior should be carefully controlled, in my opinion. Part of the reason for widespread depression and chaos in our society is people reducing sex to being casual. Just in case anybody, was worried about that part. So we have an incredible level of hypocrisy involved here, of course, but let's talk about this. Yes, Melodic One, you bring up a great point. I was about to say, there is nothing inherently wrong with sex work, not even a little bit. I know a lot of sex workers. I have done certain types of sex work. In the past, not full service sex work or anything like that. I did some, it's a long story, but anyway, in the past, I know many people who have. Sometimes it can be very fulfilling. It can be very freeing. However, that is not always true. It is possible to find yourself with no other option than sex work. In fact, this has been greatly discussed, interestingly, been greatly discussed in communist circles about how people can find themselves with no other option than to sell their body even when they don't want to, even when it's not something that fulfills them, even when it's something they find personally distasteful. And as you can see, this person was not exactly excited about doing sex work. They felt like they had no other option, and it appears that that's true. They lost their job, so they lost their job on bad terms, which, as you all know, right now it's pretty hard to get a job in general, but especially if you can't provide a recommendation from your former work, that can make it impossible to get work. And this person was being squeezed for money by Caleb Maupin. So Caleb Maupin essentially created a circumstance where this person either had to become even more involved in the cult, or they had to go do sex work and also still get more involved in the cult. This is highly coercive. This is a highly coercive situation. There is nothing good or positive about this type of sex work, okay? Being forced into sex work is a very bad thing. Yeah, that's true. Let us continue. In retrospect, it seems like the real reason Caleb didn't mind me doing sex work while I was living in CPI's New Jersey housing is because he probably wanted to become one of my clients. Oh my God. For what it's worth, after I left the JBV house, he eventually did become a client of mine. Holy fucking shit. Caleb kicked me out of the John Brown Volunteers in the beginning of November 2021 after I relapsed on heroin in late October. At that point, I took some time away from the organization, only attended a few smaller events, and stayed at my fiance's apartment to focus on my recovery and getting clean again. While by that time I had started my own math tutoring business and I had my own students, I was still doing sex work as a side hustle to supplement my income because I didn't have enough students to cover the revenue I'd lost once I stopped canvassing and had to pay my own utilities again. In December 2021, Caleb asked me to replace his former dominatrix, Miss Lucy. I agreed to do so for $250 per session because I did not need the money, and I felt like if I said no, I'd be even more isolated from the rest of CPI than I already was as a result of my relapse. By that time in mid-December, I was already clean again, which Caleb insisted upon in order for us to even see each other, yet he was still apparently lying to the rest of CPI that I was continuing to be in the midst of my drug addiction. Holy fucking shit! So, hold on, let's restructure this. Can we just make sure that we're structuring this out? So, Caleb Maupin was the direct cause of this person losing their job, which meant which meant that they fell onto bad terms with their family. After they fell onto bad terms with their family, Caleb pressured them to get more and more involved in the organization, doing work for him for extremely paltry pay so that they could pay him for rent, which they relied upon because they lived there and no longer were on good terms with their family because of the shit that Caleb Maupin himself caused. Then, after they started doing sex work out of necessity, Caleb Maupin approached them, offering money for sexual services while simultaneously telling the rest of the cult that they were still basically, while they were telling the rest of the cult that they were still addicted to drugs and not doing well. That is a phenomenal level of social control and manipulation. That is a deep, deep level of social control and manipulation. That is just as culty as it can possibly get. Genuinely disgusting. Let's continue. He did this while saying to my face that he didn't want me going to CPI events or his birthday party, so I didn't run into his wife, Meches, because he thought I would make things awkward. I later learned from other CPI members that this was a common tactic of his, isolating someone from the group through rumors and hearsay in order to make sure I didn't interact with other CPI members in case I decided to tell them about our arrangement. Truth be told, you mean, when they say arrangement here, they mean extortion. Caleb was extorting this young person for sex. Caleb was deeply extorting this young person for sex. Truth be told, I was terribly afraid of anyone else in the organization finding out I was doing this with him. I was afraid if I told anyone, they wouldn't believe me, and if he told one, I would be shunned and ostracized, which, as it turns out, was a rational fear because that's exactly what happened. I saw Caleb as his dominant a few times in December 2021. He essentially paid me to reenact his childhood corporal punishment as a fatherly figure to discipline him. Included in this arrangement, was the understanding that he'd also compensate me for the several hours he spent sexting me about his kink when we weren't seeing each other in person. He texted me so often I eventually had to ask him to stop because I kept getting notifications from his sexually explicit messages while I was trying to teach my students. However, he only ever paid me for our in-person meetings and never even mentioned billing for my texting labor again, despite our original first agreement. After a couple of months of constant communications and a few punishment sessions, he abruptly stopped speaking to me, acting as if I suddenly didn't exist. I was very confused and hurt by this because I truly thought that by agreeing to do sex work for him, I had won his good graces so we could continue to be friends. I knew he didn't want me in the group afterwards, but I thought at the time that he at least appreciated my contributions thus far and respected me as a person. This is not healthy kink. This is not healthy BDSM. This is nothing of the sort. What you have here is a situation of extortion where a young person was exploited by a Russian propagandist specifically for his own sexual gratification. And also, he didn't even pay this person. He didn't even pay for the things he was going to. This is just sexual assault. This is just sexual exploitation. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about this. We don't know the person's pronouns. We have no idea. We don't know. So they're anonymous. My God. Wait, is this real? Oh my God, here's another one. For your information, yeah, I got spanked as a kid. The overwhelming majority of Americans whose parents did not make six figures did also. They even still did it in public schools in 19 states. Did you know that? Probably not. Life is pretty scary outside your bubble. It's really funny. It's really funny to me that Caleb Maupin, the guy who talks about, like, you know, the degeneracy of the modern left, is a guy who not only has like his own little kink, but also literally believes in writing his kink into law. Isn't that fucked up? You notice that? Have you ever noticed that? It's funny that there's all this shit, always all this shit fixating on LGBT groomers and all this nonsense, but fucking famous, I say, relatively well-known, I shouldn't say famous, but relatively well-known and well-paid so-called leftists in the authoritarian venue are literally making jokes. Literally, this was in November 2021, making jokes about his kink being legalized in public schools. That is so fucked up. Anyway, I don't want to fixate on the spanking thing too much because I'm not here to fucking kink shame, okay? I'm not here to fucking kink shame. I'm not here to fixate on the spanking thing, at least not right now. We might talk about it later, but for now, let's focus on getting the receipts and everything in order. Okay, let's do that, all right? Think you can hold me accountable for my feelings about that book? Let's see. Let's try and see if we can get this a little bit bigger. Here, I'm gonna open this up. Here we go. Think you can hold me accountable for my feelings about that book? Absolutely. We'll moderate your detention assignment. You have to write, I must accept my punishment. I need your discipline to grow and be safe 100 times. What is it? That is what you are going to say to me when I ask, why are you being punished, Caleb? If you get that answer wrong, then you clearly haven't learned that lesson and you'll be punished even more. Thank you, member 2. Can you remind me why the boatmaster needed to spank the last duck every day? To keep himself from getting lost and hurting himself. The one time he decides to avoid his punishment, he is isolated from his family and almost killed. If the boatmaster doesn't spank the duck will be like a sailboat without a rudder, directionless, alone, and with nowhere to go. Loved. Oh, okay, so then he loved this thing. The boatmaster was keeping the ducks safe, encouraging them to hurry back. That hard spank with the stick was given in love. I'm so sorry for questioning it, member 2. I know I need to get punished. You must be very disappointed in me. If you were my teacher, I would get sent for the paddle for this? Yes, you would. Not because I'm angry with you, but because, like Ping, you still haven't learned why you needed an authority to guide you with a firm hand. I'm gonna hold, I want to make a joke about tankies and authoritarianism and how deeply psychosexual it is, but I'm gonna hold off, okay? You guys can imagine the joke, okay? You are smart enough to understand these things, so I have very high expectations of you. No, it's too late. I can't. You guys imagine the joke. I'm gonna keep the jokes out of this section. I'll make jokes later, okay? Those expectations help you become better, and my discipline helps you meet those expectations. Understood? I need to get a spanking for my little attitude problem. You should probably double the lines I need to write. You'll be getting double the spankings instead. I'm a proponent of learning while doing. Maybe if you experience Ping's punishment for yourself, you'll lose your attitude. Is it going to hurt to sit down after? Yes, it will, but you will still have to sit up straight and deal with the pain. Remember that pain every time you think of questioning my authority. If I see you slouching or changing your posture because you're in pain after I spank you, you'll just get paddled instead. Disrespecting that book is kind of like disrespecting you. I must respect authority and discipline, says Caleb. Good posture is essential to good health and productivity. Exactly. Disrespecting any form of authority and discipline is disrespecting me, and I am not forgiving or kind when I am disrespected. My dad should have put me over his knee more often, taught me not to have this disrespectful attitude. You should spank me really hard. Am I gonna have to eat soap? First of all, member 2 is doing a lot of work. Just so that you all know, I just want to say from somebody who is a dom, from somebody who does that type of stuff, this person's putting in a lot of work. That's some fucking quality sexting. That's a lot of work going into that, by the way. And I know that might sound silly, but I want to be clear. They were told they were going to be paid for this. They were already being exploited because Caleb Maupin had put them in a position where they had no other choice, but they also were doing good work. This is high detailed, this is very attentive, this is incredibly detailed work. Unfortunately, I was wrong. The reason why he stopped speaking to me was apparently because another group member came forward with her own allegations against him, and he assumed that I was the one who had leaked it. Even though he'd already told other CPI members that I was a drug addict who couldn't participate in group events before this, after member 1 came forward, he began telling people I was dangerous and two-faced. A dangerous individual, so that no one would believe the allegations. Of course, from my perspective, I had done everything he'd asked me to do and kept our secret to protect myself. So when he ghosted me suddenly in the middle of January, I felt completely betrayed. Betrayed again. This is so disgusting. Here's the proof of this. She's rather two-faced. Member 2? Yes, member 2. We have flirt texted many times, always consensual. A lie. We know there is... Let me be 100% clear. One more time. Let me be 100% clear. That is not consensual. It is not consensual to exploit someone, to put someone in a position where they have no choice but to do sex work for you. That is not consent. Even if they say, yes, they don't have any other choice. That's not consensual. Isn't she a part of CPI now? As far as I know, she never told me there was any problem. I'm going to pretend this never happened and cut her off. Strange. We flirt texted on Wednesday and it was a lot more than verbal abuse. This is dumb shit. Nonetheless, I still publicly supported Caleb in CPI. To this day, I haven't said a single disparaging thing about Caleb in public. To the contrary, throughout these past few years, I often defended Caleb against online attacks on his character, even if they came from other principled communists. Oh, God. The last straw for me, what finally forced me to stop publicly aligning myself with Caleb once and for all, was his response to Yankee Tanky, aka Joey's video exposing another CPI member, Keaton's inappropriate behaviors within the group. Caleb sent me the link to that video after weeks of completely ignoring me, in the hopes that I would ask Joey to take the video down, since many of the allegations against Keaton included intimate details of my personal life. Holy shit! While I did agree with Caleb that Joey had no right to expose my own personal life like that without my own consent, he did keep me anonymous while discussing what happened. And I myself had complained to Caleb about many of Keaton's actions as they were happening while we were still living in the JBV house. But Caleb's response was always to dismiss my concerns or reassure me that he would talk to Keaton. That means Caleb was covering for Keaton. When I reminded Caleb about the truth of what Joey was saying and how I'd made these complaints to Caleb myself, he lashed out at me, accusing me of being obsessed with Keaton and demanding to know why I was so preoccupied with a former fling from last summer. This temper tantrum of his and the subsequent attacks on my character throughout that conversation was when I decided enough was enough. Clearly, my dedication to socialism and CPI throughout the years and loyalty to Caleb was no longer relevant. These incidents, as well as some conversations I had later with other former members of CPI, have me fully convinced that Caleb Maupin is not qualified to lead any political organization, period. If he could callously abuse, manipulate, disregard, and shun a determined group member and close friend after almost half a decade of loyal service, there's no telling what else he's capable of. So this last bit is an absolute fucking layer cake of exploitation. So Yankee Tanky, aka Joey, did a video which exposed portions of member 2's private life without consent. They never checked with the victim. That is fucking bad. Do not do that. But secondly, Caleb, after isolating member 2, leaving member 2, and also, despite promising, we have your back, we're gonna protect you and take care of you, Caleb isolated member 2 by lying about drugs while exploiting member 2 sexually, and then tried to pressure member 2 to go and get the video taken down that was exposing CPI's disgusting problem with rape and sexual abuse. That is unfucking believable. God. All right, so hold on, I'm gonna grab a real quick sip of my drink. Get into that, don't you worry. Don't you worry, Constance. We're going to get into Caleb Maupin's associates and the people who are currently covering for him as this goes on. I have a number of those currently up. I have to talk about that because there's a lot of people currently covering for Caleb Maupin. All right, everybody. So that is the end of member 2's statement. Now we are going to read the statement by member number 1, okay? So member number 2, to summarize just real quick so that we keep all of this orderly as best as possible. To summarize member number 2. Member number 2 joined the organization when they were just out of high school at age 19. They were immediately brought under Caleb Maupin's wing to a level of intimacy that I would say is quite concerning on its own, though not necessarily incriminating. They were taken out to dinner by themselves on a regular basis. They very soon were invited to move in with Caleb Maupin's organization, and then very shortly after, they began to be exploited for rent and other things. After Caleb Maupin directly caused member number 2 to lose their job. Caleb Maupin then pressured them into doing more work for the organization in order to maintain making rent, which was being paid to Caleb Maupin, just so that we are reminded. So Caleb Maupin lost them their income and then proceeded to continue to ask them for rent, forcing them ultimately to turn to sex work in order to make rent so they would have a place to live, so they could continue trying to make their way in life. Caleb Maupin employed religious and revolutionary promises and terminology in order to calm very, very real fears and to admonish this person for their best behavior, and then later, after forcing them into sex work, propositioned them to give them money for sex, fully knowing that he had been responsible for them losing their job and for forcing them out of their previous living situation. This is a disgustingly, scathingly detailed indictment of Caleb Maupin and all of his doings. That's the summary of member number 2. We are now going to read the statement of member number 1. All right, let us go. Section 2B, member 1 statement. As I originally intended to keep this information to myself for the rest of my life, I would like to ensure that my right to privacy is respected. Knowing Caleb's behavior towards the youth has only deteriorated over the years, I feel the need to share my story in order to provide insight into how these issues with Caleb have evolved over time. In September 2017, I was a 22-year-old woman who found out about SYNA, which is his other organization, Socialist Youth of North America, I think is what it's called. I may be getting the name slightly wrong. Thank you, Trans Replicant, I appreciate that. About SYNA through a mutual friend who was also engaged in political activism. My personal interest in foreign relations and history led me to join a group that prides itself on intellectual discourse and on educating ourselves and others about the human rights we all deserve. I felt so engaged that I even included SYNA on my resume, listing that I helped with organizing events related to labor history, workers' rights, and that some of our members did food drives and laundry drives. We all noticed that Caleb was an unofficial leader of the group. He was 29 at the time, had a consistent income, and was willing to spend his income on event space, whereas we were younger and without the ability to spend much of our incomes on event space and organizing. Caleb was SYNA's de facto leader, and all decisions would need his approval. Anyone who made their own decisions regarding activism without his knowledge or approval could face his judgment, criticism, and then gossip. Notice that? Notice how this works? that Caleb hides behind plausible deniability and uses hearsay and gossip to socially manipulate people out of the in-group, really messed up. When I got a new side job that involved teaching in 2018, Caleb began to mention his rough childhood to me more and more often. During one-on-one conversations, he would mention different stories, all tying back to these main points. He always found it hard to make friends, he was bullied badly, and he was physically abused growing up. Caleb spoke more often about being spanked at school, and then finally made it clear that he gets sexual gratification from being spanked now as an adult, and sees a dominatrix twice a month with his wife's permission. I thought it was kind of strange that Caleb was telling me all of this, but I figured he was trying to be friendly and jovial, the way some friends do talk about sex after all. Plus, he mentioned how much of a struggle it always was for him to make friends. It was weird to me because I thought our political professional friendship at SYNA was fine the way that it was. I kept defaulting to having empathy for his rough situation and his self-proclaimed social awkwardness. Another thing that Caleb mentioned to me at some point in 2018 was that he would ask women if they were ever spanked as a child, and he liked to talk to women about their experiences and share his own childhood spanking memories. Caleb told me he knows this is bad, but that he would take what they shared with him and masturbate about them being spanked. Not them being spanked as a child, but he would just masturbate to the whole idea of them expressing their feelings on being spanked and punished. I was really shocked and disgusted that he had told me this. There's a lot of layers going on here. Talking to somebody on its face about something that is sexually interesting to you is not in and of itself necessarily a bad thing. But if you continually push this stuff on other people, and also if you admit to intentionally going out of your way to force other people to unknowingly have conversations with you, which you later masturbate to, and you're telling somebody about this as well, that is a level of involving multiple people with your private affairs that is not acceptable. This is not healthy kink. This is not healthy BDSM. This is not consensual. You understand? Let's continue. I was still an active SYNA member attending and organizing events. I never knew how to ask him to stop bringing up his fetish without there being any consequences. There's another example. What we see now is that there's no actual way that Caleb made it clear from his behaviors that there would be repercussions if you asked him to stop doing things. Once again, that is not consensual. If you are consistently essentially holding someone hostage so that you can get off to telling them about things, so you can get off to directly using them as a sexual object, that's not okay. That's not consensual. Again, in and of itself, there's nothing wrong about talking to other people, other adults about sex, but you have to respect boundaries. And if you're regularly punishing and what's the word? Retaliating against people who tell you they don't want to talk about sex with you, you are violating their consent. Also, I wanted to maintain empathy for him constantly bashing himself for being so socially awkward. Additionally, everyone in SYNA who knew Caleb knows that he creates gossip between comrades and will privately tell one comrade a lot of nasty and untrue things about another. With the way he made this gossip and wanted everything centered around his input and approval, we hardly ever spoke to each other outside of Caleb's earshot. We certainly didn't dislike each other, but he would tell us generally unsavory things about each other that we would shrug off. This is another thing that cult abusers tend to do. They tend to instill distrust among the younger members of an organization so that the only people who are trustworthy is the leader. You understand how that works? It's a tactic. It's a tactic that works, unfortunately. It's a tactic that works because if you don't know who you can talk to safely, there's only one person you can talk to safely. For example, he would tell us that one Sina member is very spoiled and is supposedly a whiny baby that lives off of money from their parents. This was an 18 to 20-year-old member at the time. Then there were 2 other members where Caleb's negative gossip on them to me was asking me if I think that they're gay on multiple occasions. And Caleb would specifically point out things about what they do or what they wear that make them seem gay. Damn, you think Caleb Maupin has a problem with gay people? So these were not inherently bad traits at all about these people, but we just all had this mutual understanding that speaking to each other or doing things without Caleb is a waste of time, since he planted negative ideas about us at each other's heads, and we can't really make any group decisions without him. Anyways, because of the way the group was structured. So this contributed to my fear of ever telling him to knock off the sexual conversations and sexual oversharing. I didn't want to get kicked out or have any drama created about me to tarnish my image, the way I would see him constantly complain about other members to me. At that point, Caleb would say that I was very special and trustworthy and hardworking, and the other Sina members were supposedly not as hardworking or present as I was. Between February 19 and April 2019, Caleb began mentioning the idea of a social media coach. Caleb started to increase how often he would bring up the social media coach idea. He wanted to find a woman who would text him throughout the week to check in on him and make sure to shame and admonish him if he wasn't reaching his goals in growing his following online. Then the social media coach would meet up with him and spank his rear end at the end of the week, which he would pay for. I kept once again trying deflecting measures, like I would tell him to check out an app called Seeking Arrangements, where he can create a profile and find someone to charter up this sexual financial agreement with. I wasn't exactly uncomfortable at that point because I knew I could always reject any advance, but it was also honestly starting to get annoying, and if he wanted his fix so badly, he needed to go somewhere and find it and stop talking to me about it all the time. Considering the fact that I was a member of Sina and therefore first and foremost a comrade and activist, which is reasonable. Again, Caleb was simultaneously telling me I was such a kind and special friend and such a hardworking Sina member. I felt empathy for how he said he felt like an outcast and how, growing up, how I'm finally a great friend that he has that he trusts, and also how disappointed he is in the other Sina members compared to myself. I was worried if I clearly told him to stop talking about sexual fantasies and his need of prostitutes, I wouldn't be able to be in Sina anymore or having working friendship with him anymore. Something clicked in my head on April 17th, 2019, when he wrote in a message that he will get in touch with his old roommate about this social media coach idea. Here he is at the top of this text archive, talking about getting spanked. Right. And I know there are other things too, like financial domination and stuff, but yeah, I am not passionate about it. So in the end, I feel like I would be wasting their time and money, and I would go through a lot of effort for something that makes me feel gross, because I had imagined most clients are not young or attractive. So this is them very, very casually and very reasonably explicitly stating that this makes them feel gross. They don't want to talk about it, but he keeps talking about it. And clearly this is not the first time they've brought it up. My old roommate blank. She seemed interested in some of this. I'm going to casually bring up the social media discipline thing when I see her. Not directly ask her, just casually, and see how she reacts. Yeah, I guess nothing to lose. I can't do that for you, just so you know, only because you have mentioned it to me. Lol, I wasn't propositioning you, don't worry, we're comrades. I don't bring this stuff into politics. Well, we know that's a fucking lie. He said he would talk about this idea to the roommate and see if she's interested in being his social media coach. My response to that information was to take my chance and finally make it clear I will never be interested in engaging in acts of prostitution for Caleb. To me, I believe that he was hoping I would do exactly what he had hoped would happen with his old roommate. He was talking about this idea to me often. The way he said he would talk about it to the old roommate in the hopes that she responds to the idea in a positive way. This conversation on April 17th ended nicely with him apologizing and complimenting me, complimenting my contributions to Sina and how well I carry myself, heavily complimenting my personal financial career successes. Notice this? Any pushback is met both with secret retaliation and public love bombing. If you express any doubt, you get love bombed until you shut the hell up about it, and then you're slowly pushed out. So fucked up. As a side note, I was doing very well for myself in 2019. I had a great job, I had a vibrant social life and hobbies. I worked very hard at both my regular job and in Sina, and Caleb knew all of this and complimented me very often for it. This is important for me to mention due to the way that Caleb has chosen to slander my image reputation to other comrades. This conversation on April 17th was the first and final time I ever made it clear that I was uninterested in any prostitution and sexual involvement with Caleb. That's very clear. Our conversations between April 17 onward then did focus more on politics, but he would still mention his sexual things to me, like messaging me on April 22nd, only mere days later, that he is getting ready to go meet his dominatrix to get spanked. I ignored the comment and continued trying to keep our conversations intellectual, jovial, and respectful. Dude, take a hint. Around this time, there were offers to go on an all-expenses-paid trip to Venezuela to promote friendship between America and Venezuela and to protest against Juan Guaido's presidency, paid for by Venezuelan political groups. Though this sounded like an alluring offer since it was an all-expenses-paid trip, the relations between America and Venezuela were particularly tense in April and May, due to Juan Guaido's insertion as president of Venezuela. At that time, Venezuelan officials made threats to shut off power at the U.S. Embassy, and American officials began plans to pull diplomats out of Venezuela. I didn't see why I should be pressured to take this free trip to Venezuela to protest against Guaido, therefore protesting against America, and risk consequences during my time there or upon my return to America. This idea seemed very risky and out of touch for Caleb to be suggesting. Usually our activism was within New York City or America. We were the students and youth for a new America. And Caleb was usually the first person to speak up loudly about us making sure we behave cordial and safe outside and online. For example, making sure we never talk about guns or promoting violence, and just always making sure that we only promote safe and legal forms of freedom of speech. So this seemed very out of character that Caleb felt insistent that I needed to drop my work and take a trip to Venezuela to condemn America, and that I shouldn't care about any repercussions that could have on my return back to America. Caleb's insistence that I go to Venezuela to condemn America came to a head on May 1st of 2019, where at 1 a.m. he sent me a message asking me why I and other Sina members don't have as much drive as him. He explained that he is so accomplished and has done so many risky political acts throughout his life, and now he has a comfortable job, which is why he couldn't go to Venezuela, but it was really disappointing that none of us would go to Venezuela. In my head, this was such a joke. He stated he can't go to Venezuela because he currently has a comfortable job, and he wants us all to drop whatever we're doing and go there in such a tense political climate during May 2019. I told him that I had to wake up early in the morning for work and that he needs to leave me alone. So here's Caleb Maupin again. Write articles and travel the world and be a big communist revolutionary leader, and the whole world has done everything to block me from doing that. I sold my blood plasma. I got mistreated for years in WWP, and now I have a nice, comfortable job. I'm well known, comparatively speaking. I don't get it. Here, I'm practically begging people to do what I have fought to do my whole life. The door is wide open, and people don't want it. Why did I have to fight so hard to do what other people don't even care enough to do? My deepest apologies. I can't speak for others, and I've already explained I care about my personal safety. It's not an issue of apologizing. You didn't do anything wrong. You just aren't like me. I know I didn't do anything wrong. All right, then. Where are people like me? If anyone knows Caleb, you know that he is extremely persistent, pushy, and wants to isolate you, and he wants to take huge risks with your employment, family relationships to show your devotion and commitment to his group. This is another cult tactic. Okay, so let me explain something. Another commonly recognized tactic of cults is what are essentially tests. It's tests of faith is the way that they're usually referred to. Tests of loyalty is another term. It's literally, the idea is asking you to do something very risky, where if you don't do it, you prove yourself as unfaithful, and if you do it, well, it enriches the leader, it enriches the organization, and they get to go, well, look at that, you did what we told you to do. And of course, as you can see, there's a lot of pressure involved in this. It's literally testing people to find out which ones will go the furthest. Continue. He wants you to take huge risks with your employment and family relationships to show your devotion and commitment to his group, and that he sends text message essays about why you're wrong and bad. After 30 minutes after I told him to leave me alone and let me sleep, my phone started buzzing with his incoming texts, rapid fire. What ensued next was a 2-hour back and forth argument where he tried out every manipulation tactic to try to tell me why I'm wrong for not going to Venezuela, and adding in new argument components, such as accusing me of being the one who initiated the argument. He was clearly the one who initiated the argument, while I was the one asking him to stop and let me sleep for work. Claiming that I did this to feel superior to him because I supposedly thought he was a freak, because I'm a normie and I'm scared of the US Embassy in Venezuela closing, so I should never have gotten involved with Sina in the first place, which to me is an immediate red flag about his isolating behavior. He should not want his members to ever feel unsafe or unprotected, yet he keeps making people feel complimented for taking huge risks to their safety, employment, or family relationships. Doe says, yeah, this is such bullshit. The way he frames it about himself really shows how empty his politics are. If you gave half a shit about other people, the thought, why did I fight for the rights, protection, liberation of other people if you won't do this, would never cross your mind. Yeah, it's surprising, huh? Exactly. Here's some more texts. If you're scared of being put on a list, you really should stay the fuck away from me. It's pathetic, after all the time and money I've contributed to Sina, that this is what you chose to start your attack on me over. It was not an attack on you. You have lulled me into thinking you are someone I can whine to you about my problems with. You gained my trust. You got me to open up to you. Well, you included me in your problems, which I don't support, so I was opening up. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. I maintained my position during our entire argument. I wanted him to apologize for being disrespectful to me and for pressuring me to engage in a situation I felt unsafe about, that he himself was unwilling to do himself because of the comfortable job. The 2-hour conversation kept going. Also at that point, he owed me $157, which I had spotted him because he was always running out of money. I didn't want to get blocked by him before getting my $157 back. I also was nervous to silence or turn off my phone because of how dramatically he twists stories about people. I felt like I wanted this argument to remain between only Caleb and I that evening and to get resolved by us only, ideally, without him creating gossip and lies about me to other people over this. I was afraid if I truly did cut off our argument and go to sleep before getting him to stop on his own accord, I'd wake up in the morning to hundreds of messages or multiple people who had only heard Caleb's versions of events asking me why I was so horrible to Caleb, and a whole new messy issue of twisted gossip and drama. This is a cult! This is a fucking cult! There is no ifs, ands, or buts about this. Holy shit. Our argument goes in circles, with me resisting all of his manipulation attempts and him baiting me to try to criticize or call him names until 3 a.m. After this May 1st argument, I shared a PDF file of the screenshots between Caleb in the Sina Facebook message group chat. The PDF file contained the entire 2-hour text argument because I know Caleb creates drama and makes lies to suit himself, so I included the entire argument so no one could ever accuse me of posting anything out of context. At the time when I shared the PDF in the Sino chat, I told everyone this is how Caleb speaks to me personally, and I really don't like being treated this way. At the time, no one had my back, no one cared to reach out, and Caleb kicked me out of the chat group and told me that sharing screenshots of our personal conversation was wrong to do. And he once again accused me of luring him into trusting me and that I betrayed him by posting the PDF of the argument. Everyone in the chat was super confused about what the PDF even meant. They were right to be confused. It happened out of nowhere at 1 a.m. And even by showing all of the screenshots, it looked so weird why Caleb was doing this to me out of nowhere, being upset with me for not going to Venezuela in May 2019, when usually he had spoken very highly of me to some other members, and other members respected me as a Sina group member. It was uncharacteristic for Caleb to be so mad at me. So when I got no response from anyone in the Sina group chat, this is when I realized that everyone in the group is currently in denial and is also a victim themselves. Yikes. I was then removed from the Sina chats, and since Caleb was the ringleader of everything, it was impossible for me to ever be able to come to events or continue to help out like I used to. When I would get removed from chats, other members would try to add me back, but since Caleb was ignoring my presence, it felt useless or hopeless for me to go any further in Sina. I feel like on April 17th, when I shot down any notion of ever prostituting myself for Caleb, I think he tried to act nice and normal for a bit, and then on May 1, created a strange argument over false pretenses to try to rile me up and get me pushed out. That would match with member 2's story. Isn't that curious? Isn't that fucking curious? It turns out that after I got removed, he still made up lies to discredit me. Other Sina members were confused as to why I wasn't in the group anymore. I was helpful and respected, and everyone was happy to have my contributions and to have me as a member. Caleb created disparaging remarks that I couldn't be a part of Sina anymore and could no longer attend group Sina functions because I was supposedly an alcoholic all of a sudden. This parallels the situation I mentioned before, where Caleb would keep gossiping about if other Sina members were secretly gay based on what they wear or how another member is spoiled. This is also why I mentioned earlier in this statement that in 2019 I had a great job, and how in our final argument, Caleb was the one who had still owed me $157. So I found out in 2022 that Caleb told different Sina CPI members different slanderous versions about me. He told some people that I quit Sina because I was an alcoholic. He told other people I couldn't keep up with Sina obligations due to my alcoholism, but that I'm welcome to come back. Established Sina members knew this was weird but didn't question it. And new Sina members didn't know who I was and didn't question it. For the record, I have never had a drinking problem. When I was 23 in 2019, I had fun drinking socially with my friends. Caleb has an alcohol allergy and cannot drink any alcohol, and in addition to his gossipy, judgmental lifestyle, I think he has a bad perception on what is or isn't a normal amount of alcohol to consume. I have never been a daily drinker. In 2019, I would probably average about 4 to 5 alcoholic drinks on a Friday or Saturday night if I went out with friends, and only in a scene where drinking is socially acceptable, like a bar, restaurant, or music venue. Then about 2 to 3 drinks if I met a friend, such as Caleb, during the work week. I stick to the general one drink per hour rule, and in general, I intrinsically value sobriety and alcohol moderation. Me, my family, and my closest people who know me would not at all characterize me as having an issue with alcoholism, let alone an alcoholism issue that would lead me to abandon my political activism. I'm explaining this in such great detail because I and other Sina members 100% believe that this was a slanderous, libelous tactic to detract from the fact that I had turned down money for sex with Caleb Maupin. I think Caleb has devoted far too much time talking about his sexual life and gossiping about slandering comrades. To me, it's very concerning, and I was partly silent from 2019 until now because I was hoping that Caleb would just get the help he needs. I have never wanted to cancel Caleb or anyone. I always hoped Caleb would learn from his mistakes and improve himself without ever needing a public call out to stop him from hurting any more young people. Unfortunately, as much as I had hoped Caleb would improve, I realize he has only become much worse than he was to me in 2019. In March 2019, I noticed a newer member who was 19 years old began to get favored by Caleb, and something in my head started to feel worried that this innocent person might be getting asked questions about if they've ever been spanked. This member had vaguely mentioned stressful moments with their parents during group meetings, which scared me to wonder if this could have Caleb make that connection to his spanking domination fetish, or that they might potentially get taken advantage of sexually by Caleb. This member I am speaking of is member number 2. This member seemed so excited to be in Sina and to be Caleb's friend, and I really didn't know what to do. I was afraid of being accused of making false accusations or starting drama. If I were to preemptively warn this member before anything bad actually ever happened. I ended up never warning this member, never speaking to this member one-on-one, and it wasn't until 2022 that I found out the true extent of exploitation and prostitution that Caleb had put this young and innocent person through. Caleb ended up prostituting this person while they were homeless, and while Caleb told them repeatedly to not get a regular day job. Caleb told this person to not get a regular day job because that isn't what committed revolutionaries do. However, Caleb had no problem paying them for his sexual gratification. I live with that guilt. I can't believe I never warned that member back then when I had the chance in 2019. It would have seemed crazy if I had warned them. I urge all young members of CPI to question everything and everyone. Do your due diligence. Don't naively trust people just because they call themselves an activist or comrade. Guys, don't naively trust people just because they call themselves an activist or a comrade. This is why you have to be very careful around people who cloak themselves in revolutionary rhetoric, especially if they're also asking for something that benefits them from you. This is the same exact rule that you would apply to a manipulative and abusive religious group. If someone is asking you for something, you should think about what you are gonna get from it. You should think about why they are asking you for that thing, and never, whether it's patriotism, whether it's spiritualism, whether it's any of those things, never let those lofty words be the only reason you're doing something. Because chances are, if somebody has to tell you that the reason you need to go and make money for them by prostituting yourself is because of some lofty thing like the revolution, you're in a cult. Okay? And yes, it is impossible to ignore the fact that most tanky organizations, most of these Marxist-Leninist, highly centralized organizations do this exact same thing and also deal with the exact same problems. There's a number of other organizations that have unfolded exactly like Caleb Maupin and his bullshit organizations. After all, it seems very likely that Caleb Maupin, in fact, I believe he's mentioned this. I'm not 100% sure on that citation, so don't hold me to that one. But it is very obvious, at least in the structure, that Caleb Maupin took inspiration from other groups, like Bob Avakian's Revolutionary Communists. VM Draco, why MLs? Is this a common occurrence with these ideologies? Yes, it is. And the reason for that is because Marxism-Leninism professes a highly authoritarian, highly centralized type of communism. A communism that requires you to give yourself up for the good of the party. A big part of Marxist-Leninist belief is the belief in a vanguard party that must be in lockstep. They call it holding the party line or towing the party line. And what that means is that when the decision is made, everybody has to stand together or you're out. And that is a structure that is built, absolutely built for exploitation. Keep in mind that Marxism-Leninism is the name for the ideology that Stalin created, okay? Stalin was the one who created. Stalinism is the same thing as Marxism-Leninism. Now, there have been off branches from that, but it was Stalin that put together the foundational pieces of Marxism-Leninism. That's why it's called Marxism-Leninism, because he mixed Marx and Lenin together and picked and chose to make an ideology that would benefit a cult of personality around a single dictator. Why were leftists soft on MLs? They weren't. Let me explain real quick. The reason why a lot of people, including myself, when I first came into leftist spaces, were a little bit more forgiving and open to Marxist-Leninists is because there's two reasons for this. One, because globally, a lot of communists globally come from Marxist-Leninist roots. That doesn't mean that they're bad people. That doesn't mean that they have bad ideas. It's just that because of the way history unfolded, they came from a country where Marxism-Leninism was the primary form of communism. So a lot of leftists don't want to shit on an ideology that lots and lots of very good people believe in, okay? And secondly, the other reason is out of genuine good faith. If you have not engaged with lots of Marxist-Leninists, they will act as though they're your biggest friend until you cross their party line, and then they throw you out, and then they mob you. You guys, we've seen this. You guys can go see how people like Merrick DeVille, and others have been treated for disagreeing with Marxist-Leninists. There's so many. You could even go look at the history. I mean, Keffels now is dealing with a lot more, but Keffels, in her past, dealt with a lot of bullshit from Marxist-Leninists. There's a lot of people, these organizations, not every organization, but a lot of them are very culty. They're almost religious. And that is also a part of Marxism-Leninism. Marxism-Leninism teaches a certain type of adherence to political dogma. There are certain rules that you don't break. There are certain things that you do not doubt. You do not doubt communism. You do not doubt communist countries. You must stand up to Western imperialism at all costs. So Marxism-Leninism is odd in that it takes on religious aspects, a lot of religious aspects. And that was deliberate, by the way, because keep in mind that part of what Stalin did was attempting to push people out of Christianity and into his cult of personality. Transreplicant says, could you explain Marxism-Leninism for the theory virgins? Marxism-Leninism is Marxism-Leninism is a collection of ideologies, but specifically it is a sort of catch-all ideology for a number of different sub-ideologies, which push for a dictatorship of the proletariat. They push for a centralized form, a highly authoritarian centralized form of government that is designed to destroy reactionary forces, aka destroy anti-communist forces, that is supposed to be centralized in order to maintain internal purity. You're starting to maybe get the idea. It pushes for the idea that essentially the dictatorship of the proletariat, which is run by the Vanguard Party, the Vanguard Party being a small group of highly devoted communists, usually led by a central leader. Those groups represent the dictatorship of the proletariat. They are supposed to go, take over, rule a country, build the productive forces of a country, aka industrialize and make a lot of money, and then that they are supposed to push that society into the higher stage of communism. As we know, no one has reached the higher stage of communism, and basically every single Marxist-Leninist country in the world has ended up falling into some form of state capitalism. But yeah. So that's a quick that is a quick summary of Marxism-Leninism. Okay? Keep in mind that Caleb Maupin, like I actually have the clip right here. You guys want to see this? Like this is the type of stuff that Marxism-Leninism promotes. Here we go. Let me just show you this real quick. Here, let's take a quick look. This is a Caleb Maupin clip.
Communist candidate in this latest election, Pavel Grudinin, he himself is a billionaire. And I've heard many people say, oh, you can't be a socialist or a communist if you're a billionaire. That doesn't make any sense. Well, let's get facts straight here. Socialism and communism is not about poverty. It's not about wanting people to be poor so it's more fair or something about that. Socialism and communism are about organizing the economy so that it works for the benefit of the people. Right now we have an economy in the Western countries that is completely controlled by profits and markets. It's all about making money, and in the process, people get left behind. Our streets are falling apart. Our bridges are not secure. Water isn't being purified. And at the same time, technology is advancing, and instead of making a more prosperous life, it's eliminating jobs, and it's making people poorer. As society and technology advances, people are getting poorer. That's the problem with capitalism and socialism and communism. The idea behind it is that we should control the economy, that the that banks, factories, and industries, the major means of production, should operate for the purpose of making society better. We should have a controlled economy so that we can secure people's lives.
He's outlining some of the tenets here. A controlled economy. What he means when he says controlled economy is that there is a vanguard party, essentially an elite, a communist elite, and that communist elite is supposed to control the entire economy to drive you forward into communism. But if that sounds a little bit like capitalism, that's because that's what it is. When you have a communism that results in that unfolds in the world as exactly like capitalism, except the people on top say that they're communists, that's just capitalism. So, yes, but as you can see, the famous clip of Caleb Maupin defending communist billionaires, quote unquote. Does anyone think Caleb Maupin knows what a mode of production is? I don't think he cares. I think he cares about getting spanked. There you go. All right, let's go. All right, we've had our little break. Actually, since we've taken a quick breather, since we've taken a little bit of a breather, if you're here, we've been going for a long time. If you're here and you're enjoying the show, please consider throwing a few bucks my way. Consider pressing like and subscribe on the YouTube video. We would love to have you as a member of the imp community. No lofty bullshit about saving the world or anything like that. If you subscribe to me, you just get to see me make more awesome shows. You get to have fun with me. You get to laugh with me and learn with me, and that's about it. So that's kind of fun. So please do that. It really helps. This show is 100% viewer supported. If you like my show, support me. Thank you. All right, everybody, let us resume. Now that I've done the necessary YouTube stuff. Gayfesh says, you know what's the funniest shit about Red Square is? Literally directly across from the Kremlin is a shopping mall, but that fits, right? Because, I mean, Russia isn't and wasn't communist. Russia was a highly centralized, highly industrialized state capitalist society functionally, which was centered around an individual leader, and it crumbled after that leader died and fell apart and just collapsed into the most crony capitalist country on the planet. Country that's completely run by a tightly knit cabal of literal former KGB members. The nightmare that all of the Trump people talk about, that is definitely it is unbelievable the degree to which the projection from Trump people when talking about Russia, when Russia is Vladimir Putin and all of Vladimir Putin's friends, and Vladimir Putin awarded all of his friends with all of the major industrial contracts when he took over, and now he's the president for life, and he continues to reward his friends by giving them control over all of the major industries. It's like one of the most corrupt countries on earth. An actual deep state where the current president for life is a former KGB member who believes in raw imperialism. Yeah. Good night, Lucy. All right. All right. Kleptocracy, oligarchy. Yeah, there's a lot of ways you could describe it. All right, everybody, let's get back to the text. Now that we've taken a little break, a little breather, let's get back to the text, okay? We are finishing this portion. Don't naively trust people just because they call themselves an activist or comrade. Do not be afraid to question Caleb's credentials. Does Caleb have experience in accounting, nonprofit accounting, or positive youth development? Caleb keeps working around young people. Has he taken precautions to create strict boundaries with minors and young adults? Has he been formally trained in how to work with high school or college freshman age students? Does Caleb even see the value in taking a step back from CPI in order to learn more about how to teach youth appropriately and work on himself? This is an opportunity for people to prove that if they are a true comrade or not. I was forced out of Sina because I did not want to be Caleb's prostitute. I have provided the background and details, and I have allowed Sina members to hold my phone and look through my messages with Caleb. Will you take the side of the predators who wish to silence me, who continue to further break the law by creating libel and slander about me, who wish to intimidate victims into silence, or will you actually be a comrade and support injustice everywhere, even if it gives you cognitive dissonance? I think they meant and fight injustice everywhere, not support injustice everywhere, though that's an odd, slick slip of the tongue. President Parakeet says, you're 100% correct on the dogmatic religious aspects of Marxism-Leninism. You see this in the way they speak of Marx and other theorists. They're treated almost as prophets, and their texts are supposedly infallible, not as human beings who had a great many insights, but who could have made miscalculations. You also see this in the imagery of both historical ML states and current MLs online. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. All right, let's continue. So now we enter section 3, Caleb Maupin's generally abusive and exploitative behavior. 3A, Keaton Manfield's statement. On July 16th, 2021, when I was 18 years old, I left rural Illinois for NYC after a phone call from Caleb Maupin asking me to become a full-time canvasser for the Center for Political Innovation under the outreach organization called the John Brown Volunteers. I arrived in New York City that night at a hotel room in Jersey City with one bed where Joey, aka Yankee Tanky, had lived for several days before. Joey and I quickly got to know each other, both having to live in such a small space and travel into Manhattan daily. Holy shit, they were living in a place with one bed? Dude. In the coming months, Caleb and I would get to know each other on a very personal level. Caleb would mention wanting to leave his wife and how miserable it was back in his hometown in Ohio. Looking back, many if not most of the things Caleb expressed to me in private were designed to suddenly pit Joey and I against each other, culminating with the bestowing of the Akik ring immediately before going to Texas in December. Caleb wanted us both vying for his favor at the expense of respecting one another. Caleb saw the Akik ring in Iran. He wears one all the time because it is a symbol of power. After promising Joey and I we would both receive one, instead he gave one only to me in New York City before I left for Texas. At the time, he told me it was a status symbol, that only his most trusted inner circle could wear a ring like his. Therefore, people will notice we were all wearing the same ring everywhere, and when I got back to home to Jersey City, it was awkward when Joey noticed it, and I didn't have an explanation for why I got one and he didn't. I eventually stopped wearing it because I felt disgusted with everything this represented. A manipulation tactic Caleb used to make each of us think we were individually special to him and that he trusted each of us the most. Caleb also gave one to another member who I was very close to, Lily. This trick of playing members off each other was not limited to Joey and me. Lily also has experience and admitted to this being a reality. Now, real quick, I believe I have this here. Hold on one second. Let me bring this up. I believe I can corroborate this with photographic evidence. Let me just make sure I've got it still here. I didn't realize. Yes, here we go. This is the one. So this was posted by Keaton Mansfield. The ring of loyalty to Maupin given to me in December before going to Texas, now worn by the one and only CPI exec still loyal to Maupin. That is the ring right there. This is Keaton Mansfield's, I believe this is his former, I don't know if he's still on Twitter right now, and this is a picture of him talking about the ring and with a picture of it at their last convention. So just so that you're aware, the ring is not made up. This is a real thing. A literal loyalty ring, as if this couldn't get any more culty. Okay? Holy shit. This trick of playing members off each other was not limited to Joey and me. Lily has also experienced and admitted to this being a reality. When Caleb, Lily, and I were in Nicaragua for their November 2021 elections, Caleb would constantly complain to me about Lily's immaturity and stress how glad he was that his right-hand guy, referring to me, did not act like Lily. When I arrived in New York City, I drove my Buick from Illinois to Jersey City to become a full-time volunteer for CPI. Very much unfamiliar with daily life in cities the size of Jersey and New York, I put my car in the parking garage several blocks from our motel. Several months later, when Caleb wanted us to head south and connect with San Angelo Solidarity, a separate group allied with CPI, he became very angry with me when my car wouldn't start because it had sat idle from July until the end of November. Fortunately for Caleb, my mother was willing to co-sign on a dealer loan for another car, with the understanding that if this car was being used to transport members from New York City to Texas, Maupin would make the car insurance payments every month. Caleb readily agreed to this, excited to send us to San Angelo. However, since December, not a single dime has gone to uphold Caleb's agreement to make payments on the car that was being used solely for his organization. Holy fucking shit. Also, thank you very much, Socialist Potato. Thank you very much. Around the time of New Year's 2022, Caleb sent me a screenshot of an argument he was having with his wife. In it, you can see him mention he plans to make enough money off of CPI that he can quit his job at Russia Today. He also blatantly says that he will live in a compound in the woods where he would live with the kids. Holy shit. That's not how adults act. That's why I am moving up in the world and you aren't. You don't know or have social skills. You are the one. I am asserting myself like an adult and I might get my bonus. Dream. Eventually, I'm going to make enough money with CPI that I will quit RT and then I will leave you also. I'm going to set up a big compound in the woods where I live with all the kids and a studio to broadcast my show all over the internet. You are crazy. And then his wife sends this cray cray emoji, which is the most boomer thing I've ever seen. I don't know how fucked up you have to be to say, I'm gonna set up a big compound where I live with all the kids. Guys, honestly, you know what that sounds like? Does that not sound like what like a evil gnome would say in like a German fairy tale? Come out to my compound in the middle of the woods. Come, I live in a compound in the woods with the children. Come, children. It's literally like I don't know. Like how much more mask off can you go? Follow the trail of mushroom tops and breadcrumbs, and you'll find the Gnome's Grove, where Caleb Maupin will talk to you about spanking. After driving this car from New York to Texas, Texas to Chicago, Chicago to Kansas, and countless trips from the retreat center to the airport an hour away, the car gave out. I feel I was being tasked to drive for CPI to ensure I was not present at any facilitator meetings, despite the fact that only a few months before that, Caleb was praising me as CPI's most important asset. On the last day of the retreat, as everyone was preparing to go home, the transmission gave out, leaving me stranded in Kansas. After telling Caleb my car, which I'd then put 40,000 miles on in 6 months specifically for CPI work, had broken down, his immediate concern was having drivers to make airport trips. About a week and a half before the Kansas retreat, Caleb called me about an idea to get another young member named James, we're not using his real name because we were unsure if we could talk to him, to go immediately from the Kansas retreat to Chicago after it ended in June, and to stay there even after the Chicago CPI conference on August 6th was over. James was 18 years old, had just graduated high school, and was about to begin college on the East Coast. Caleb planned for us to get him to stay in Chicago full-time by acting as if he thought he would join us, so when we saw him in person, he would repeatedly say we were excited for him to come to Chicago and work with us, despite the reality being that we knew he hadn't planned on staying at all. On the phone call where Caleb laid out his plan, he instructed me to say things I knew were false, to pressure James, and to keep him in an awkward position to keep saying that he actually couldn't go to Chicago with CPI. The idea was to get him to break down, change his mind, and finally go with Caleb. Holy fuck. Caleb wanted to eventually make it so awkward that James would convince himself he needs to do this to have a political future. Caleb ultimately wanted him to give up his old life, move to Chicago, forego college, drop his plans, and just commit to CPI full times. James's father is an arms inspector for a major global organization, and Caleb strategically felt he could protect himself from government pressure by having the son of an arms inspector on his side. This fits Caleb's pattern of attempting to split young people from their families, take advantage of them to more easily manipulate them, and then condition them for his cult. He was even nervous about me going back home to Illinois to see my parents one weekend while I was still living in Jersey City. He kept begging me not to leave him in CPI while I was gone, saying, make sure you come back. Caleb also spoke to me about what he was doing sexually with Member 2. He would make inappropriate comments about him to me. And in December 2021, he admitted to me that he hired Member 2 as a sex worker / professional dom. He also made some very lewd comments about Member 2 to me, including through text. After the retreat, Caleb asked me to sign a non-disclosure agreement. He didn't specify exactly what it was about, but he did give hints. Caleb said he would give me the rest of the money he owed me for allowing CPI to use my vehicle if I signed it, which he owed me prior to the creation of an NDA. Over text, I asked Caleb if I could read over the NDA and take some time to make the decision. Caleb took this to mean I am playing hardball and that he could do that too. I restated the money he owed me was accrued before the idea of an NDA was ever created. Caleb's lack of concern for the well-being of any member save himself is in stark contrast to the political line he claims to believe in. Yeah, remember, this guy's a communist. Yeah, he's definitely a super communist. The conduct of Caleb Maupin and CPI is the leading reason I've come to realize I no longer identify with communist political circles. Bro, I mean, I get it though. I fucking get it. I can imagine being burnt out on that if you had to deal with that as well. Section 3B, Joey Shant, aka Yankee Tanky statement. Back in June 2021, when I was 27 years old, I went to the Saxton Lectures in Pennsylvania specifically to network with folks and to join the CPI. I was strongly inspired by the words of Caleb Maupin and motivated to get out of the movement and into the masses. There I discovered Caleb was putting together an outreach team in New York City, and he invited anyone to talk to him who were interested in joining. I talked to Caleb and he told me to come out to NYC and he would have a place for me. I went to New York City only to discover that he didn't have a place and that I would have to go to a hotel. Caleb told me he didn't want to pay for a hotel room for just me. At this point, I sold a majority of my possessions and used that money to pay for hotel rooms. After the end of the week, I was almost out of money, so I was forced to sell my car to pay for the hotel room in Jersey City. I used that money to pay for a room. At the end of the week, Keaton Mansfield came to Jersey City, which Caleb felt was worth paying for a hotel room for both of us. During our time at the motel room, I used my food stamps to pay for food for me and Keaton. I got about $250 a month to pay for our food. Later, another individual joined us, and my food stamps had to pay for that person as well. Caleb often told us we had to struggle to achieve socialism. In hindsight, I see this was Caleb's attempt to manipulate us into not asking him for money. I am diabetic, and I also have MRSA, which never goes away. So my bad diet connected to our limited budget ultimately led me to my sugar spiking, which fed the MRSA and caused a MRSA infection in which I had to go to the hospital for. The day I went to the hospital, the John Brown volunteers were at a political rally in Times Square. Caleb asked if I could come join my comrades at the rally as soon as I left the hospital, even though I should have been resting and recovering from a MRSA infection. Oh my God. Caleb promised to take care of our food, our housing, and any other material needs that we had. Alas, Caleb failed to provide even the most basic resources to help us survive and insisted we use our canvassing contributions to cover everything. However, canvassing is very slow and tedious work, and it never brought in enough income to sustain us all. I often had to dig through the garbage put out by grocery stores just so that we could all eat. My comrades would even live on less because, according to Caleb, this is what revolutionaries had to do to survive. We would ignore these problems or sometimes have fights with each other. Member 3 would often get in conflicts with me and Keaton about how Caleb should be helping us more, and we would defend Caleb and his treatment of us. We would say to Member 3 that we had to tolerate the mistreatment because it was for the good of the organization. Cult! That is cult! Lay down yourself for the good of the organization. Lay down yourself for the good of the state. Lay down yourself for the good of Caleb Maupin. Cult. Eventually, member 3 gave up on arguing against our mistreatment and began working as an escort to help us cover our expenses. I was still using my food stamps to keep us fed, but their additional income took care of everything else that our feeble canvassing earnings couldn't cover. Later, when we went to Texas, I came up with the idea of the branch of the CPI called Bridges to Labor, with the goal of building socialist reading groups within workplaces. Upon Caleb learning of this project, he would have private conversations with Keaton, telling him I was trying to steal his spotlight, that I was jealous of Keaton as a way to manipulate Keaton to be against me. I never had any desire to steal Keaton Mansfield's spotlight. Instead, I just wanted to expand the reach of CPI into workplaces, which I viewed as part of the goals of the CPI in the first place. After an argument with Keaton that got me kicked out of the John Brown Volunteers, Caleb offered to pay for a ticket home back to Pennsylvania. He never offered to pay me back for my possessions I sold, including my car. He never offered to provide me any type of housing until I could get myself on my feet. He simply abandoned me with $200, either to be homeless in Texas or to go back to Pennsylvania. I tried to live out in Texas, and I soon realized I couldn't make enough money to get out of the hotel I was staying at, and I would soon be homeless. So I was forced to head back to Pennsylvania. Ultimately, since getting kicked out of the organization, I have been living in an abandoned house to survive, forced into e-begging on the internet to sustain myself while in between jobs. This has affected my public image and thus affected my ability to even make content and organize in the future. Because of these events and the experience of others explained through their testimony, it seems to me that Caleb doesn't actually want to build a think tank, but instead build an organization of yes men willing to do whatever Caleb wants. To maintain that pool of yes men, he will weed out the people who don't follow his orders by manipulating members against each other. Further, Caleb has broken his promises to take care of those who join his organization. I am incredibly disappointed because, quite frankly, Caleb is the whole reason I'm a communist. It pains me to admit that the man I was willing to follow to the end of the earth has mistreated me and many other comrades. Caleb had duped me, he has duped many, he is an endangerment to many within these circles. I am disappointed on who Caleb has revealed himself to be, not a revolutionary, but a grifter trying to build a cult. Still quite a lot more to go. I think most of these are corroborating statements. Yeah, these are mostly corroborating statements. Okay. Let us continue, though. There's 3C. We're going to read 3C next, okay? Sorry, I just need to catch a breath for a second. This is a lot of reading. I genuinely I did not expect this to be... I mean, I knew there was a lot. I didn't know it was going to be this much reading. My voice is just getting a little tired. That's okay. Let's continue. I first formally met Caleb Maupin in Philadelphia in July of 2016 during the Democratic National Convention. I was protesting and running events with the World Can't Wait at the time. I was 18 years old and had enrolled to begin college in Manhattan just a month later. Oh yeah, by the way, have you noticed that nearly every member started to be targeted by Caleb Maupin, like went right out of college or right out of high school? Like literally 18 or 19 every single time. Unbelievable. Basically everyone except Yankee Tanky. Yeah, Yankee Tanky, exactly. Yankee Tanky is the only one who wasn't targeted at a young age. Remy Starlight says, I feel like we need to teach kids, teens how to recognize these patterns of behavior. That's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do. I mean, I don't have that big of a reach, but yeah. I hope that people learn from this. Caleb said he wanted to speak with me once I moved to Manhattan. He had an idea for a new political project. This is how our relationship began and the seeds were planted. Throughout the earlier years of our relationship, he acted as a guide and provided me with direction and opportunities. It wasn't until later that I realized this was largely to help his own image and not out of any genuine spark he saw in me. When I first moved to Manhattan, I hardly knew anybody. Caleb had my undivided attention and confided in me multiple times that I was one of the few people who understood him. He saw such potential in me, etc. Every person. Every single person. He does this to every single person. You're so special. You're such a unique person. This is again, another cult tactic. One of the things most common with cults is the idea the leader will try and make every single person feel like they are the most special person ever. Because if you believe that the leader sees true potential in you, you're more likely to do things. It's not, obviously, it is possible for someone to see a true potential in you. It is possible for someone to be genuinely supportive in that way. But when someone says that to everyone, Nizzy says, you mean to tell me that people who subscribe to communist ideologies that rely on great man theory are susceptible to being manipulated by charismatic preacher types with delusions of grandeur who see themselves as the next Mao or Lenin? Yup. Fast forward to 2020, our relationship took a turn for the worst. When I was forced to move back to PA because of the economic situation brought on by the pandemic, Caleb repeatedly expressed his opposition to me remaining with my family for an extended period of time. I thought this was weird, but I didn't think much of it since the plan wasn't for me to remain in PA for too long. Of course, the pandemic and the lockdowns lasted longer than we originally thought. Throughout 2020 and 2021, Caleb repeatedly tried to convince me to drop everything and move back to New York City and New Jersey. He was insistent that my continuing to have a relationship with my family and childhood friends was the root cause of all issues in my life. Huh, I wonder what that sounds like. Doesn't that sound like exactly what you would do if you were trying to isolate someone socially? Textbook. He said I would never get anywhere or get a career like this if I didn't shun them and have minimal contact with any of these people I held close to my heart. His efforts to get me to isolate myself from my family and friends would intensify when I would come to him when I was experiencing pits in my mental health and was more vulnerable. There were times when I was crying to him about how unhappy I was generally in life, not even bringing up my family, and his advice was to move into some hotel in New Jersey with other people I hardly knew in the next few days. He wanted me to disappear in the eyes of my family and friends and job to join the John Brown volunteers. It was at this point that I realized that this was also a point that he would bring up any time I went home for holidays or long weekends, whenever I was outside of his sphere of influence or control. Whenever I would express that there were people in my life that I didn't intend to drop, he would be visibly upset with this and continue to urge me to do so. I thought this was bizarre, but I figured it was just a friend being overzealous and trying to convince me to do things they were convinced would make me happier. In July of 2021, I helped put together the CPI conference in Saxton, PA. I drove from my location in PA to pick Caleb up in New York, then drove to Saxton, back to New York City, and back to my location in PA in order to check out the venue Caleb selected. This day was 12 hours of driving on my part with zero compensation besides gas itself, despite my suggestions to make the trip easier on me. Once I got to the conference site a day or two early to set up and train to be a moderator, I realized again how nefarious a lot of the tactics and methods Caleb were pushing were. Each of us were given a few attendees to, quote-unquote, look after. We were instructed to practice, quote-unquote, deep listening and to never break eye contact with the people we were speaking with, a sort of weird psychologically intimidating practice. Everything at this conference was orchestrated to the last detail by Caleb. People's reactions to the lines of his speeches, attendees in the inner circle had certain lines to rehearse and perfect to Caleb's liking, and conversations were simulated in order to elicit certain responses. Wait a minute, this is just the rehearsal. This is just Nathan Fielder's The Rehearsal. Am I wrong? Simulated conversations in order to guarantee to elicit certain responses? What the fuck? A few months later, Caleb invited me along on a CPI delegation to Nicaragua, along with himself and 2 other CPI members. The trip would be around a week long. At first, I was interested and excited about the prospect of going to Nicaragua, but I soon found out that it would be logistically impossible. I was paying Housing costs, I had a full-time job, bills, a car payment. I couldn't shell out extra hundreds of dollars for a specialty COVID test, extra cost associated with the trip, etc. At the time, I didn't have any paid time off, so all the time off from the trip would also be unpaid. I especially couldn't afford to be stranded in Nicaragua or Mexico, like many other delegations, because of a specific COVID restriction wasn't met. Caleb did not understand this and argued with me about it for days. It was at this point that I believe he realized he didn't have any control over me or practical influence, not like when I was 18, 19, or even 20. My main concern with the trip turned out to be well placed because his delegation got stranded in Mexico for an extra couple of days because of specific COVID test result specifications. The trip I already couldn't afford would have been a financial disaster for me. Much to my surprise, Caleb demanded I send him $500 while they were in Nicaragua for the flight I didn't take and for refusing to go to Nicaragua. Caleb explained that they had raised the money for my ticket. I wondered why he felt entitled to $500 that didn't end up coming out of his pocket. When I was offered a trip to Venezuela through my own contacts shortly thereafter, I took it. The expenses were covered and COVID tests didn't pose a problem because of different restrictions. About a month after I got back, having not heard from Caleb or CPI, I reached out to Caleb as to why this was. Caleb was furious with me. He called my trip to Venezuela a big FU to him and was livid that I didn't notify or consult him. He said I didn't belong in group settings and didn't understand what being in an organization entails. He also suggested that maybe you should ask yourself why you had a total of 3 friends in your entire post-secondary educational experience. We eventually agreed to stop arguing and came to a rough understanding, but it was clear our relationship was on a greater decline than before. This discussion with him was in December 2021. This is the last time we had a substantive conversation besides small talk. I hadn't thought much of my experiences with Caleb and CPI until I reached out to other people who had also left the group in the past few months. When I found out that some of the exact same lines that Caleb heaped upon me had also been said to other CPI members, the dots started to connect. All the people who Caleb approached share a couple of things in common. They feel lost. They have little sense of belonging to a supportive community. They have problems with family and friends. They are disillusioned. They have little to no direction. They have low self-esteem. They are longing for a purpose, and they want to change the world for the better. They are almost always younger, between the ages of 16 and 20, have little experience in the political realm, and crave guidance. These traits also make somebody the perfect candidate for grooming and or cult manipulation. Caleb's obsession with public speaking's power of persuasion, as well as his obsession with manipulative psychology, makes a lot more sense with the knowledge I now have. Caleb made me feel like his star pupil or something to that effect when I was manipulatable and also providing large amounts of exposure and clout for himself and his organization, also himself. Once I made it clear I was not just a manipulatable pawn of his, I was dropped gradually from his interest. I believe that he has a vision for CPI to be a loose cult around himself. All the reading material is written by him and is always on sale at every event. He would constantly complain that he is not recognized by the world enough, that he should be a communist rock star. I believe that there are people currently in CPI who are in the same position I was when I was 18 or 19. I hope they are able to understand the danger of the situation before they too outlive their usefulness to Caleb. This is not about politics. I hope all the people who feel let down by these revelations about Caleb and CPI do not lose interest. There is a place for non-identity politics-centered populist organizing. But not from within a cult or in pursuit of further inflating of a sociopathic demagogue's ego. "3D. Yeah, this is my Mountain Dew. It's right here. I've been drinking it. I've been sipping on it this whole time. It's pretty bland. I'm not a big fan of it, honestly. But I'm drinking it because I need to stop. 3D. Madeline's statement. I became involved with Caleb Maupin's think tank, CPI, in December of 2021 when I was 23. Since my involvement, there have been a few incidents which have alarmed me regarding Maupin's direction of CPI and the treatment of his members. I will be focusing on one personal conversation as well as a general overview of his recent political retreat in June. A conversation that struck me as strange in March 2022 seems to have deeper significance given the information brought to light by other members. Caleb told me a story of President LBJ spanking students he was teaching while in Texas in the 1920s. I thought this was odd, as the story didn't really have much bearing on our conversation, and I wasn't sure how to respond to it. It felt out of place. I said I think spanking children is an immoral thing to do. It is my feeling that Caleb purposefully brought up the story in order to test the waters on my reaction to corporal punishment or spanking, or to encourage me to discuss my own experience if I had any. This lines up with the information brought up by member number 1. Given the fact that he is admitted to subtly hinting at his sexual fetish or outright asking women their thoughts on it, it seems to me this was his way of testing my reaction. While my particular experience here is relatively benign, it seems to fit a pattern of Caleb bringing up the topic of spanking with people who are unaware of his sexual proclivities related to spanking. If I had not made it clear I was against that sort of punishment, Caleb may have used that conversation to later open up about his fetish as he has with others. My second concern is the fact that Caleb has made it clear he has intentions to direct his members in a cultish manner. Many people know that he enjoys reading about cults and will even discuss the history of cults over live streams, etc. However, observing his direction of CPI has made it obvious he wants to implement some of the tactics he has read about. I was selected as a facilitator for his June CPI retreat and noticed multiple instances of these bizarre tactics at the facilitator training. First, an exercise of deep listening was conducted in which facilitators were instructed to maintain continuous, unbroken eye contact with the attendee, show engaged body language, and ultimately memorize the conversation in order to make the attendee feel closely bonded to the facilitator. There was then a compliment giving receiving exercise done in order to rehearse interacting with guests. What the hell? Caleb also requested that retreat facilitators approach attendees in the morning and ask them about their dreams the night before. The content of the retreat was going to affect people not only on a conscious level, but on a subconscious level, and Caleb wanted to learn about the psychological effects of his political retreat on the attendees. He also explained that attendees should be separated from those with whom they arrived with in order for them to make friends with others. Bruh. Thirdly, facilitators were made to practice group chanting during the facilitator training. This included multiple minutes of chanting different political slogans and phrases. Maupin explicitly said this activity was meant to break the taboo around group chanting. Group chanting was used often throughout the entire retreat, usually with some sort of cue that prompted them to begin the chant. Okay, hold on. We're gonna take a really quick break. Just 1 second. We're gonna take a real quick break so that we can revisit something from earlier. Okay, everybody?
Bazinga!
Lastly, Caleb had facilitators repeatedly rehearse his big entrance. This consisted of prolonged clapping when he entered the room, him giving out handshakes and hugs, and extended chanting. Caleb told us he wanted to jolt people upon his arrival to the retreat building. This rehearsal was repeated 3 times. While these activities may come across as strange or awkward, it's concerning that they show the beginning of Caleb's implementation of manipulation tactics. It's one thing to want to foster an uplifting, positive environment. It's another thing to use cult tactics and mechanically rehearse certain behavioral cues in order to manipulate people. I have met a number of excellent, genuine individuals through my work with CPI who I am so glad to call my friends. It saddens me to see these people be unknowingly used for Caleb's own personal gain, rather than have their talents as political activists be used for authentic anti-imperialist purposes. All of us were brought together because of an interest in building a strong and compassionate political community. The ambitions of one self-interested person should not supersede the political goals of all of us. So after this, we have corroboration from other members. Nick, aka Flame of Liberation, makes a statement in support. I'm writing this to establish how far back I and Caleb go in political organizing. I'm going to skim through this. We're not going to read this whole one because this is just corroboration. I considered Caleb Maupin to be a close comrade since 2014. I was 19 years old at the time. There we go again. Past 8 years, I consistently defended him and promoted him. Me, member 1, member 2, DL, and Caleb gave out information about the truth about Venezuela at that time. So this is somebody who's deeply involved. With regards to member 2, they first got involved in the fall of 2018. Member 2 gave a very good class on the history of U.S. imperialism and was very active. In 2021, member 2 was active with the newly formed John Brown Volunteers, which is a full-time outreach. Member 2, along with Joey and Keaton, would do consistent outreach. Half the money would go to the volunteers to survive off, and the other half would go to CPI, or in other words, it would go directly to Caleb Maupin. Jesus Christ. I was also totally unaware that member 2, who was in massive student loan debt, was resorting to sex work for survival. I was all the more disturbed to find out later that Caleb Maupin was fully aware of this, and member 2 was using that money to feed themselves and the other JBVs. Holy moly. And here's where the texts come from. In the same screenshot, you can also see he accidentally admits to something that I hadn't already known. So here Caleb admits to this person, this is to Nick, admits to Nick that they were involved, that he was involved with member 2. You can clearly see he believes member 2 was still part of the group. I was surprised when he mentioned verbal abuse. This was the first time Caleb had mentioned any of this sexual stuff to me, and I believe he said it because he had lost track of what he had told to whom. Jesus. Lies about addiction, more lies about addiction, more lies about addiction. Caleb was lying to me to try and preemptively discredit member 2 in case they ever came forward. Regarding the cult aspect of CPI, Caleb has made it very clear that he has studied cults in depth. He often will talk about this cult or that cult during his YouTube live streams. He insisted we do deep listening. Here's more about this. This is going to affect people just not on a conscious level, but a subconscious level. There's all of his stuff. Bizarre psychoanalysis. It's very clear Caleb Maupin has ambitions to lead a cult and that he has been responsible for sexual misconduct and then went on to push them out and slander them, which is totally unacceptable. So this is a pretty major corroboration. Now we have another corroboration from Joel Gale, Joe the Red. The first people I ever organized with was Caleb Maupin, along with many other like-minded comrades. The recent events have left me heartbroken and lost in my political life. The pain that he has caused people who trusted him, the alleged lies and manipulation, all things I never thought Caleb was capable of. I feel foolish and naive to have put so much trust in him. Okay. Don D. He betrayed my trust with his selfish and ethical behavior. He took advantage of young comrades who were in need. urging one person to prostitute themselves to pay the rent on a wretched hotel apartment where 2 other comrades were already living rent-free. Mistake could be forgiven, but this is an issue of Caleb's repeated behaviors and of his character. 5, going forward. This is basically what they're planning to do going forward. You can reach out at Center for Political Innovation New York at Gmail and more, and the opening statement from the beginning. So that brings us to the end of this section. We have now done all of the reading. We have done all the necessary reading. We have done all of the necessary establishing, all of the receipts and everything. You now see what we're talking about. So what we're gonna do real quick is I'm gonna go step out and use the restroom real quick, okay? We're not gonna play the bathroom song because that would be totally inappropriate. If you wanna like and subscribe, or if you wanna throw any donations my way, I would deeply appreciate that if you wanna support the show. And then once I get back from the bathroom, we're going to do a little bit of a talk. We're gonna summarize everything that happened. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna think about it. We're gonna come to our conclusions, and then we're gonna wrap up the DramaMama. And then we'll do something else afterwards, I believe. It's only been about, we've been at this for about 3 hours. So it's been a long, deep, grueling slog through all of this. Okay, to be fair, I played a few goofy sound effects, but I only played them afterwards, okay, Windleby? In my defense, I couldn't resist in the second portion when other people were, when the corroborating statements, once we were out of the stuff, I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. But I tried. Why is the bathroom song not appropriate? I mean, we could. It means more editing for Danny later, okay? I know that there was a little bit of goofing. I couldn't resist a tiny, tiny bit of goofing. That's in my nature. It's just how I am. I make jokes and stuff like that. But as you can tell, I made jokes at the expense of the person who was doing things wrong here. And we're gonna talk about that all, okay? All right, I know, all right? Okay, just give me a second, okay? Like the stream, talk to each other, dwell with your thoughts for a second. I'm gonna hit the bathroom, then we're gonna come back and we're gonna talk about it, okay? And then we'll go on from there. Be back in a second. You take this? This cup? It's mostly. I love you. All right, everybody. I'm back. I am back, everyone. It's time. Oh. Okay, all right. I'm back. I had to go. I went to the bathroom, and look, I also got water. I got water, okay? I'm staying hydrated. Okay. All right. Now is the portion where we discuss our feelings and thoughts about this whole situation. From my perspective, this is going to be probably a shorter segment than usual, because this is pretty clear cut. Most of the time we have some pretty significant stuff to go back and forth on. We want to check the veracity of a lot of this. But if I'm completely honest, this letter is extremely well backed up, cross-referenced, and all of the members who were involved in it, which is total 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 different members of CPI, some of them foundational members, most of them foundational members, including Keaton Mansfield and Joey Shantz, 2 of the foundational members of CPI, have signed off on this, and the CPI Board of Leaders has already stepped down in solidarity. There isn't there isn't a whole lot we actually have to verify in this particular situation. They've done the verification. They did their due diligence. This letter was put together and structured very professionally. Now, the only other thing we can talk about is how many warning signs there were, okay? So that's one of the things, this is one of the things that that I think is really important. Because the fact of the matter is, there are a lot of people just like this still operating in leftist spaces. There are a lot of people who are not only extremely hungry for power, but extremely willing to exploit others openly, often, in order to get what they want. And this is something that people need to be careful about. As it turns out, being a leftist doesn't mean anything. Just saying you're a leftist doesn't really do anything at all. It doesn't change anything at all. Oh yeah, some people sent me that one. Yeah, I agree. I think even before, even before I was streaming, I had already heard of Maupin, and I already had critiques of Maupin. And I think Vaush was spot on in his argument against Maupin. I don't think that Maupin did a very good job hiding it, but what this shows you is that there are a lot of people with good intentions, people who really want to make the world a better place, but who are essentially fooled into becoming the pawns of people like Maupin. And this happens all over the place. I mean, you could talk about Scientology, you could talk about Waco, and the Seventh Day. I mean, you could talk about 100,000 different cults. You could even talk about cults like the Unification Church. As you all know, there was a assassination of Japanese former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe over his support and whitewashing of the Unification Church, a church that operates very similarly, although significantly more successfully, to the way that Caleb Maupin operated his organization. And also, I think this is a pretty strong indication of the fact that not only is communism not like a meaningless word in and of itself. Saying that you are a communist or saying that you believe in communism doesn't mean jack shit, just like I said before, but also that in fact certain veins and certain types, certain structures, breeds, strains, whatever you want to call it, certain types of communism are predispose people towards towards this, falling into organizations like this. Marxism-Leninism is a type of communism. Highly centralized communism is a set of ideologies that argue for constructing organizations just like this. People like Caleb Maupin are the natural outcome of a group that seeks to put power into the hands of one or a very small handful of people and essentially give them the right to do whatever the hell they want with that power. And it is interesting that it almost always ends up being white, cishet men at the top of these organizations, isn't it? I mean, go take a look at all of the revolutionary ML communist organizations and tell me how many of them are led by cishet white guys who are also sex pests. And I think that there's a danger in, I mean, obviously, much like many of these members said, that like they become, all of the people involved in this have become, at least to some degree, disillusioned with the things they formerly believed in because they were exploited based on genuine beliefs. It seems to me like all of these members, even the ones who were deeper involved and who may have even covered for Maupin at points, all of these members seem to have a genuine belief in these things. And that was exploited, and it's sad. And it's really, really, really unfortunate. Yes, okay, and of course, Progressive Kev brings up, and also that they're dismissive and abusive towards women. Yeah, that's also true. Can you blame people who see stuff like this from saying, wow, maybe communism isn't all that it's chalked up to be? And the answer, of course, is that actually not everything that calls itself communism is communism. And that's not really a matter of a no true Scotsman. It's instead, what is communism? What is the communism? What is the actual idea supposed to be there? The idea is to fight for a world where labor is no longer coerced, where you know, money doesn't rule our lives, where money and profit aren't the things that drive us. That's the ideas behind it. But how can you build that type of world if you are structuring an organization that ultimately just says, we're gonna put the right hat on top of capitalism? Wolfgar69 says, my hope is that the collapse of orgs like this is a prelude to better, stronger, actual leftist collaborations that don't rely on hierarchy and cult of personality. Risks of hierarchy and cult of personality will always have to be combated. It is a truth of existence. That is part of the eternal struggle of being a human. Being a human and liberating yourself means you are always going to be struggling against certain forms of domination, and you're always going to be resisting and breaking down cults of personality and hierarchies. However, there are certain structures, certain machines that make that sort of thing easier. Highly centralized organizations where all of the money and deciding power is in the hands of one person, those types of organizations are very vulnerable to being misled. They're vulnerable to being hijacked, and not even just hijacked. That's in the case that they started on good footing to begin with, whereas I don't think that's the case. I think Caleb Maupin sought this out because he has a kink for authoritarianism, and he wants to have he wants to have a group of acolytes who will do whatever he wants. So there's a lot of, there needs to be, this is a wake-up call, or one of many wake-up calls for the greater leftist movement, the extremely loose, extremely widespread leftist movement. Be careful. Don't just fall for aesthetics. Don't be fooled just because somebody painted a Russian flag or a hammer and sickle on something. Aesthetics cannot be exchanged. Even the name communism, even the proclamations of communism cannot be exchanged for observing the actual actions of those taken. of those leading these movements. If people are not doing, if they're not living the life that they're preaching, if they want you to do things that they themselves are unwilling to do, be suspicious. How many times do we have to be taught this exact lesson? Because I swear it's every couple of months with these people. I mean, I think there's true with, I think it's always going to be a struggle. I think there will always be some people who have a desire to dominate, and to dominate specifically non-consensually. It's interesting. Throughout this conversation, I thought we would have to talk about BDSM and kink more, but actually we didn't even have to, because this whole situation is so blatantly not kink related. It's so blatantly coercive. I barely even had to talk about it at all. But here's something I can talk about with it. A big part of BDSM, it's in the name, is domination and submission. And the key thing about BDSM, about those types of structures, is the consent. You understand? The domination part is and can be fun. Submission is and can be very fun if it's fucking consensual. The whole, at the core of all communist movements, even the bad ones, at the core is supposedly an idea of fighting against coercion, the idea of fighting back against people being forced to do things that they don't want to do, which is a horrible, horrible experience. Anyone who has experienced any form of coercion knows how rotting it feels. It rots you from the inside out. So we should take this sort of stuff seriously. And this is one of the reasons why I've always fought and pushed very, very hard back against authoritarian ideologies, even authoritarian ideologies that claim to be doing it for your own good. Because they all do that. All of them. Every authoritarian in history claims that they're doing it for your own good. What was the little thing? Can we pull it from his texts directly? Let's bring the text right out. Hold on a second. Let's bring it up. Here we go. Remember the duck? If the boatmaster doesn't spank the duck will be like a sailboat without a rudder, directionless, alone, and with nowhere to go. All authoritarians claim that they're doing it for your own good, whether it's for the glory of the revolution, or for the good of society, or for God, or for your family. All authoritarians claim that they are doing it for your own good. However, are they? Are they really? Are they really doing it for your own good if they're constantly forcing you into horrifically coercive situations where you constantly have to do things that you really don't want to do? I say, fuck no. Fuck no. Why spank the duck? I think it's like I think it's supposed to be like a child's fable. I think he's role-playing like a child's fable, Oh God, so this is what people were oh no. Ah, come on. Ah, no. Ah, God damn it. Bonks Daily says, this probably gives caregivers and littles the worst name. I don't think so. I think this is pretty fairly obvious. It's pretty fairly obvious that this is an incredibly coercive situation, that there is no consensual kink dynamic going on here whatsoever. Every single person who came forward repeatedly mentioned trying to tell Caleb to fuck off, and he kept going anyway. Yeah, exactly, Somniostatic. He's role-playing himself as a child that needs to be punished. Wait, did he make it? Wait, he made a Telegram post? All right, let's take a look. Wait, this is allegedly a Telegram post from Caleb Maupin. Lots of lies about me and what has gone on in CPI are being told, but I clearly have made some very big mistakes. I need time away from social media to get the help I need to ensure I never bring any aspect of my sex life into political spaces ever again. I need time to straighten out my personal life and deal with how this has affected my family. When I feel I'm ready, I will likely return to social media, but these things take time. I know I let a lot of people down and we need time to process. Well, so he's admitting to it. He knows he's fucked. Also, notice this weird thing. Notice this. I will never bring any aspect of my sex life into political spaces ever again. That's a little sly turn of hand, isn't it? Isn't it? That almost sounds a little bit like what the ex-gay Christians do, right? Where ex-gay Christians go, oh Lord, I have sinned. I will never again let my homosexuality impact my faith, and I'll make sure that no other homosexuals allow their homosexuality to affect their faith in public. It sounds like he's setting up for a anti-sex arc where he can act like he's the champion of being against it because he fucked up and he knows what it's like to be in the grips of sexual exploitation. Yeah, that is the same thing he told Member 2. Yes, notice. It has nothing to do about bringing your sex life into political spaces. As you guys know, I'm very open about my, well, I'm not super open, but I'm pretty open about my sex life. I talk about sexuality and sex all the time. I am sometimes very candid with certain aspects of my sex life, but there's a key difference. You all can shut the show off whenever the fuck you want. You all, and there's no possible way you can be harmed by doing that. If you're not interested in what I'm talking about, you can go away. Caleb Maupin is pinning people into financial bondage and then forcing them to indulge his kinks. It's not about sex in politics. Sex is political. What it's about is about Caleb Maupin forcing himself on other people repeatedly, over and over and over again, and manipulating their lives so that he can continue to victimize them against their will. And he can't say no. I talk about my BDSM relationships frequently because I think it's valuable to have those discussions on a consensual basis. That statement on Telegram sounds like he's laying the groundwork to come back and have an anti-sex arc, where he comes back and he preaches against Western sexual degeneracy so that he can continue to grift and find victims and get away with it through plausible deniability. But this video ain't going anywhere. That letter ain't going anywhere. And the knowledge that's now in all of your heads ain't going anywhere. So as I always say, we protect us. Oh, cool. Yeah, let's take a look at this. Oh, yeah. So sick. Really amazing. The same people who call it abuse when Caleb Maupin does kink or has an addiction either is deserving of empathy, spend all day talking about how beautiful their sex thing is. Fuck you. First of all, fuck Peter Coffin. I sure hope nobody ever digs into the horrible and sordid history Peter Coffin has with regards to sexual abuse. It sure would be a shame if it was really easy to find on the internet the allegations against Peter Coffin. Fuck Peter Coffin. Fuck Peter Coffin. Fuck Peter Coffin. Let me just say, no one should feel comfortable alone in a room with Peter Coffin, okay? Let's just put it at that, all right? That's all I'm gonna say. And if you want to find out more, you guys can go dig on your own, all right? But also, it's no surprise that fucking It's no surprise, okay? It's no surprise these motherfuckers are crawling out. Notice that the same people who call it abuse when Caleb Maupin does kink. Caleb Maupin didn't do kink. He deliberately worked one of the members of his organization who was fucking 19 at the time, deliberately put them in a position where they had no choice but to take money from him for sex, or else they wouldn't have housing. That's not doing kink, you stupid, moronic, fucking disgusting cunt. That is fucking sexual manipulation, sexual abuse. It's pimping, arguably. Fuck Peter Coffin. Fuck everyone who plays defense for Caleb Maupin. Fuck the entire stupid fucking Pat Sock movement. All of those disgusting sex pest slime bags. Yeah. It sure would be a shame if anybody looked into the history of Peter Coffin and his former spouse. It sure would be sad if anybody looked up the barely hidden history of their relationship and the allegations that currently exist against Peter Coffin. Maupin and Luna Oi regularly made videos together. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? That is a long story, Ryoma. There's a long story there. It brings me extreme joy to see these people finally called out for what they are. We all knew. I mean, guys, I mean, obviously we know that Vaush had the debate and called fucking Caleb Maupin for what it is. But do you guys remember, some of you who were here in the early days, do you guys remember when I came across Caleb Maupin and I said, damn, this guy reminds me of Bob Avakian? And I said, he's really doing the whole Bob Avakian cult of personality thing. Do you guys remember when that happened? President Parakeet, I do not have the resources on hand. I'm just telling you, ask around and you'll find out in no time. A lot of people know that shit. Go ahead, just ask around. You'll find some people who will tell you what happened. Fuck Maupin, fuck all these people. So yeah, that's the conclusion of the DramaMama, by the way, which is there is so much evidence against Caleb Maupin here, and Caleb Maupin has literally admitted to at least some of this. I hope that he continues to blast into obscurity. I hope he never returns to these spaces. I hope that far and wide his crimes are published so that no one will ever allow him a leadership position in communist spaces ever, ever, ever again. That's the conclusion. Last I checked, Peter Coffin completely like stopped using pronouns. After they went on their like transphobic arc, they deleted the pronouns from their bio. Oh, nope, they put it, oh yeah, they did. They said, they all Michigander. They made a joke out of it. They removed them and then they put them back. As a joke about being from Michigan. 8D5D2D Derek with the $5. Thank you very much. I have sold all my possessions to procure these $5 for the Mamas, Imps, Mamaist, Leninist think tank. I hope this proves that I'm a worthy comrade. 8D5D2D Derek, you are the most specialist. You're the most specialist. You're the most specialist mommy's little special imp. Yes, you are. You are mommy's special little imp for your $5. But you won't be unless you give $50 more. Unless you give $50 more right now, or else you're gonna have to get more spankings. That was a joke, by the way. Now, but see, you know what the price I paid for that joke was? The price I paid for that joke is that I now can't actually do I can't actually do like an ad roll basically because now I made a joke about findoming somebody, and now if I ask for actual donations, it's really skeezy. Who all is defending Maupin in all this besides Coffin? People I've seen defending mostly Maupin's like tanky associates. I've seen all of the anonymous tanky accounts being like, oh, it's bullshit against Maupin. Oh God, that's not the weird Peter Coffin thing, but that is a weird Peter Coffin thing. You've seen LaRouchites defending him? Of course, of fucking course. Caleb Maupin retweeting Peter Coffin's cancel culture, mob justice, or a society of subscriptions. Fuck off. Fuck you, scumbag. I can see that message, combat liberalism. What do you want? Do I not know what? Do I not know what? There might be somebody, there's a tanky that seems to want to have a conversation. You want to discuss being ML? I'm an ML. All right, get in the Discord. Somebody help combat liberalism, get in the Discord. We'll have a quick conversation. Oh, all right, looks like we might be having a ML conversation. Been a long time since we've had any sort of debate or whatever. This should be interesting. Somebody help. Somebody help. Only through chat? Not gonna happen. No, are you fucking kidding me? Wait, are you fucking kidding me? Put up! What the hell? What has happened? No, I'm not debating you through chat. That's fucking boring. Get in the voice or don't argue with me at all. What the fuck are you talking about? Get on Discord. What the fuck? Wait a minute. You're telling me that you're a Marxist-Leninist fucking glorious revolutionary, but you can't get on Discord to defend your fucking glorious cult ideology? Come on. Come on. Every fucking time. Every fucking time. These people. Get real. All right, next time, fine. Next time you come into chat, we're debating. All right, everybody. Oh my God. Oh, okay, so we know what we gotta do next, yeah? We know what we gotta do next? You know what's coming up next? You wanna know what's next? I was gonna talk about fucking Tate, but I don't actually wanna do that. I don't actually wanna talk about Tate. I'm taking it back. We're not doing Tate. We're changing the title. Anti-theism? Wait. Are all religious people bad? Vaush and Ocean Keltoi on anti-theism. That's what we're gonna do next, okay? One second. There we go. Hey, what do you mean you had trouble fucking, what are you talking about? What are you fucking talking? There we go. Are all religious people bad? Wait a minute, hold on. Wait a second, I have to change this. We gotta change this. Are you gonna watch the meme? Yeah, I'll watch the meme. We'll do that before we do this. One moment, let me look at the meme. I believe this is the one. We have one more Caleb Maupin related meme before we go on. I forgot about this. Here we go. This is a Caleb Maupin meme I have been instructed is funny. So let's see.
Who are you? Get away from me! No!
That's all I have to say. All right. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Somebody did. It's scary, I guess. It was disturbing. Okay. I'm going to be honest. I don't entirely, like, I know a lot, that probably scared a lot of Zoomers, like, really shitless. I don't think that type of fear of, like, scary works on millennials as well. I think that's, like, Zoomer fear, is, like, funny noise and then, like low quality JPEG eyeballs is, like, scary. Yeah. It's like not scary to anybody. I think it's like uniquely like a trigger to like Zoomers. The eyeballs do have to be hyper realistic. That's another thing. Hold on, I'm gonna scare all of the Zoomers. Okay, ready? Get ready. I'm gonna scare all of the Zoomers super bad. You guys are gonna get so scared you won't have any fucking idea what's coming, okay? You're not ready. You're about to get really scared, okay? Hold on. Here we go. Wait, hold on. Hold on a second. Here we go. Are you ready? Are you ready? Here we go. You all die. All the Zoomers are now dead. Every Zoomer has shitted their pants and farted. No one is left alive. You are fucking doomed. They're dead. I just killed most of my audience. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry your pants have been shitted. I'm very, 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 very sorry. Oh, just like the Mandela effect. I should play some VHS horror? Maybe. Maybe. You know what time it is? I think it's time we do a debate review. Okay, everybody? My lovely, lovely imps, we are now beginning a new segment. Wait. Oh, that's wrong. That's all wrong. Fuck it. All right, there we go. We're starting over again. My lovely, lovely imps, both live and those of you who are watching on YouTube in the future, we are now about to do a debate review. We are about to review a debate between a pagan content creator by the name of Ocean Keltoi and a horse-loving market socialist by the name of Vaush, aka the Kharkiv Kid Finder. This is a debate about anti-theism. Now, for those of you who don't know, I grew up in a fundamentalist Christian cult. It was an incredibly distressing experience. It has affected the way that I look at a lot of aspects of religion. And for a long time after I left the church, I considered myself an anti-theist. To this day, I still consider myself an atheist, though over the course of a couple of years, I've started to move away a little bit from the anti-theist position, if only because I just am not as convinced as I once was by the arguments of anti-theism specifically. On my channel, I have talked at great lengths critiquing Christianity. I am incredibly critical of fundamentalist Christianity and Christianity as a whole. I have critiqued hyper-traditionalism, or ultra-orthodoxy, fundamentalism, dogmatism, and all of the, and hyper-religiosity in various forms. I've also, at various times, had sort of long discussions about spirituality, about, I've even had a couple of debates about whether or not religion itself is intrinsically a bad thing. This is a very, very important issue for a lot of people. People obviously feel very strongly about their religious beliefs, or about their beliefs about religion. It's a obviously very intense issue for a lot of people. And this debate that we're about to react to and analyze and talk about absolutely fits all of that criteria. So I've seen this debate once before, and it was very interesting. It got my brain juices flowing, and so I wanted to watch it together on stream to share some of my thoughts and to use it as a springboard to talk about religion on a more constructive level. I think that religion is really important to understand. In America, America is a highly religious nation. There are a lot of religious people. A lot of those religious people are indeed right-wingers, but there are also a lot of religious left-wing people. And a lot of people who find themselves in financial need often find themselves only able to find help from Christian organizations, from definitively Christian organizations whose ultimate goal is not just to help people. You know, they're not really just trying to materially help people. They're specifically trying to win over souls for their God. Most of America is evangelical. Most of America's Christian organizations and Christian charities are evangelical. By the core of their beliefs, they want to help people, to help win them over to God. And that's concerning. It's concerning to me that in a time of an extreme yearning for purpose, in a time of extreme hardship, we have a raging pandemic. Climate change is intensifying in a lot of areas, leading to extreme wildfires in major portions of the United States and a whole bunch of other things. It's a very hard time for a lot of people. A lot of people find themselves being pulled in and ultimately, in my opinion, victimized by extreme Christian groups. So I think it's very important that we talk about religion. that religion, and that we're willing to challenge our presuppositions about religion in every direction, whether it's about new forms of religion or whether it's about the validity of religion at all. I think these are important questions to explore. And I can't say that I have all the answers, though I certainly have a lot of opinions. This conversation, I think, is very interesting. And I've been going back and forth on whether I wanted to review it or not, but I've actually gotten a number of messages about people from people asking me specifically to go over it with the knowledge of my history with religion. For those of you who don't know, I already said that. I already told you all that I grew up in a extremely fundamentalist Christian cult. I did a video on that. The video will be posted in the chat right over here, but you can also just search DramaMama's Spiritual Deconstruction. That is basically it's a video essay that I did essentially, where I tell the whole story of my life growing up in a very extreme Christian church. I talk about how I left it and a lot of my opinions at the time. It's a pretty deep video. I'm very, very proud of it to this day. It's one of the more raw and personal videos I've ever done. But I highly recommend watching it. There it is. It's right over there. Boop, boop. You can see it right there. So go ahead and check it out. And there's a lot of things I have to talk about in this. However, before we actually get to the debate itself, there's two things we have to do. I've already done my little intro here for a couple minutes, but secondly, I want to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel. If you've seen any of my work, you probably know what you're in for, but if you haven't, please check it out. I put an incredible amount of work into my streams, and I think you'd really like them. Subscribe button and like button are down below. It's free, obviously, to subscribe. And if you're a longtime viewer, consider joining my Patreon or shooting me a few bucks on my website, DramaMama.com/live, which is where this lovely chat is. Secondly, and more importantly, honestly, I want to read a statement, okay? And this statement is part of the reason why I decided I ultimately wanted to react to this debate. Like I said, part of it. I also got a lot of messages of people asking me for my opinion on it, but I really wanted to read this out and give credit where credit is due, because this was something that made me do some thinking. Okay, so this is a statement by WhiteNervosa. For those of you who are familiar with my stream, you know who WhiteNervosa is. If you are not familiar with my stream, WhiteNervosa is the amazing leader of White Forest, the co-op that created this amazing website that most of my viewers are watching on right now. I have been connected and friends with WhiteNervosa for a long time. I really think WhiteNervosa is a wonderful person, and WhiteNervosa is one of the people who's been talking about a very different perspective on this whole religion thing than most people in the sort of online left are used to. The online left, let's face it, is a predominantly, or at least a vocally very atheistic space. And I think there's reasons for that are good and bad. A lot of people on the online left were previously a part of like online atheism, and part of that is because, again, in America, the religious right is such a huge part of the far right that a lot of people naturally find themselves gravitating towards leftism while pushing back against the extremely choking domination of religious right-wingers in America. So I just want to read this statement, and I want to talk about it a little bit before we watch the actual debate. And I'll let the statement speak for itself, and then I'll commentate afterwards, okay? So again, this is WhiteNervosa. I have a huge amount of respect for WhiteNervosa, but I want to read this public statement real quick. This says here, "My final public statement regarding my faith. A deep pain never left as I saw a community I respect suggest that I could easily turn authoritarian, or that it's left my ability to reason broken. In my teenage years, I loved debating conspiracy theories, and I still do. Faith is an unknowable claim, or it isn't faith. Certainly, that raises alarms for people as it can easily reinforce bigotry without any necessary justification otherwise. Yet, I believe that is separate from an attempt to remove all faith. My faith kept me pushing forward through every hurdle. In April 2021, I did a combination of drugs that I knew could easily kill me in exchange for not facing reality. I let Vaush and his community down. A DDoS crippled the site and rendered it unusable. Vaush, at that point, had clearly become a force for good. I do not care about interpersonal conflict. The reality is that at this time and that time, Vaush pushes the window further left and will improve people's lives in very direct ways. I met my partner on VGG. They also had suggested self-harm, and I knew that because of my status, I would be able to get a response from them and attempt to talk them down. I ended up meeting another family member the same way, and truly, when I was able to hug them, I was positive that every fault was worth it. My mind is unique in that I am unable to retain long-term memory. Of course, this is different than portrayed in media, but due to taking Klonopin for over a decade now, I cannot remember my ex-fiance's eye color. I cannot remember the food that we would have. I cannot remember the timeline from when I crashed into a brick wall to the time when they gave me the ultimatum. I must choose between an addiction or them, and I failed. Excuse me. I love my current spouse, and they absolutely are a better partner as I make them happy for who I am, and vice versa. But at the time, I could not possibly choose to keep the only person I loved over a substance I hate. Contextually, this leads into how my faith is necessary to inform my view of people. I assert there is no evil. People must be helped when able, and from there, I've ended with certain family that I still cannot believe is there for me as me. My faith predates drugs, meeting my ex-fiance, and knowledge of Twitch or even being a part of any community within that sphere. To suggest my faith has broken me is to suggest that the reason I have those who love me for me was out of delusion. You are absolutely entitled to that belief, but if you cannot understand the offense caused by it, with the understanding that my faith is the reason why Vaush, Keffels, Demon Kanya, Rose Wrist, Xander Hall, Doe, The Surfs, Shark 300, and many others were given my time and effort without any expectation of reciprocity in any way, then truly I cannot see the world from your perspective. I can see the world from the perspective of someone's belief of QAnon and even flat Earth, but this is something I cannot understand. Why would one see my faith as harmful? A conclusion that means my work, my affect with the scarce time one has, is nothing but cowardice. One is absolutely entitled to that belief. I wouldn't fault someone for it. I only ask that I not be directed vitriol because of it. For those who are adults, I cannot understand your attempt to take this from me. If you do not think it need be after this, then you are not anti-theist. If you still do, honestly, I am more attached to reality no matter my beliefs than you. The world is beautiful because of the people in it, the stories told, the progress made. Our goal is to make life easier for those after us. Most are. Even if you think you aren't, all you can ask of yourself is to try. You'd be amazed how far you can go. I love you, heart, heart. So, this is a pretty strong and emotional statement from WhiteNervosa, a very vulnerable statement to make publicly. Personally, it certainly made me think about things. Now, again, as you know, I have for some time voiced that I sort of distance, or that I've moved away. I wouldn't say distance myself, but I would say I've moved away from the anti-theist position that was very helpful for me to process the world when I first left religion. And there are still aspects of anti-theism that I have a lot of respect for. There is a certain skepticism that a lot of anti-theists carry with them that I think is very helpful, that I think helps overcome, that I think can help guide people into overcoming misleading and manipulative ideologies. But there are certain aspects of anti-theism that I find unhelpful or concerning. The reason I wanted to read this statement before we got into this is because I want you to remember something. At the end of the day, all of our political discussions and discourses, all aside, people are people. We are still dealing with real, feeling people, with people who have hearts and emotions, and guess what? That's you too. There is not a single person who is totally divorced from their emotions, nor should there be. Part of the unique experience of being human is progressing through life, is processing all of the madness that comes your way and finding meaning and truth in that madness, okay? So I want people explicitly in this conversation, no matter how heated it gets, no matter what your position is, whether you're a dyed-in-the-wool theist or a dyed-in-the-wool anti-theist, to please remember that to not essentialize that not all people who are theists and not all people who are anti-theists are a certain way, okay? And also to remember that even if you think that a religion is the stupidest idea ever, that the people who believe in it might have reasons for believing in it that don't make them a bad person, okay? Even if you are, like I said, even if you're a super anti-theist, okay? And you hate, you think that religion makes people think in the wrong way, just remember that not every single person is fundamentally flawed just because they believe in religion. And likewise, for those of you who are religious out there, I hope that you will recognize that even, no matter how strong your religious beliefs are, that nonetheless, life has to be lived as a human. And even if you think that that someone's behaviors don't align with your religion, I would hope that you might be able to extend a genuine human olive branch to be able to connect with that person and understand where they're coming from, okay? Now, I know that was a bit of a long, slow introduction to this video, but I think it's important. I always tell my community, we only raid with love. We don't go around directing a fuckload of hate, even to the people that we don't like. Even the people that we really don't like, we don't raid. We don't raid or brigade or any of that shit. That's not how we do things. If we want to challenge someone, we challenge them with our ideas. We challenge them with our words. We challenge them politically. We don't do this fucking internet bullshit, okay? So the reason why I wanted to read WhiteNervosa's statement before all of this is because I really want people to realize that there's been a lot of fucking pain that has spiraled out from this conversation, and that a lot of people and I'm not pointing fingers to any side of this debate, but that there has been a lot of toxicity and vitriol going around, and it has had real harm. It has caused real emotional harm to real people. So regardless of where you stand on those issues, check it, okay? Check yourself, all right? Because I highly doubt that even if you, like I said, even if you're the most dyed-in-the-wool religious person or the most dyed-in-the-wool anti-theist person, no one involved in this conversation right here, no one in these chats are the type of people that you need to be you know, going crazy on. None of these people are the leaders of Christian nationalism. None of these people are the hateful, sinful, atheist, satanic worshipers. Besides me, I am an evil demon. I guess you can hunt me if you want. Was this from VGG, the harassment? I have no idea. I assume that given what WhiteNervosa said, that it was, WhiteNervosa opened the statement by saying that the community had been severe. I don't know that it was VGG specifically, like the website chat. I'm guessing it may have been, but it may have also been like Reddit, and the Reddit communities are messy as fuck. We all know how Reddit works. You know, people hate follow the hell out of stuff on Reddit. Reddit has like a whole community of hanging out in communities that you hate. And yeah, I don't know. I want to talk to WhiteNervosa more about this stuff. I imagine some of it happened on Twitter. I imagine there was some in VGG chat, but guys, come on. Like, let's keep it checked, okay? God damn it. The fucking porn bots are back in the YouTube chat. God damn it. Fucking porn bots. Prosy Rosie, are you serious, DramaMama? What do you mean? What am I serious about? If we have any mods who are able to keep an eye on YouTube chat, we've been getting every night after like 8 o'clock, we get a whole slew of the same fucking porn bots. It's extremely frustrating. Yes, and by the way, for what it's worth, this is my personal statement on not on the topic, but on WhiteNervosa. WhiteNervosa has been so kind, and not just kind, but incredibly selfless, and also really skilled and talented and loving. When I first started getting involved in streaming, I was completely overwhelmed by some of the hate that I got, and WhiteNervosa was one of the only people who really like sat down and talked to me about it and helped give me some genuine give me some genuine feedback, and not just feedback, but support. So I have a lot of care for oh, I didn't know this. Wait, I didn't see this one. Oh, okay. Wait, so is this still up? I'm resigning from VGG and any other implied communities. The hidden replies here demonstrate that I must lie or ignore this. Again, I'm here to shut the fuck up and work, so I shall. Any contact towards me that's not business will be ignored. Oh, no. Wait, I didn't see that. Oh. Hold on a second. Is that still up? Maybe I've missed something. That makes me sad. Clarify for those who may have stumbled upon this. I first put out my spiciest take, which soon after the community was fully on board. Debate followed between Vaush and Ocean when the topic was anti-theism, but there was Mott and Bailey. I attempted to explain why the comments were offensive. The community still makes offensive comments. I hope to move past this. It's made clear that no community overlaps here, so I must push through it. I hope to see you on the other side. Pardon my feelings. It's extremely exhausting. ContraPoints put it best. When your community turns against you, where do you have to go? I'm lucky to have family, but it's difficult to convince yourself they aren't just saying what you want to hear. This hurt. It'll heal. Okay, like, see, this is why I think, okay. Okay, I see. Sorry to everyone, this wasn't explicit. My feelings are hurt, but I intend to stay in the community. Y'all are amazing. I wouldn't trade it. I don't plan on leaving it. Just be careful in tweeting when you're sad, insomnia. You'll wake up to in memorials. Oh, okay, I see. So what she was saying, she's stepping back from the community. She just accidentally wrote resigning. Nonetheless, that's still really sad. It's still extremely frustrating that like a community that you were extremely instrumental in helping to build can just like off the cuff be mean. So, you know, we're gonna watch this debate and we're gonna see where it goes from here. And I have a lot of commentary. The meaning in the final tweet was, I need a break, but it'll be okay. Okay, I see. All right, that makes sense. All right, shall we watch the debate now? This preamble ended up being significantly longer. WhiteNervosa, I believe, uses she, her pronouns. Like, last I checked. Let me double check. I should be sure about that. Any all. Okay. Never mind. Any all. I'm really not sure, okay? Like, and I'm not really interested in this conversation in like pointing fingers at who did this or who did whatever. Like, I'm not really interested in that. I'm more interested in talking about the subject and also pointing out like the pointlessness of getting to that level over it. So anyway, without any further preamble, let's fucking watch this damn debate, okay? Let's fucking watch it, all right? I'm sure we're going to get into it. I'm sure it'll be very interesting. Okay. Hey. I clicked the wrong button. Give me a second. All right. So here we go. We've had some pointed, Laura says, we've had some pointed arguments in recent days about this, but there hasn't been anything like this in this community, at least not in the Discord. That makes me happy. My community tends to be, I literally say it every single day, that people need to keep it cool and not fucking freak out and raid the shit out of each other or anything like that bullshit. I say that kind of stuff regularly because I think it's important, okay? If anything like that does happen, yes, please let us know and we'll try and fix it. The whole point of this community is to help build each other up in a mutual pursuit of fucking truth and also to have fun. At the end of the day, I'm a YouTube channel. I'm an entertainer. I'm not your savior unless we have a pre-organized arrangement, All right, let's talk about this. Let's listen. Did I mute this? Is it? What? I can't hear it either. What the hell? Wait, what the fuck's going on here? Hey, what the hell's going on here? What the fuck's going on? Hey, okay. Apparently the sound driver crashed. All right, it's fixed now. It's fixed.
Yo.
Howdy.
Hey, how are you doing?
Hey. I am doing well. Sorry for the delay in calling you.
Ah, you're good.
Thank you, Rhodes.
I have gotten a message from our mutual friend Cirrus, calling you a degen and saying that his subathon is still going, and that you are to come on at some point. That's my.
Yeah,
opening.
I believe I made that promise. Cirrus is well aware of the fact that I take forever to respond to messages, though. So I'm sure they've not taken.
I need to boost this up a little bit.
Yeah. He and I talked a little bit about this. He said that he mentioned to you, he was also interested in talking to you about the subject, like the anti-theism thing. So, but yeah, I guess, do we want to jump right into it or what?
Yeah, hit it up.
Cool.
Kill me.
Yeah. So I guess the first thing that I want to open with basically is getting a sense of your position with respect to anti-theism. We haven't talked a whole lot about this. I've seen you talk to other people about it, but I'm not sure like what your stance is. Like if you're describing yourself as an anti-theist, what does that mean?
I just don't like any kind of mysticism or superstition. Okay. I don't think we can make any prescriptive statements on metaphysics outside of the ones that are necessary for basic cognition. So like the metaphysical belief in causality, the reliability of our senses, that kind of stuff. You have to make those leaps, otherwise you literally can't participate in the world. You would just have to die if you can't accept
right. We both agree solipsism is not necessarily the most helpful position, I guess.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So to avoid that, I mean, anything beyond that, right? You can make basic assumptions, but any metaphysical stuff outside of that, I completely reject. Because I think it leads people into really dangerous positions where they're capable of making rational utilitarian conclusions based on information that I don't think is real. So like, for example, if a person believes in some kind of metaphysical thing, like a spirit or like a deity, with a given set of values or principles, beliefs, something about the world that isn't empirically testable, it's possible that they could arrive at a rational conclusion about the world that I would consider immoral based on information they have that I can't argue them out of. You can't argue a person out of like a metaphysical belief unless you're willing to do that whole, like, here's a different.
I find this approach interesting and a little bit odd. With regard to the idea that like it's about whether you can argue people out of it. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of things, not just metaphysical beliefs, but like, I mean, political. Like, people have political positions that they can't be argued out of because it's something that they take as essentially fundamentally true. Lots of people who believe in non-religious things are regularly incapable of being convinced out of it. It's yeah, I find that an interesting approach because, like, I feel like there's never a guarantee that you can argue anybody out of any position, right? Like, I've met plenty of people who whose beliefs are arguably completely scientific and have no spiritual assumptions or anything like that, or any mystical assumptions whatsoever, and yet they're completely unconvincible because they're deeply attached to those beliefs. The difference is that religion has that inherently bad take, DM. Wow, wait, we're really already, this is already happening? People are already gonna get weird about this? I don't think that's like a... Non-religious people also have beliefs you can't argue them out of. Like, for example, you could not argue me out of believing rape is bad, for instance. Yeah, that's a good example. Wait, here we go. Real quick, here's another one, okay? Wait, here's another belief. Here's a belief that I think is one that could be... Okay, let's think about this. What if you were trans in like 1850? If you were trans in like 1850, before there was any documentation of trans people existing, before there was any science on it whatsoever, you would essentially be making a claim that to most people would seem supernatural. You're basically saying, I feel like I'm a woman, I can't prove it to you. I can't prove it to you, but I believe this deeply. And yet, like, is that like inherently bad? Is that like inherently worse than somebody who now has the science or whatever to back it up? I mean, hell, right now we don't even have all the answers. We don't currently have all the answers, and we probably never will. It might be impossible for us to actually come to an answer about gender because it's a matter of identity. So I find that a little bit I don't know that that's necessarily the right approach. Like, I don't think anybody could debate me out of my gender identity ever. I think perhaps I could discover new information that might change my interpretation of my gender identity. That has already happened. I mean, at one point I considered myself a binary trans woman, and now I consider myself a non-binary trans woman. And there's a number of reasons for that. But like, nobody argued me out of it. There was no argument that happened. In fact, it was literally just introspection. So, so here's what somebody says. Since the foundation of their information is not able to be disproven, you can't logically win the argument. But isn't that just a frustration, though? Like, that's not an argument against theism in and of itself, right? Maybe I'm wrong here or I'm missing something here, but that doesn't feel like an actual argument against theism. It just simply seems like a statement of taste. Basically, you're saying, I don't like it because I can't argue you out of it, but nobody can argue me out of my gender, and yet I don't think that, I think that only insane transphobic conservatives would try to say that, like, that fundamentally undermines my ability to reason, right? Doesn't work. You're comparing specific personal beliefs to the institutions of religion. That's not true. That's not true. I'm not comparing it to the institution of religion. I'm comparing two different sets of personal belief. Somebody who is personally convinced of a belief in God, compared to somebody who's personally convinced about a belief about themselves. Is this not a whataboutism? Maybe. I mean, it might be. I just wonder if that... I don't feel like that's a very strong argument against theism. Like the idea that you don't really like that you can't argue, but there's all kinds of non-theistic beliefs that you can't really argue people with. Like, for example, the claim that I am a human. Like, if I made, we don't even have to talk about being trans. If you said, I am a human, and somebody said, no, you're not, like, how could you ever come to see eye to eye? You're self-identifying as something, you know? Anyway. Your gender identity is your belief based on personal experience. Your gender presentation is your practice. We argue for policies based on this. Well, I think some people argue for policies, other people don't. Yeah, or the whole xenogender thing, right? Anyway, let's continue. I don't want to get, I find this an interesting, and I happen to know this is a point that a lot of people stick on.
For an interpretation of the Bible type deal, and that's not like a reliable process, especially if a person's not an adherent to a like a major structured religion. You know, it could just be kind of a crapshoot on how much their positions can actually be moved. Okay.
So is this a position that you have like a policy position on? Like, is there anti-theist policies that you would want to enact, or is there like, or is this just like a rhetorical point?
No, I'm pro freedom of religion. I don't think it should be extended to any kind of state persecution. Yeah, but I mean, it's more of an ethical thing, I guess.
Okay, so like, I guess my feeling on anti-theism is that if it's a position that in which enacting any policy relating to it would be like a violation of human rights, why do you subscribe to the position? Like, because I get kind of like where you're going with respect to, I see like your position, but I'm wondering that, I guess, how do you get there? Well, if there's no policy position that you can get with it, then that without violating human rights, then why would you subscribe to that position rather than going some other route?
Because I think it's a cultural shift. I feel the same way about like gender abolitionism. I don't think you can policy your way over to that point. I think you need to kind of socially discourage some avenues. I don't think there's any practical or ethical way to enforce anti-theism through the state. I think.
Well, that's very good. I'm very happy to hear that, because I think a lot of people, I think a lot of people would be concerned about a state enforcement of that, and state enforcement of anti-religion looks fucking terrible. I don't know if anyone here is familiar to the type of religious persecution that goes on in mainland China. It's not good. I mean, fuck, like, it's bad. It's really bad. Like, as in torture, waterboarding, all kinds of things bad. It's literally fascism, yeah. Infernotrix Sophia says, I think human is a bad example in that case because the categorization of human is only contingently extended to Homo sapiens based on our conformance to the normative beliefs of the holders of power. Okay, yes, it's true. Yeah, that's true. That's true, but it's a little bit different approach, but you have a point. Let's continue.
Like we have micro experiments of this in like the Soviet and Mao's China's bans on religion, you know, like the state atheism type thing, but like it didn't really change anything. Functionally, it didn't change anything even for the people who deconverted, because for those who didn't practice their religion in secret, a lot of them just started adopting mantras of the state with a religious fervor. So it ended up not really changing anything. It's like a long-term cultural project.
So I guess if you're going to have like that kind of, this isn't necessarily where I was planning on going, but like, if you're going to have that kind of behavior, what's your goal with anti-theism then? Like, what's the end result that you're wanting to go for there?
Same as with gender abolitionism. It's just something that I care about ethically. I don't think that it's possible to like vote in a guy who will make a big change or whatever. It's like a guiding set of principles, right? Because there are lots of things that I think are bad that we shouldn't do that I also don't think you can really legislate against. Like a lot for like a lot of abusive behavior that you would do to a partner, the only stuff that crosses the threshold into like potentially illegal, like goes into like physical abuse or financial crimes, you know, but you can never make gaslighting illegal. That'd be insane. Can you imagine trying to run that by?
I feel that. Yeah.
Right, yeah, exactly. So it's like you can't meaningfully legislate on that. But obviously, like, you know, culturally we can still move towards the idea that you should treat your partner with respect.
So I guess let me get into my position then on anti-theism, because I think that I'm in opposition to largely what you've expressed. I think that your position is a little bit more reasonable than what I've heard some people say. So I've encountered a number of different perspectives on anti-theism, one of which would be like the lowering the number of religious people in the world and elevating the number of atheists in the world, for example. And I think that that gets into dodgy territory. Does that describe where you're at, or does that not describe where you're at?
I mean, through a cultural project, right? There are people making the choice to not be religious, or the rejection of religious principles, or any kind of spiritualism, but not through any like state project. I mean, ideally, I would want to live in a fully secular world, yeah, but
I mean, I'm very happy. I will say I'm very, very happy with Vaush's firm disavowal of using state programs to condition the minds of people. I think this kind of is I think this is a little bit different than some of his other beliefs. I think he's talked about like a little bit like tongue-in-cheek a little bit about like anarchist re-education centers, but like state power to condition the beliefs of people is generally it's always an extremely dark and horrifying project. So I'm glad that he's speaking out against that at the very least. Yeah.
I don't even know if that's necessarily possible. Just in like
I don't either.
Yeah, like a mathematical sense, and I think any attempt to do so through policy or force would be more destructive in whatever benefits you could possibly extract from it. Yeah.
So I think that also the cultural enforcement issue winds up being not just as bad. It's just a different form of the same problem. Because you wind up just like shaming people arbitrarily. I think that let me suggest like a different approach, because I think that anti-theism stands in contrast to another social strategy of pluralism. And I think that that's a better approach when it comes down to coalition building. I think that when anti-theism is kind of like a scorched
Rhodes says, a lot of chatters seem to be conflating religious people and proselytizers. That is going to be, I don't want to spoil, but I can tell you that is going to be a major part of this conversation, okay? So keep that in mind. I think that's going to be a big thing we're going to talk about here.
Earth approach. And because when you're setting yourself up as an anti to something, it's going to result in like toxic behavior. And the question with that is going to be, is the toxicity that kind of cultural narrative promotes, is that going to be hitting the kind of people that you want to hit with that toxicity? So for example, if you're an anti-fascist, you're going to be hitting fascists with toxicity. What's bad about that? Fucking nothing. So, okay, fine. If you're with an anti-theist position, though, you do wind up hitting a bunch of theists with toxicity. And if you're interested in coalition building, that's going to be hitting a lot of people that are like on your side on most issues with everything except for like their religious belief.
I agree.
Well, I think the idea is that the anti part of anti-theism indicates a more militant position. Like specifically that you are not just you're not just yourself like saying no, I don't agree in this, but the anti-theism is saying like being an anti-theist is like, no, I think that theists are intrinsically harmful. I oppose them. I want them to be defeated overall, whether it's as a cultural project or otherwise. I think that what Ocean Keltoi is speaking to here is the anti part of anti-theist. What makes you an anti versus an atheist? And there is, I think there is a genuine thing there, because the anti-theism says, okay, well, if you ask what's different between anti-theism and atheism, the idea is the atheist does not necessarily say that, all theism is bad, but rather that they just don't partake themselves. And they might have very principled reasons for why they don't partake. Whereas the anti-theist, generally the anti-theist position is that they are taking a stance against religion in totality. And what Ocean Keltoi here is saying is that he has concerns, or they have concerns. Sorry, I should probably check that. Ocean Keltois. Does anybody know Ocean Keltoi? I thought it was he, him, but I could be wrong. Hold on. I just want to make sure. Ocean Keltoi's pronouns. Ocean Keltoi. Let's see. He, him. Okay, I was right. Whew. Okay, good. Oh, wait. Ocean Keltoi. Are you the real Ocean Keltoi? That's really, really cool. Thanks for coming by. Let me get you a creator tag. Hold on 1 second. Damn. Welcome to the Demon Mama chat. I have a lot of thoughts. I've been thinking about this debate for what? How long has it been? This debate has been up for like a solid like week or two. Yep, that's you. All right, there you go. You have a fancy name now, Ocean Keltoi. Yeah. Yay. Welcome to the chat. Anyway, I've been thinking this debate it was very interesting to me. This will be the second time I've watched the debate, and me and my partners have actually discussed this debate like extensively. So I just want to say, like, y'all had a really, really thought-provoking conversation, and we've all been talking about it for a while. So I went back and forth on whether I wanted to react to it on stream, and I decided after multiple people messaged me that they wanted to hear my perspective on it, as someone who comes from my background in having grown up in a fundamentalist cult. I have a lot of thoughts about it. So anyway, I'm glad that you decided to swing by, and please feel welcome. Yeah. So you don't know what to expect? Well, Pansabi, I can tell you, I will say it doesn't stay this calm. I don't want to spoil anything, but anyway, let's jump back into it. Yeah, I'd be open to that, Ocean Keltoi, absolutely.
For coalition building, it's always a better idea to spread the net as far as possible. But obviously, there have to be considerations within that, right? Like, so I believe in coalition building with people, like lots of people with moral positions that I disagree with. I mean, I've gotten in trouble with the left for believing, like, should, like, edgy, libertarian-leaning kind of racist white dudes have an opportunity to join the left on some issues? Like, yeah, absolutely, because better to have them on our side than not, you know? But I wouldn't then think, like, well, we shouldn't exclude or criticize those ideas because it could be more effective to coalition build with them. Sure. And I do think that spiritual thinking is harmful. I just think it's indirectly harmful. It's not harmful for what it is. It's harmful for what it enables. So it doesn't necessarily fit, because how often when it comes to like coalition building do you consider metaphysics, right? It's a little, it's kind of a unique case. The whole.
Oh, sorry, here, Ocean Keltoi. It's on your profile page. If you go back to the homepage, demonmama.com, and then click your account, in your account, you'll be able to set whatever you'd like. Oh, I believe you, Nuts. I saw some of it when I watched this. Yeah. I find this odd, like, that Vaush believes that spirituality uniquely opens you to, like, irrationality. When, I don't know, like, I feel like there's tons of totally irrational, non-spiritual people. And irrational, or irrational, non-spiritual people are, like, all over the place. So I don't know that you can, I think that, okay, here's what I should say. I think that if you're going to make the argument that spiritualism, or that spirituality opens you up uniquely, you have to be able to demonstrate that. Yeah, exactly. It needs to be, I feel like you have to be able to demonstrate that it's unique. And that's actually, interestingly, I know this is a little bit strange, but this is actually a debate that I had a long time ago with, some of you might remember Prime Kai's. I actually went on a panel and had a huge debate, like, after the panel, specifically about this. And one of the things that bothered me was that I felt like having formerly been an anti-theist, or at least formerly, I wasn't like public, I wasn't a public figure, but I had anti-theistic beliefs. I found myself getting in multiple debates where I could not find the argument, I could not find the substantiation that spirituality uniquely leaves people open. And instead, as I look deeper into it, there was, in fact, more and more, I seem to find examples of people who are not irreligious and not spiritual being just as irrational as people who were spiritual. And furthermore, it seemed to me like there are plenty of religions where irrationality is not the like end conclusion, but rather that it seems to emanate from fundamentalism, from dogmatism, that it tends to emanate from hyper-traditionalism, from these are like traditionalism and dogmatism. That rigidity seems to be what drives people to be the most unconvincible, the most irrational, the most inflexible. But obviously I think we're gonna get more into it, but I find this claim of like the unique status of spirituality being like an irrationalizing trait a little bit hard to justify.
Like issue with religiosity. And my goal isn't necessarily to like shame people, because you can't shame people out of religion. God, maybe 1 in 1,000.
I'll have to read up on
That's
that
not,
Infernatrix. Thank you.
it's not reliable. But I you know, it's so consider it like a non-pragmatic position to hold. But
Hansabi says, he seems to believe that religious belief is categorically irrational. Not every belief a religious person has would fall into the religious category. I mean, that's true. But what I'm not saying that that's the case. I'm not saying that all religious people, that like anti-theists claim that. What I'm worried about is this idea that spirituality is a uniquely like corrupting factor. The uniquely corrupting factor, I believe, has to be substantiated, or else it doesn't really hold any water.
I still think it's important. Like, you still have to keep your end goals in mind, right? And that stuff's pretty dangerous.
Like, okay. I think that when you're talking about an end goal that is like entirely secular, that winds up being like effectively cultural genocide at that point, because you're looking at an end goal of eliminating indigenous practices, several religions across the world of various types.
Yes.
Ultimately, right? Like it winds up being like a colonial position.
Sure. I mean, there are plenty of other.
Okay. This seems a bit firing far on Vaush's side. Let's keep going.
Other things that I want like culturally eradicated, patriarchal tribal structures. I think those are pretty unethical. I mean, if that means eventually the stigmatization of a bunch of indigenous cultures, then yeah, go for it. Yeah, there are plenty of cultures or cultural elements that I think need to be critiqued.
And just spiritual.
Well, Vorbuddy says it seems like he's biting the bullet, but I don't know if he is, because didn't he just say that he doesn't really want to like legislate this, but then maybe I'm misunderstanding. I want to give Vaush the benefit of the doubt here, because I think this is the early stages of the conversation, but I find it odd that he would be willing to bite the bullet shortly after saying he doesn't actually want to enforce this by the state, but he's okay with the idea of a culturally eliminating these things, even if it takes the form of like a colonial practice. I feel like maybe that might have been a misspeak. Let's see.
Belief is one of those for you.
Yeah.
Okay. So my position on that is, when you're looking at, I'm a big fan of looking at religion kind of like in a rational way. And I think that somebody can be a theist and rational and an atheist and rational. And I think that that's exemplified by the number of people that are in philosophy of religion who are on both sides of this issue. And so when you're looking at like an end goal and saying spiritual beliefs bad, I think that in order to have that kind of thing, you need to show that like the spiritual belief is the reason why it's bad. And I don't think that's the case. I think that the cause usually when we're criticizing religion is in some other place other than mere God belief, rather than something else, like somebody being an authoritarian and being religious as well, and then utilizing that religion for authoritarian purposes, for example.
Well, the issue is that if a person's bad behavior is rooted in some way.
Ada Stardust says he has legit said before that he thinks that indigenous religious practice being let go is actually a good thing because religion bad. I would disagree. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I can't think of a single moment where he said something like that, but if he did say something like that, that would be something I disagree with. Largely because like a lot of indigenous religious practice is is understood very differently than the way that a lot of like Christians would understand religious practice. You know, American Christians, Americans in general, even American atheists are very steeped in Christianity. Indigenous religious practice rarely resembles that of like Christianity. I think we're going to end up, I think there's a portion of this conversation where we'll be able to talk about this more. But yeah, let's continue.
In a spiritual or metaphysical justification, there's literally nothing you can do to argue them out of it. It becomes completely impossible unless you want to adopt their own moon logic and just take a roll of the dice and hope.
Javier Valenzuela says, it boils down to this. It brings nothing good and novel to the table. Each religion is one more line in the sand for tribalism to thrive off of. But Javier Valenzuela, that's true about everything. That's true about every single disagreement in the world. Every single disagreement in the world is a line in the sand, especially an ethical or political disagreement. It is a fact of our existence that we disagree with each other and we will come to different conclusions. Oh, I haven't seen this one. I don't think I've ever seen this debate. When was this one from? Hold on, let me see this real quick. When was this one from? Oh, that was from this year. Maybe we'll listen to that one also at some point. So this is the reasoning for anti-theism. Why are we not also anti-ethics and anti-politics? Yes, I agree. See, that's an issue that I have with this, which is that like there are plenty of political, like non-religious, political, ethical, ideological positions that separate and can drive wedges between people, often irrationally. Anyway, yeah, let's continue.
That their brain ends up like reconciling those new pieces of information in a way that's favorable to you. But there's no real way around it. I mean, a big example of this right now would be the fact that a huge, like a bloc with a ton of political power in this country is fundamentalist Christians. And fundamentalist Christians often believe that the global warming isn't anthropogenic, it's caused by God as part of the end times that predicate the rapture. And the rapture is something they're looking forward to. They have been for a very long time. So they either don't care about or actively kind of root on climate change, something that would kill hundreds of millions of people charitably, because it suits their metaphysical, you know, like morals. And there's nothing I can do to push them out of that outside of like...
There would never be anything you could do to push them out of that, because it's not even a belief. It's not just a belief that stems from religion, though. And that is true, by the way. A lot of Christians see the arrival of climate change. They don't call it climate change. They believe that it's the end times. The reason for this is that, and I can explain this. This is where, yeah, look at this. Oh, this is where I can actually weigh in with some help. The reason why a lot of fundamentalist Christians do not care about climate change is because in Revelation, a book of the Bible that is taken to be prophetic about the future, in Revelation it is predicted that Jesus will return to the earth to rapture up the believers when there is a time of unprecedented natural disasters. So Christians believe that climate change is functionally it's like literally, it's inevitable in their mind, and that is a sign when it gets bad. That's a sign that God is going to come, lift out the non-believers, and then the end times will begin. So that's where that comes from. But that belief is not just because of religion. There are lots of Christians who do not believe that, like a lot. In fact, like a lot of Catholics don't believe that. Because they have different views on the rapture and different views on the end times. There's a lot of Christians who don't believe that. A lot of American Christians do believe that, but it's not really, that's literally more of a popular, an issue of popular interpretation of how specific popular preachers and movements have promoted that idea. And it's also very political because it's reinforced by literal oil barons who will give money to churches that are favorable to them. So there's a twofold thing. It's not just because of like, and I can't believe I'm mildly defending Christians here, but first of all, a lot of Christians do not believe that. And secondly, the Christians who do are often part of the movement that is heavily funded by oil billionaires who, like I said, if you are a preacher and you show that you're willing to preach against climate change, then you all of a sudden get a bunch of oil money. So, yeah. Beliefs do inform actions. I agree. Let's continue.
Pulling out a Bible and hoping that I can like beat them to death with the right scripture, like actually no, not that, but you can't really argue them out of it, and that's very dangerous. Religion gives.
This is another area where I think that Vaush is slightly wrong. The truth is you can't argue them out of it, but it's not entirely true that's not entirely true. It's just that the type of debate that you have to engage a Christian in is very different. And yes, sometimes it is totally impenetrable. Certain types of Christianity are very, very heavily indoctrinated. I talk about this all the time on my show, that there's like a shell made around the brain that nothing can penetrate. But the fact that there are so many types of Christians that don't have the same beliefs as the fundamentalists proves that there actually are arguments that can work. It's just that atheists don't know them. That's part of the problem. And some of that is totally valid because, atheists shouldn't, it's not every atheist's responsibility to be able to argue with a Christian. But the fact of the matter is there are often arguments that can convince Christians and all kinds of other religious people, but specifically Christians. It's just they are very different than the arguments that you or I are used to seeing on this platform. And certain people, it is just very difficult to reach. But yeah. So yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
A supernatural pretext to existing justifications. It allows people to dress up irrational arguments.
In fact, no, you know what? I'm going to demonstrate this. I am going to make a Christian argument in favor of believing in climate change, and also, and it won't even be hard. Watch this. In Genesis, the Lord tells us that we have dominion over the earth, that humans have the ultimate final say, the ultimate stewardship over the planet Earth. From the very first book of the Bible, our holy text, God tells us that it is our responsibility to care for the earth. We know that God set the planet in motion, that God hung the stars in the sky, that God hung the planet in space. He hung the firmament, and he tells us that it is our job to care for it. We can never know when Christ will return. As Christ himself says, he will return like a thief in the night. And as a thief in the night, even you, the most faithful, will not expect his coming. So you cannot act as though climate change is not important. You cannot pretend as though the rapture is just around the corner, because he will come like a thief in the night when you least expect him. To shirk your God-given responsibility in the very first book of the Bible, to shirk your God-given responsibility to care for the earth, is to spit in the face of the the Lord your God. You must not do this. It is essential that we as Christians take care of the planet that God has so put into our hands, no matter what. No matter when we think the end times are, no matter how severe it gets, we as Christians must fight even harder for a better planet, to care for this in a way that God would look at us with pride. Like a father to their child, we should take care of the gift that has been given to us. Amen, my brothers, sisters, and thembies. There you go. So do you see? This is all from memory. I haven't gone to church in a decade, and I can remember all of these aspects that I believe would probably be very convincing to a lot of Christians. It is possible to create arguments for these things. It's just sometimes very difficult, and fundamentalists, as it turns out, are a particular type of Christian, a particular type of religious person that are very difficult very difficult to to grapple with. Yeah, so it's one of those things. Hey, good to see ya. Clara, good to see ya. All right, let's get back to this debate real quick, shall we? Let's get back to this. I just wanted to show you that it is actually possible to put together biblically based arguments if you so desire it. It's just, you gotta know when, I don't know. You gotta know when's the right time, etc., etc., okay? All right. That was a heck of a sermon for a demonic figure. Okay, I told you, when I was younger, my parents and myself, I was on the track to become a preacher, okay? And by the way, the stewardship argument is an argument that has influenced many levels, or many types of Christianity historically. Anyway, let's continue.
And make them rational through the addition of extra factors that can only be justified metaphysically. Stuff like that is really, really, really dangerous. And that, to me, is the underlying issue. There are smart religious people and rational religious people. Einstein was, religious. There's a lot of that. But the religiosity is always itself irrational, much in the same way that intelligence is highly compartmentalized. You can have people who are very smart.
One second, my chat.
Yeah, if anybody can cut that, please, that would be a great short. In fact, if Danny, if you're here. There we go. Bam. All right, we'll get that happening. All right, anyway, let's continue.
That is freaking out at me and saying we skipped.
Rational, much in the same way that intelligence is highly compartmentalized. You can have people who are very smart.
One second, my chat is freaking out at me and saying we skipped introductions.
I'm Vaush.
Yeah, I hear your point and I want to address them, and we might have to retread that ground a little bit. But I do want to let, I guess, all y'all know I am pagan. I'm not a Christian. So I'm a polytheist YouTuber that does a lot of content around paganism and philosophy and that kind of stuff. So I'm here, and I make a lot of the same criticisms that you just made against certain forms of religion and even paganism.
But it's the logic, right? It's the spiritualism underlying it all. Even if you change.
Question: is religiosity inherently irrational? I don't think so. And the reason, well, here's the thing. Maybe, okay. This is a very difficult question. Like, religiosity, is it an irrational belief? I don't know. Because, okay, it depends on how you define rational, right? Because I would say that that someone who all evidence pointed them towards a belief in God, all knowable evidence at the time pointed them towards a belief in God, that in and of itself would, I think that could be considered a rational conclusion, that they say, I've seen this thing, I interpret it like this, and therefore, boom. And I think there's all kinds of non-religious beliefs that we have to do this for. So I don't know if you can, I don't know. I think it's really, really hard to say that religiosity in and of itself is an inherently irrational belief. Because I don't even think religiosity necessarily demands a belief in the supernatural, right? Because there are religions Well, I guess it does, because it presumes the existence of spirits or some sort of persistent. Not everything that can be justified is inherently not rational. Yeah, that's why I said it's important on what you mean by rational, right? Because like if you define, I don't know. I think that's very difficult. Keep in mind also that like in this conversation there was an admission that there are certain irrational beliefs that Vaush believes are absolutely necessary. So everyone, if that's true, if he believes that there are essential irrational beliefs, that we all must make the irrational belief in like the existence of the world or whatever, then wouldn't that put everyone in the same state as a religious person if everyone has to assume an irrational belief? No, I think empathy is really important, Nuts. I think empathy is incredibly important. Anyway, let's keep listening.
The religion itself, the belief in any kind of spiritual or metaphysical like force that can't be empirically accounted for, I mean, then you could justify whatever. Believing in a soul, for example, is very dangerous. If a person believes in a soul or reincarnation or an afterlife or whatever, their weight on death is going to be very different than what a secular person's weight on death is going to be. That's like a moral calculation that just gets totally fucked up by the introduction of a lot of, you know, mystical shit.
So, okay.
I mean, it's true that it will change. I mean, I think that's obviously true, but I don't know that, I don't know that they get fucked up necessarily. You don't fear death as much as you might? Yeah, but there's lots of people who don't fear death for all kinds of reasons. Like, for example, okay, here's what I mean. Okay, ready? There's two separate ways to look at the eternal soul, right? If when you die, it's all over, there's no more pain, there's no more awareness, you might be a little more willing to end your life if you're in extreme pain, because you know that's the end of it. There's no more pain, you know there's no more persistence. If you've done lots of horrible things, maybe, you might be more willing to end your life because that gets you out of the repercussions of those horrible things. Whereas if you believe there's a soul, there are multiple ways in which you can interpret that. You could say, well, it's no big deal if I die because my soul will live on. But that really depends on the flavor of your religion, right? Because in many religions, when you die, your soul could go somewhere bad. Your soul could be reborn into a different position. I mean, hell, in like Hinduism and even some forms of Buddhism, there's a belief in reincarnation, right? And reincarnation is affected by your actions. So death might actually be very scary if you have an eternal soul, if you believe that, you know, you haven't like sufficiently lived well enough, and your next life is going to be bad as well. So I don't know. Like, I think that yeah, I don't know. I do agree that it affects it, but I don't know that it just like, I don't know you can say that it like, well, let's see how this goes. I feel like this topic is like, it comes back again.
As far as soul belief, wait, were you saying there's a problematic part of soul belief?
Well, it necessarily cheapens death. It has to, because
this is where I disagree with Vaush.
It means that it's not an end to everything. If you believe in reincarnation, you might think killing an unfortunate person might actually be morally right because you're sparing them that life and sending them to another one.
But you could also believe that killing someone in order to send them into another life is an intrinsically bad belief. I think he's wrong on this. I don't think you can substantiate the idea that the existence of a soul cheapens death. Like not at all, right? Yeah, I don't know. That sounds like it would be very difficult to do. Like, because, okay, keep in mind that some people, okay, so let me give some examples of this. Some people believe that that death has to be treated with like a with a religious level of importance. I mean, hell, there are many religions in the world that have specific burial practices because of how important and how sacred the concept of death is in that religion. And I don't mean like death cults. I mean religions that basically say, oh my God, when somebody dies, their soul is locked into a certain place. And I think also that it's possible, if you don't believe in a soul, to have a cheapened view of death. I mean, I think lots of non-believers look at people like numbers and don't think about that. I really don't think that Vaush has the data on hand to back this up. Because I just think there's too much variety. Yeah, I think a lot of fundamentalist Christians have a ugly view on death, but I don't think that I really don't think you can claim that all like religion, the belief in a soul necessarily cheapens death, because every religion has different parameters for what the soul is. Okay, that's partially true in Furnitrix Sophia. Ratatosker, DM, you don't have a soul. I have a lot of souls. I've been gathering souls my whole life. I'm a demon. I am the soul keeper. And if you're not good, if you don't donate to this thing, I can torture your soul, make bad things happen to you. Let's continue.
Okay, so I've got a couple of distractions going on. I guess as far as like the soul is concerned, I'm heathen. I hold that the soul is in multiple parts, and that as one dies, that breaks apart, and it can be considered the end. I'm not necessarily against the idea of like reincarnation or any of that kind of shit, but at the same time, I don't see that as necessarily like a harmful belief. One of the things that I got into with respect to history on the belief of the soul and afterlife and that kind of shit. I'm agnostic on the afterlife. I don't think that you can reasonably. Afterlife is different than even God belief, in my opinion. I think that there's less of a case for afterlife than there is of a case for deities. But at the same time, I think that I don't have an issue with traditionally holding to an afterlife view of some sort.
But it's dangerous,
that being
right?
said,
like, you could be like really dangerous if you're convinced.
I don't think that it's dangerous inherently. I think that you can wind up creating a dangerous narratives around it, though. And I think that's
yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point from Ocean Keltoi. A lot of it is the narrative around the thing. If you believe in reincarnation, then you might actually, depending on the types of narratives that you construct around that belief, depending on the conclusions you come to, not everyone's going to come to the same conclusions. Many people who believe in reincarnation might believe that their actions are very important because their actions in this life will affect how their next life will go and the lives of everyone they're connected to. I don't think that I think that's a very good point, that there's like a lot of different ways of looking at reincarnation, and that the narrative that's constructed around reincarnation is the more important part. Even if you don't necessarily even if you have different conclusions, I think that I think it's fair to acknowledge that narratives around these things are a little bit more important than the thing itself. Right? Anyway, let's continue.
True with a lot of things. Well, and I think that if you start saying that you're against everything, that in order to have that, if you're against everything that can have dangerous narratives around it, you're going to be banning or not banning, but you're going to be trying to be culturally against a hell of a lot more than religion. Politics, for example, is something you can build tons of dangerous narratives around. You can build dangerous narratives around the organization of government.
Well, wait, but the difference isn't just can it be used for bad? It's can it produce in a person a conclusion that can't be argued against? So
yes.
For a political
politics, hell yeah.
Well, no, because as long as a person is basing all their judgments off of empirics and your axioms are aligned, you can reason people out of arguments theoretically. But if a person believes there's a God, and
theoretically being the operating word there, theoretically there is no like I do not believe that there is like a ideal, like that there is a certain combination of words that will convince someone of anything. I don't think that's how it works. Like, I don't think that there's like a right answer. That theoretically is doing a lot of work there, because I think there's lots of people who just, you know, there's just deep disagreements about the way things are that can't be resolved by like saying the right answers. I don't think that's how, I don't know. This goes into an area where I don't know that I have the knowledge to be able to say like, how does human decision making work? But I don't know that Vaush does either here. I feel like this is a bit of a jump, saying that like, you know, theoretically, if you are both empiricists, that you can argue each other out of anything, but that's not necessarily true. People get stubborn for all kinds of reasons. Yeah.
Believes that God is telling them to kill, there's no moral argument you can make against that person. There's no benefit to believing in the spirit.
Yes, I agree with, I think I'm going to agree with Ocean Keltoi here.
So there's not like a thing you get that you don't get through rational or empirical thought, but you do gain the ability to obfuscate real empirical moral judgments with spiritual factors. So,
historically, we do have some kind of like gates that are built up around that kind of subject. And there's a couple of historical thinkers that I want to kind of toss your way with respect to this conversation. And I think that this is where I get...
Yeah, people do tend to double down when challenged, but I don't know. I don't know all the exact details about that. I know that a lot of people, when confronted directly about their beliefs, will double down, but I think they can maybe be open to changing their mind over time. And the other thing about this I wanted to say real quick is that I don't think it's true that there's no argument that you can make to somebody who's convinced that God wants you to kill them. And just to use an example, I will do another brief sermon. God told you to kill someone? Have you, my brother, have you not listened to the story of Abraham and his child Isaac? Isaac, who the angels told Abraham to sacrifice on the altar, only for God to intervene and say, "Do not kill your son. All I wish to see was your faith. I do not wish to see blood shed." There's one way you could approach this, but I will agree that there are a lot of positions that people can work themselves into that can be inflamed by religious indoctrination that can be very difficult to reach people. And but it's not just a matter of whether you can reach them rationally. You can't reach them at all. You can't reach them emotionally either. That's part of the deal with indoctrination. Indoctrination makes you resistant to not just rationality, but also any sort of emotional connection. In fact, wait a minute, hold on. We just spent earlier today talking about why cults isolate people socially. The reasons that cults isolate people is it becomes easier to insulate that person emotionally and make them resistant to outsiders because they're continually reinforced by the people around them and taught to be scared of the outsiders. So it's not just rationality that's affected by indoctrination. It's both emotion, it's emotion, it's social pressures, all kinds of things. Matthew McConaughey with the $10. I feel like Vaush uses his bachelor's degree in sociology as if it's a PhD way too much. Maybe. I don't know. That seems... Thank you for the dono, but I can understand that perspective, but I don't know. I think so far, Vaush... Personally, I think Vaush has made a couple of arguments that maybe are a little bit too bold or cavalier, but I don't think that he's like... I don't think that he's said anything super arrogant or whatever. Oh, Ocean Keltoi, I don't think anybody came in here thinking you were an idiot. At least that's not the way I tend to do these things. Let's continue.
Anti-theism doesn't necessarily work as much as a pluralist approach. That if you're going to be criticizing religion and taking a pluralist standard, you're going to be able to criticize those things in a way that is going to appeal to people that maybe even are ignoring empiricism in some way, which I'd argue that most people do anyway. I think that if you're outside of religion, there's a lot of people that will say that they are into empiricism, but generally aren't.
That's
Most
true.
people, a lot of people don't think rationally generally. That's my opinion. And I think that irrational or irrational narratives can appeal to people who aren't religious or are religious. It's the religion part doesn't necessarily predict one way or the other. But if you hold a pluralist narrative and say, instead of an anti-theist narrative, then you're going to be able to start building standards with respect to how we engage with other people. Somebody saying that, you know, their God wants them to kill other people is going to be anti-pluralist. So if we're thinking with a pluralist approach, then that person can easily be ethically argued out if they're in a society that strengthens pluralism. So pluralism.
Nuts, what the fuck? I actually find myself agreeing with you. What the hell? What is hell frozen over? It feels too hot. A focus on empiricism is a cop-out. It's not a real argument. I agree. Reason being that empiricism is in and of itself highly dependent on the assumptions, right? Like, have we forgotten that most of the empiricists, most of the founders of empiricism were disgusting racists? Empiricism is is completely and utterly reliant on your greater assumptions about ethics, morality, and the collection of data. Empiricism is not the answer here. Yeah.
Is a set of here. I'm going to send these to you on Discord. I've got.
Okay, I think that might be my favorite Frozen emoji. I think the Frozen Hell Jam might be my favorite Frozen emoji. Holy shit, that's so good. It looks so funny. What the fuck? Oh. Only a little bit, Rhodes, but I would love to. Let's continue.
I'm familiar with the concept. The problem is that you're building a house on a rotting foundation. Like, you can arbitrarily develop a set of moral beliefs that align with mine through religiosity, but I don't really value those beliefs that you've arrived at because they're built on shaky ground. Depending on what your spiritual beliefs are.
So the things that I want to send you about pluralism are constructed by an atheist activist.
That's.
I think this is. I think some of this is true. I think some of this, there's some truth in this, like that like some Christians come to the right conclusions, but they come there by a lot of fucked up ways. But it also, doesn't this kind of disagree with Vaush's usual position, where he's like, I don't really care what type of leftist you are. I just care that you are a leftist. Like, I just care that leftism is advanced. I've heard Vaush say that many times. So, and also, the same is true about empiricism. Empiricism can also very easily be built on rotten foundations. For example, if you assume that race is a real construct, you will come to incredibly flawed conclusions based on empiricism. He's talking about moral luckiness. Yeah, but like, isn't moral luck kind of more like a joke? Like, I didn't think the morally lucky argument, I thought that was more of like a quip as opposed to like a serious position.
Fine, I'll still disagree with them.
Why?
Well,
they're holding it without any. It's an ethical system.
I don't have.
I think that the criticisms that you're
putting
forward against religion are ethical.
No,
right?
The problem, they're not ethical. It's not that religious people are necessarily less ethical. It's the system. They've opened themselves up to non-empirical information. They trust things based on faith. As soon as you start doing that, you introduce factors into ethical decision-making that can't be accounted for and can't be reasoned against. There's no like backbone to it. I think a lot of people are irrational, even secular people. I recognize that, but there are ways to address that through education. You can't counter with religiosity education, because even if a person is highly educated, a religious belief that aligns them with different sets of axioms, or God forbid, if they're one of those types who thinks that anything God does is no.
Wait, but we know that's not true, though. But wait, we know that's not true. And also, I want to critique Vaush here a little bit. Vaush regularly argues that education is the key to helping to overcome religiosity. And we know that that's reflected in studies, that the more educated people are, the less religious they tend to be. That that education, the more you learn about the world, the less likely you are to be like extremely religious. And that doesn't indicate that religion is necessarily like irrational in and of itself, simply that broadening your perspective is more likely to moderate your religious beliefs. Yeah, so let's continue.
Necessarily ethical.
I really wish you would debate Vaush on this. I don't know if I mean, I'd be open to having a conversation with Vaush on this, but I don't really know. Like, I don't know. I would need to do a lot of research before that. I'm interested in analyzing this more than debating it, but well, let's get through this and then we'll decide on that. I'd be open to having a conversation with Vaush about this, but I don't know. I don't know how helpful this type of debate is. I think that the conversation around it is more helpful, believe it or not. Anyway, let's continue.
It wouldn't matter
I think this is a problem that will show up where I'll agree with you with respect to criticism of religion in this regard, but I think that it's something that it shows up with respect to specific religions that have supremacy narratives.
But it's fine even if they don't. It's still a problem.
See, this is where I disagree. That if you have a religion that doesn't have a supremacy narrative, a lot of the things that you're talking about wind up going by the wayside.
Okay, this is one of the best. This is one of the best points that Ocean Keltoi makes throughout here, which is that actually a lot of religions that don't have supremacy narratives, a lot of religions that are like for example Buddhism. Enormous swaths of Buddhism have no supremacy narrative and no proselytization. So it's kind of, I feel like that's like I feel like this is a wrong, anyway, what I'm trying to say is I think Ocean Keltoi brings up a great point here, which is that yes, it's true when you're arguing against Christianity or other like highly evangelizing positions, but it's really not true when you're talking about, say, pantheism or Buddhism or general spiritualism. There are so many different views that simply do not have supremacy narratives like that, and also that those Taoism, certain aspects, certain forms of Taoism don't, but many forms of Taoism have no supremacy narrative. Like, they're literally devoted to finding one way to heaven out of many, that there's an acknowledgement of many paths to heaven. But heaven meaning immortality, not heaven in the Christian sense. Humphead Sassy says, it's always give and take. Buddhist nationalism, though seemingly paradoxical, is real movement. Of course. That's why I'm saying I think that it's important to, but you can't, if you're going to make an anti-theist stance, you need to make your arguments against theism, not against a particular flavor of theism. Otherwise, you're not making an anti-theist argument. So this is one of the things that I encounter personally with a lot of anti-theist arguments, is that they tend to argue specifically against Abrahamic faiths and not against the millions of other people and other types of religion that exist in the world, many of which are totally different from Christianity or Islam or any of these other more patriarchal, rigid religions. Let's continue.
Don't
what
show
do they
up.
believe?
For my particular manifestation of religion, right? I don't engage in a supremacy narrative. You can be an atheist, that's fine. I can be heathen, that's fine. That's
but what
not
do you
necessarily
believe
an issue.
that contradicts empirical reality? What additional, what
as far as like contradicting it? No, I think that empiricism is a useful tool for engaging with reality, just like I think that there are other useful tools for engaging with reality.
And what
if we're looking at history, Like, for example, if you're looking at history, you're going to be engaging with history and different assumptions that aren't necessarily empirical in order to build a narrative with information.
The difference is that those are analytical methods that are meant to provide us understanding of something empirical, whereas religion, superstition adds just like it's not analysis to believe there are like spirits or fairies or whatever. That's just an extra thing that a person believes.
And I'm against superstition, but I'm against superstition in a way that the Romans and Greeks have criticized it, not with respect to just labeling all religious beliefs as superstition.
Well, then what do you believe that I would disagree with, assuming that I'm a fully,
well, I mean, I believe the gods exist, atheist. So we probably disagree on that.
Well, there we go.
I'm holding that the gods exist.
But you just said you were against the superstition. Is that not like a fairies?
And that's what I'm saying.
Hansabi says, imperialist Japanese empire was Shinto, Buddhist, and repressed Christians. And, And the Tibetan Buddhist caste operated a slave state where there are reactionary strains of Buddhists which even proselytize militantly. I agree, but there are also enormous strains of Buddhism that do not follow that at all. And likewise for many, many different ones. I would say Christianity doesn't really have that. Almost most strains of Christianity are some form of evangelical. It's pretty foundational to Christianity, but there are so many religious beliefs in the world that do not include like proselytization as we understand it. Let's rewind here real quick.
Gods exist.
But you just said you were against the superstition.
Well, there we go. I'm holding that the gods exist.
But you just said you were against the superstition. Is that not like a fairies?
And that's why I'm saying that I'm against the superstition with respect to how the Romans and the Greeks criticized it, not with respect to labeling all of religion as superstition. So when Plutarch, there's Roman and Greek writer Theophrastus and Plutarch. Theophrastus had a text called Characters, where
okay, I'm sorry, everybody. I have to make fun of the chat here. I have to make fun of VGG chat. I have to do it. I'm sorry. Ocean Keltoi cites a writer that these people don't recognize, and 900 people in VGG just put question marks and question mark emojis. I don't recognize that writer. What's this guy talking about? Duh. Like how can you, oh my fucking God. Come on, guys, think. Be a little like, if you don't know something, look it up. Have a little bit of intellectual curiosity. A word I don't recommend? What? What an idiot. What a stupid idiot. Come on, guys. Come on. Fucking come on. Jesus.
Where he goes through a series of basically morally bad people and just describes like these negative characteristics. And one of them was the superstitious man. And the superstitious man describes somebody who is absolutely debilitated by trying to adhere to every single religious custom that is part of his society.
By the way, I'm just going to say this outright. If you hear a word that you don't know and you go to look it up to learn more about it, you are doing a good thing. That is a great thing to do. It is, if you don't know a word, you don't have to be embarrassed by that. You don't have to be embarrassed by not knowing a definition. I mean, unless you've like really overplayed your hand and you're like, you know, I don't know, you're like pretending to be a doctor and then somebody says, you know, there's like a severe injury in this patient's like aorta, and you're like, what's an aorta? And they're like, you're a doctor, you're supposed to be doing a surgery, and you're like, actually, I was just pretending. Other than that, please look it up. Please. It's helpful. Let's continue.
Such that it negatively impacted his life to the extent that he wasn't able to live, and describes this as like a moral flaw, basically. So when you have somebody that is believing in religion in such a way that they're taking it to this sort of like extremity and impacting their own life in a negative way like that, that's where you can criticize.
My threshold is well beyond that point.
Sure.
I mean, I don't even like horoscopes. I mean, I consider people who believe in horoscopes to fit in this
horoscopes
category.
can manifest in that way, where you have somebody who is, because
wait, but like horoscopes are like I feel like a lot of times horoscopes are brought up as a bad faith example. horoscopes are the most fraudulent form of pop mysticism. They are so fraudulent. They're so fraudulent that there's literally like, guys, like fucking fortune cookie companies hire people to come up with fortunes to put in their fortune cookies. It's the most fraudulent form of like mysticism you can imagine. It's kind of I don't know, it's kind of a straw man. Like, yes, I will agree that like a lot of people who like really buy into horoscopes are being fucking stupid. And also that it like encourages people to be really dumb about shit. But that's because it's like the most basic, it's like designed to prey off of like, I don't know, it's like lottery tickets, right? Windleby says, fraudulent or not, you have to buy into some weird shit to believe the most basic form of astrology. Okay. Hold on a second though. I wanna talk about one thing, because I do agree that horoscopes are like really toxic and shit like that in a lot of ways. But keep in mind that like the vast majority of people don't really believe in horoscopes, okay? Let me give you an example. When I was an extreme Christian, I used to keep my fortune cookies. Whenever I got a fortune cookie thing, I would keep it because, I don't know, it just made me feel good. Every time I opened a fortune cookie, I would keep the little thing inside and I would see, I don't know, it made me feel like, I don't know, what if God decides to speak to me through this funny fortune cookie? But if anybody ever pressed me and was like, do you really believe in the fortune cookies? I would of course be like, no, of course not. I don't really think that. It's more of like a frivolity. It's more of just like a fun frivolity. I think most people, when pushed on horoscopes, don't really believe in them that much. It's more of just like a fun thing. I do think there are some people, obviously there are giant grifters who take this shit really seriously. I mean, fuck, there's a video I want to show you guys later that's just some woo-ass bullshit. But, you know. Yeah, it's like opening a fucking blind box, you know? It's not really I don't think people are, I think most people don't really take it all that seriously. Though I will agree that like some people are really stupid about it. Like they're like, it'll affect their dating preferences and stuff. But yeah. Anyway, let's continue. I'm spinning off on a little thing. Yeah.
Of their horoscopes, afraid to.
Okay, that's true, Windleby. But again, how deep does that belief go? I mean, I think a lot of people, wait, but Windleby, I know in my community, okay, I agree with you in that it should be analyzed, but I know in my community there are a ton of people who are determinists. There are a ton of people who are determinists in this community because we've had arguments about determinism on the call-in streams and people got really up in arms about it. And determinism is literally people and their interactions are determined by some inquantifiable force. That's literally, and I know this audience is full of determinists. So, is there really that much of a difference between an astrologer and an astrology believer and a determinism believer? It is star racism, though. Yes, it is. Yes, I do think the essentialism that often comes with horoscopes is incredibly stupid. But I also, to be fair, I really don't think that most people take the astrology all that seriously. I have a big problem with that essentialism, but yeah, I think the biggest problem is that it like, I don't know, it normalizes a type of like frivolous essentialism. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Thank you, Silent. Let's continue.
Live,
No,
right?
any
Like
belief
that,
in
we see that
horoscopes.
manifestation.
Like any at all, like any belief in it whatsoever.
I've got not the best opinion on horoscopes generally, if you want my like absolute honest opinion.
They
But
predict
at the same
fascist
time,
beliefs.
if somebody, yeah, you're talking about the essentialism thing. I think I addressed that in my video to you a year ago or some shit. But like, and I think that there is like an essentialism problem that shows up with horoscopes. True. I think that if you get into some forms of astrology, I would say this is one of those things. This is a practice I'm not super familiar with, so it's not something that I would stake my arguments on.
Yeah, here's another example. People bringing up tarot cards. Guys, people fucking love tarot cards. Do you know how many tarot card enthusiasts I've known? They don't believe that the tarot cards actually do anything. It's for fun and aesthetic and giving spice to life. There are people who do believe in tarot readings, but there are a lot of people who collect, make, and are enthusiastic about tarot cards, even though if you're a true believer in tarot cards, you're buying into some serious bullshit. Also, again, this whole thing is like, can tarot cards and astrology encourage essentialist beliefs? Yes, it can. But our society already has like a significant amount of essentialist beliefs that are way, way, way more seriously taken than astrology. I think astrology and stuff like that is way more likely to plug into those already existent beliefs than to be the cause of it, if that makes any sense. But of course, I strongly believe in introspection and in deeply analyzing why you believe the things that you believe. Well, he brought up essentialism, but yeah, let's continue. We got to make.
You can have like fascistic expressions of it, definitely. Like and I think that's true of heathenry, my religion as well. There's definitely fascistic representations of heathenry where you get into heathens that engage in a supremacy narrative.
Perfect example, Hercules. Hercules says the gender binary as an essential belief. Don't need to be religious to hold that belief. That's true. There are tons of irreligious people who also buy into the essentialized belief of the gender binary. They believe it as scientific fact. And it doesn't seem like modern science is convincing them otherwise.
And that supremacy narrative winds up being a racist one.
But I don't want any of it. I don't,
right.
Even for the
I'm against the supremacy narratives.
Yeah, I don't
have to be against the religion in order to be against the supremacy narrative.
But the religion's still a problem because it adds non-empirical factors into what would otherwise potentially be an empirical ethical analysis. I mean,
and so do a lot of, like, if you're engaging in mathematics, if you're engaging in logic, you're going to have to start engaging in some non.
Silent says, tarot is cool because instead of just a general statement that you try to think about how it would apply to you, you get in a tactile sense, but with more things to literally draw from. The individual card art, the emerging narrative that a reading can provide, both in card descriptions and in the art on the cards. Yes, I think for a lot of people, even spiritual tarot believers, it's more about like a meditative practice where the cards act as sort of a ritual by which you have a guided path of thinking about things. Anyway.
Empirical stuff. Empiricism is not an end-all be-all when it comes to finding truth.
Well, when it comes to...
There's several studies across philosophy.
Nuts! You're such a dick. I feel like chat's being really open tonight about all the dumb shit they waste their time and money on. I love it. Wasting your money on dumb shit that does nothing to benefit your life. It's a spice of life. That's fucking everything, you dumb asshole. Everything in life is stupid and wasteful, and it's just a way to fill up the spice in your life. Are you fucking kidding me? Do you really think that the sodies you drink and the fucking video games you play are that important? No, they're fucking frivolities that you do to keep yourself busy on the inevitable crawl towards the grave. That wasn't nice! Nuts, that wasn't nice at all! Oh my god. Holy shit. I'm always, listen, look, no matter what, no matter how much I call you out, I'm always thankful for Nuts' presence, okay? Nuts is one of my favorite chatters, okay? It's never a boring night with Nuts.
That do not deal with empiricism, and I would like among them would be history deals with empiricism on some level, but you still have to make a certain amount of assumptions, such as the documents that you're reading are somewhat reliable as accounts and that kind of shit.
I'm not anti-philosophy, and I'm certainly not anti-analysis. I know that there are things that we do to obtain knowledge that go outside the bound of pure empirical measurement. The problem
one
is
of those
that
things is theology.
Religious people make empirical arguments or believe empirically in things that aren't empirical. So
not all religious people. I hate to pull that, but not all religious people. I mean, I would say that a lot of religious people make some empirical claims, but that is a Christian thing. It's Christians who believe in spiritual warfare. It's Christians who believe that there are literally angels and demons pulling the levers of the world that are influencing the world. Lots of people see spiritual beliefs as essentially only like indirectly active or indirectly active parts of the world. Deists, for example, are a great example of that. Hey, thank you very much, Zoe Vexed. Deeply, deeply appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's great to see you again as well. You've come in a very complicated conversation, but thank you so much for the support. Deeply appreciate that. True. Ocean Keltoi brings up a good point here, saying not all seems to be a reasonable objection because anti-theism and saying these problems are inherent to theism. Yeah, that's what I have to remember. That's kind of where we started with this, is whether the anti-theist part is the part that, like, the anti part is the part that's questionable. Yes, not all angels believe in angels and demons. Yeah, that's true. But I will say that a lot of Christian faiths believe in a very in that there's a lot of engagement between the spiritual and the material, whereas many spiritual beliefs, the engagement between the material and the spiritual is very abstract or metaphorical as opposed to literal.
the belief in the existence of a god isn't a philosophical framework. It's not an analytical narrative.
You're saying they believe it empirically?
If a person believes that something is capable of affecting the real world, analysis isn't. Analysis can't change the interaction of photons and molecules or whatever. Philosophy can't. It informs the way we make empirical decisions. But if you believe there's a deity that can influence the physical world, you're making an empirical claim, not supported empirically. If the god is just this, like, abstract philosophical concept, like a sort of like an analytical, no, like a alliterative way of describing a process, you know, I would still take issue with it, because this often takes the form of like the personification of natural phenomena, which impedes our understanding of it in a genuine empirical sense.
My perspective on polytheism would be like definitely into the realm of what you would be against then, because I'm holding as the gods as external agents minds. We might talk about imminent polytheism or something like that, and get into the kind of the various.
Then you
forms
might. Then
of it,
you think they're empirical.
again,
You're making an empirical claim there, because if they affect the real world, they have to be empirical.
I feel that the mind is non-physical. So, and I might be. I've been leaning towards like idea.
I'm actually unfamiliar with the term imminent polytheism. I would have to learn more about that. I'm not familiar with that term.
Lately is with respect to like my philosophy of what the external world is. So.
But can they, but like these gods, I mean, if they can direct the winds or control energy or matter or anything like that, they must necessarily be empirical phenomena. They're in the realm of empirics.
You could probably say some empirical things about the areas that they manifest. Like you could probably predict where the rain is going and say that that's Freyr or something like that. But I don't think that that gives you necessarily access to Freyr's mind or anything. Just as knowing the parts of the brain doesn't necessarily give the ability to read a mind.
Yeah,
and
but if
maybe we'll develop that technology at some point, and it'd be interesting to see how that affects God belief, or how we can interact with, like, if you have the ability, some sort.
Infernatrix Sophia says, this is a bad argument on Vaush's part because they can have an empirical material effect even without being materially real through the process of hyperstition or merely just emulation of the concepts they embody. Yes, that is true. The hyperstition or emulation is actually very much, that is actually an empirical material effect. Like you could talk about, for example, the belief in Q, right? Somebody brought that up in chat that like Q is belief in like the Q narrative, the QAnon narrative is a not explicitly religious belief that is, of course, comes hand in hand with a lot of other religiosity, but it's a belief that has had a severe like Q, whether a single Q actually exists, the idea of Q has had an unbelievable, empirically verifiable effect on the world because of the actions of its believers, which you could argue is probably true about most religions, right? So like, yeah. Oh, there you go. Discordant Vol was the one who brought it up. QAnon is the natural conclusion of the flat earth conspiracy. Yeah, kind of true.
Sort of apparatus that is able to read a mind and utilize that in order to have some sort of communication with the gods, and that starts getting revealed. Then you start having empirical conversations about minds and gods and all of that kind of shit, and you wind up answering a few questions with respect to mind-body problem and all this other philosophical crap that we've been hitting our heads with for millennia, but that's not where we're at right now.
This is what led to people doing rain dances. I mean, it's a non.
I have no problem with rain dances.
Well, I know, but I do, because they cause people to starve, because they thought they could solve their famines by dancing instead of other approaches towards.
Okay. All right. I gotta go kind of hard here. Vaush, okay. That is not what rain dances are. It is literally, yes, it is a completely upside down understanding of rain dances. Rain dances are, as far as I'd keep in mind, this is my white ass understanding. As an outsider, I am not Native American, but as I understand it, rain dances were understood as essentially a ritual that would that people would partake in to celebrate, like to celebrate and to hope for rain. There was, as I understand it, nobody like did rain dances instead of farming or instead of you know, traveling to a different location to find food ever. Rain dances were done as an acknowledgement of the hardship of dry times. They were a way to find joy and hope and instill, you know, a sense of, we are going to make it through, the rain will come, and we will dance to show that the rains will eventually come. They were not, rain dances did not lead to famines. To my knowledge, no tribe that performed rain dances did so with the belief that the rain dance is the thing that brings the rain. Instead, it was a spiritual nod to the forces that bring rain, and was done as a way of, you know, building hope and togetherness. Yeah. I feel like this is a very, it's unfortunate, but in this particular moment, Vaush kind of reminds me, nah, it's not fair. I think that was a little bit, I think that was insensitive and uninformed. I really do think that that's insensitive and uninformed. And I also think that it's a slip up on his part, because I think he could make a better argument here without leaning into racism and without, and I do think it's discriminatory to like act like Native Americans were all starving because they were doing rain dances, when that's just not true. You know? I remember hearing this at the initial, and I found that this was a pretty bad argument to make. No, don't you do that. Why do you guys gotta be so weird about that shit? Stop it. Let's go.
Towards agricultural management, it doesn't do anything.
Right. I don't think that it matters necessarily like, as far as this conversation goes, as far as the arguments whether or not God exists, I think that where I can hang my hat on and where you can hang your hat on is that when you get into the upper echelons of the philosophical conversation, this isn't a settled matter. And I think that I've even heard you say that we should be withholding judgment at the end of the day, right?
I'll withhold judgment when talking to people, but if I'm talking about why I reject these ideas, I mean, I have to be forthcoming about it. I think it brings ruin. And it's an unreliable way of assessing.
Roots Monkey from YouTube chat says, perhaps a small one, but I think his point is that resources could certainly be used better if rain dances weren't engaged in at all. But that's fucking okay, but that's such a silly thing. You could say that about anything. Anything. Resources can always be used better. Like, you guys are sitting here watching my stream. You don't think that there's probably a better use of resources than you all sitting and watching my stream? There isn't, because my stream is the best thing ever, and you should definitely contribute and absolutely keep watching. Do not stop watching. All I'm saying is, I'm just saying that you can always make the argument that things could be used better. But it's not, like, who the fuck are you to decide that? If you had to live through, like, a long dry season every single year, and there was like low food, and you might, I think it's perfectly rational that a rain dance could be a enjoyable social experience that helps you process the pain of living through a dry season. Yeah, no, I understand that. How is it that you have a fan on but we can't hear it? Excellent audio management. No, almost good one. Oh, Ocean Keltoi. I would be open to that. But I don't know if I'll have the energy to do it today. I'm certainly open to a conversation in the future. I've already been going pretty long for today's stream, so I might want to push that to another day. No offense. Yeah. Because I am definitely interested in having a conversation with you. I feel like we could have like an amazing one. Landon Turner from YouTube chat says, well, what if a rain dance prevents a tribe from getting up and moving when that would be better than staying in a desolate area? Did that happen? Does that happen? And if it did, well, there's all kinds of things. People do that now. How many Americans stay in their house because they are not convinced that a wildfire is going to come through their area, and they just stay there because they're like, nah, I'm fine. Because they're like too busy listening to Fox News. Like, you can hardly pin that on the rain dance. And to pin it on the rain dance just seems, frankly, a little racist. Also, rain dances took like fucking, how long do you think a rain dance is? A rain dance is like an hour-long ritual or something? Come on.
A person's ethics, no matter how you came to believe in what you believe in, the gods or whatever, you got that from somewhere. And if you got that from somewhere, that means there's a source from which you can derive non-empirical beliefs. And all it would take is
wait, somebody in the Discord, one of my mods in the Discord, please manually verify Ocean Keltoi. Sorry about that. We've had some issues with the verification process. Somebody manually verify Ocean Keltoi, please. Thank you, Alora. Thank you.
Believe that source of information for you to potentially believe in the valid.
Instead of Pansabi, instead of calling it racist, you could just say it's uninformed, because I doubt Vaush is intentionally trying to discriminate. I agree. For the record, I do not think Vaush is a racist. I do think the remark was a little insensitive. What I was saying was, some of the arguments in chat were a little racist, okay? There we go. I don't think Vaush is a racist. Never mind. I feel like I don't have to say that, but all right. I'll say it just to be clear.
Like the nature, like human sacrifice. People did that for their polytheistic deities. And how could I morally argue you out of that? If you genuinely believe that a famine could be settled with a human sacrifice, if that's an empirical belief that you hold, ethically, you're in the right. The problem is that your predicating beliefs are incorrect. The existence of that God.
lot of Americans every single day believe that famine will be solved by capitalism, that it'll be solved by continued economic growth, and there is just as much rationality behind that as there is behind believing that a dance will solve, a made-up imaginary dance will for a made-up religion would solve your famine. There's all kinds of beliefs that can lead people to coming to the wrong conclusions. This is not an argument. This is not an argument in favor of an anti-theist position. This is just an argument that there are some beliefs that are like less effective than others. 85D2D Derek says, Rain Dance was a bad example, but people get the point he was trying to make, right? Yes, I think he was trying to make an argument against like basically like thoughts and prayers, which is a real thing, that like sometimes instead of becoming involved, a lot of people will basically just like give their thoughts and prayers. But again, atheists do that too, just so you know. As we know, the internet atheists were wrong about the idea that being an atheist intrinsically makes you more likely to engage with the world. Fucking atheists do thoughts, prayers, and positivity all the time. How many fucking atheists are dyed-in-the-wool capitalists? Like tons. Like fucking tons. So yeah, let's continue.
The value of the human sacrifice, but I could never argue you out of that.
So arguments against human sacrifice show up with Plutarch, and I think that, again, we can talk about pluralism with respect to human sacrifice. Harmful practices are going to be the kind of thing which, as a pluralist, you're going to be objecting to.
Why?
Pluralism, I think, is going to be a better strategy here.
But if the gods will reward us with bounty and food, if we perform a human sacrifice.
I'd argue even then, even if you try to argue that kind of thing, I don't think that you could demonstrate that, first off. And second, I don't think that even if it's true, it's something that is worth engaging in because of the harmful practice nature of it.
We're not basing our beliefs on whether we can demonstrate it. That's
Silent says, Richard Dawkins thinks that eugenics could work to make a human super race. Being an atheist is no protection against brainworms. Yeah, see, that's part of the problem that I have, which is that there's such a prevalence of irrational and ridiculous and horrible beliefs among atheists as well, that I don't really feel like religion is the operating factor here. Richard Dawkins is kind of a moron, yes. Go back real quick.
Demonstrate that, first off. And second, I don't think that even if it's true, it's something that is worth engaging in because of the harmful practice nature of it.
We're not basing our beliefs on whether we can demonstrate it. That's the whole point. You don't either.
Right.
That's
so
my
if
game.
you're going to say that it's a good practice to do, you need to be able to demonstrate on some level that it's a good practice to do. And that's not, if you're going to, especially with respect to harming somebody. So what?
You said you're okay with rain dances.
Yeah. There's not a harmful element to that.
Well, there's a very beneficial element to potentially ending a drought or a famine, right? I mean, if they believe that.
Like if somebody is, I'd say that if you're, if somebody is engaging in rain dances or prayers for rain or something like that, that's not necessarily a problem because it's not a harmful practice.
Right, but
when you're talking about human sacrifice, all of a sudden you're dealing with harmful practices, right?
If people believe enough in the idea that showing glory to a deity will bring good, to do a rain dance, human sacrifices aren't that far off. You take
and if people believe that enough gumption will help you become that enough gumption will let you be a successful entrepreneur, they will waste their entire lives climbing the corporate ladder. That's not religious, is it? Or is that also religious? I'm going to keep going back to this because this is all over the place in America and isn't religion. Like there are people who believe, there are a lot of Americans who believe that if everybody would just go to work and do their goddamn job, the whole world would be solved of all of its problems because capitalism is the best world that's ever existed. It is a religion. It's called a civil religion. True, but we haven't moved to that yet. If we want to really talk about anti-theism, if you really want to be against irrational belief, you're going to have to take on the belief in the state. You're going to have to take on the belief in governance and society. but we're not going to talk about that tonight. Or maybe we will, but not right now. Let's continue.
Object to that to the same way we object to political beliefs that have the same kind of consequences.
But
genocide group X, therefore, and that'll be better for our society.
But I don't have to
You know what I
argue
mean? Like,
against a
that's-
religion. I can do empirics
Hey,
in
St.
there.
Helen,
Well,
good
you're
to see
going to be
you.
arguing against something that can't be demonstrated until, you know what I mean? Like this.
No, but
if
that's the
you're-
point. Religious people don't wait to see if it's demonstrated. Christians
Neither
pray.
do the political narratives.
Yeah, but
If you
can
have the
argue
political
against that
narrative
Christians.
in
that is like,
empirics.
hey, let's do genocide X, then you're not going to have people that are going to go, oh, well, can you demonstrate that first or whatever the fuck? Like that's we've seen that a couple of times in history, right?
Well,
Where-
first of all, most genocides have been committed by religious people, so we're kind of shaking, like we're arguing on shaky ground, like from the get-go there. And second, of like
right, we're talking about
overwhelmingly
mass
throughout
murders
history.
of,
But-
of
Okay, but that's such a cheap shot argument. Most everything in the world was done by religious people. Most people throughout history have been religious. Like claiming that like most genocides were done by religious people is not, it's not a fair argument. Come on. Come on. Vaush. Come on. Oh. Hey, what? For religious purposes? Yes! Wait, what do you mean for an easy read? Hold on a second. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are you going to argue that most genocides in all of history were done for explicitly religious purposes? Hold on. I'm misunderstanding here, okay? Because I would argue that you do not have the data to make that argument. Reason being, there are fucking crazy political reasons for the purposes of genocide. Okay, good. Okay, I must be okay, I'm sorry. I must be misinterpreting. I would say that I think this is a sloppy argument. I just think this is a sloppy argument. That's the takeaway, okay? That's the takeaway. I think this is a sloppy argument because most people throughout history have been religious. Many people have done many things for religious reasons, or at least informed by their religious beliefs. And yes, that includes genocide. But as we know, there is an ongoing genocide in China right now that is being perpetuated by an atheistic state. So,
populations.
I'm not arguing
okay.
oh yeah,
that
Striped Kidder literally just said that, yes.
secular people are always rational. I'm only saying that adding the religiosity adds an additional extra layer of like immutable political like invulnerability when it comes to argumentation. If a group of people, like a community or a culture or whatever, believe there are gods in the sky that do reward them with rain or with food or with bounty when they show those gods glory, the step up to human sacrifice is a totally rational one. This is why I hate that like Westerners arrogantly look down on human sacrifice in like Aztec culture or whatever. Like that's so much more barbaric than the fucking Crusades, which had like 5,000, 10,000, 500,000 times.
I'm not going to be defending the Crusades either. Crusades are obviously
No,
a harmful practice and anti-pluralist, right? So, like,
Well, wait.
I mean, as a pagan, I'm not going to have a good.
What is this argument? I don't know. I feel like Vaush was trying to be sarcastic there, but I just don't feel like it landed. Like, first of all, the idea that people, like, the idea that it's a short jump from believing that there are, like, things like prayer that you can do to human sacrifice, I don't think that's substantiable. I just don't believe it because there's tons of people who believe in prayer and very few people who believe in human sacrifice. There are tons of people who don't believe in prayer, but who believe in human sacrifice in the form of the economy, that basically, you know, essential workers are a worthy sacrifice in order to keep the economy going. There's like literally that's the current position of the White House. Also, and yes, also this is a bit of a silly, I don't know, I think not silly. I would say this is an underbaked analysis of the Crusades. I don't want to get in deeply on the Crusades, but the Crusades were heavily influenced. Obviously, they were hugely religious projects, but they were also deeply political. a lot of the reasons for the Crusades was literally to make money for the dying coffers of various kings. They were enormous, you know, they were sold via religion. They were sold via a narrative of religion, and religious figures participated, but they were also hugely political. Yeah, they're deeply political. I mean, there was a reason why part of the main thing of being a crusader was that you got to fucking keep loot, that you could take spoils. Those spoils were designed to enrich the emptied coffers of Europe. Europe had been infighting for so long that they had all wasted all of their resources, and there was widespread poverty. There was widespread lack of resources even among the nobles. So there was a massive economic incentive to make the Crusades happen. Lamau Pansabi. Let's go.
Position on the Crusades. I think that even Christianity in general, you might be able to make some pluralist arguments against. However, because I think that with Christianity, we find a
Is there a way to depoliticize religion? No. Everything is political. Everything that you do, every part of your life is political.
proclivity towards authoritarianism. And that proclivity towards authoritarianism is what lends to shit where you get into the justification of harmful practices, regardless of the effect.
Well,
because now you have a supremacy narrative. Now you have authoritarianism.
But I'm not saying that you would be pro-Crusades. I'm only arguing that from the perspective of the Aztecs, the idea of human sacrifice was an empirically justifiable one. They already believed that showing glory to the gods.
From the position of Joe Biden, human sacrifice in the name of the economy, the desperate need to keep the American economy afloat, means that it's okay to sacrifice a bunch of essential workers. This is tons of societies have these harmful beliefs that aren't strictly religious.
Would bring them bounty. So a human
empirical
sacrifice.
Wait, what do you think empirical is?
Is that a bad? Am I missing something here, or am I missing something in this argument?
Because they.
But the economy is material. So is fear. So is fear. Doing human sacrifices has a material effect beyond that of the gods. It's not about like you don't think that that human sacrifices of the people that you enslave and conquer, if you do human sacrifices, bloody, terrifying human sacrifices of the people that you conquer, you don't think there's a material effect, a intentional material effect of that? Is fear material? It has material consequences. Well, no, fear is both material and has material consequences. Fear is an emotion that is carried by our fear is something, it's caused by hormones, yes. So it is both, fear is both material and fear has material consequences. I don't find this, how does this piece fit into the anti-theism thing?
Thought the god.
Again, my recurring point throughout this debate is focusing on how does this build a case for anti-theism. I hope people understand what I'm talking about here. I'm trying to address this as an argument about anti-theism and whether or not this supports the thesis of the anti-theism thesis. Let's continue.
We're an empirical force in the world. If you presuppose that the gods exist empirically, as in they can affect the world.
What is empirical?
Sorry, maybe material. Maybe I'm misusing the word. Like a material.
Okay.
They believe the gods are a material force in the world. And
I
if you presuppose that,
I don't. As polytheists, we generally hold that the non-physicalness is an aspect.
I'm pretty sure
as part of
the Aztecs did believe that the gods
Aztecs were not physicalists, and regardless, the Aztecs being. We can take it to another. Let's move from the Aztecs to
no,
the
but I
history
haven't
of
finished the
Hold
point
on,
yet.
1 second.
Wait,
1 second.
but you can't 1 second me. I have to 1 second you.
You can still talk about human sacrifice. I just want to move it to a religion I'm more familiar with. We can talk about the history of my own religion, which has human sacrifice in it, and we can discuss it from there. It's just I want to move it out of out of that conversation into one that I have a little bit more familiarity with, but still has the same problem, so that we can discuss it substantively.
Okay.
All right, go ahead. So heathens in the past did human sacrifices to Odin. Yes, we agree on that. So
Silent.
go ahead and make
Thank
your
you.
point.
Okay. If they believe that the gods are a material force in the world, which they did, even if they didn't believe the gods would show up and fuck them physically, but they did believe that. I know, it was Odin and Thor. They fucked
You
a
had
lot
some
of people.
euhemerist beliefs with history, yeah. They've got Snorri talking about how Freyr is part of the royal family of Sweden
they
or whatever.
literally thought, like in the world.
It's a Christian's record, but anyway, whatever. Go ahead.
They thought even if they were just metaphysical forces, Thor being lightning would mean that he could affect the world materially. And if you believe those things, if that's a material belief that you hold, unerringly, people would be executed for heresy. I mean, you have to believe this to varying extents. It is not irrational. It is purely logical to then go, yeah, human sacrifices to honor the gods are a good thing. That's a correct argument if you presuppose the existence of those gods. And that's what makes the religious
You
angle
can
really
have the
dangerous.
If you presuppose the existence of the gods and you believe that's what the gods want, there's a couple of things going on here. Like I said, I'll go back to it. Joe Biden believes, because of his presuppositions about the importance of the American economy, that it is a worthy sacrifice for hundreds of thousands of essential workers and old people to die, so long as the American economy doesn't go under.
Existence of the gods, and you can even hold that human sacrifice is effective or whatever. Not my position, but let's talk about it. You can still at that point hold a pluralist position and say, regardless of whatever effect human sacrifice has, regardless of it, it's still not a preferable position or preferable practice to have because of the harm associated with it. Doesn't matter.
It absolutely
if the gods are asking you to
matters.
do things that are unethical, then fuck that shit.
Right?
Like that's easy enough to convince somebody to do. If the gods are asking you to harm people.
This is I think right here is a section where I think Vaush is a little bit stuck in in debating against Christianity, because polytheists, to my knowledge, the vast majority of polytheists don't believe in the ethical supremacy of any one god over the others. I'm sure there's probably some types of polytheism where there's a god that wins out over the others, but throughout most of history, the believers in polytheism, people would gravitate towards different gods for different reasons, and there are tons of gods that people don't listen to. For example, Hades is an example of a god that was seen both as a representative of the forces of death, but also was seen as someone who often needed to be defied. Yeah, Infernatrix Sophia says a lot of gods in heathenry and Hellenism are largely regarded even by their worshippers as being massive fucking dicks. Gayfesh says so many anti-theists are you should believe in evangelical Christianity. You should believe in evangelical Christianity, which you shouldn't believe in. Yeah, it's a little bit getting stuck. St. Helen says Julian Hellenism and Neoplatonism viewed the gods as morally perfect. Yeah, I imagine there's certain people that, there's certain factions that believe as in morally infallible gods, but that's hard. I don't think you can generalize that. That's a Christian thing. The all ethics, come forth from God is a Christian thing. Killjoy says, I feel like I'm also guilty of this when I make anti-religious arguments. Well, I think a lot of people are. I think I've done that in the past, which is part of the reason why I have moved away from generally anti-theist arguments as time has gone on, despite my absolute disdain for most of Christianity, for the vast majority of Christianity. I've still moved away from anti-theism because I just don't find the arguments of anti-theism particularly compelling or thorough enough. Yeah.
People that are your friends, there's no reason to actually listen to that shit.
But they thought the gods would raise their villages. The Norse, the pagans didn't believe that the gods were necessarily the arbiters of morality, but they did believe they'd be punished for not showing due deference to the gods. So if it's if you can do a human sacrifice to keep your village from being raised.
This gets into a misunderstanding of history with respect to pagan belief, where It's like, well, they worship the gods because they were afraid of them on some level. This is not what we see bearing out in history when we read these people actually discussing their own religions. Usually what's going on is that we see people that are giving and sacrifice and engaging in a system of reciprocity, gifts for a gift, that the gods give gifts and they give gifts in return. It's not like, oh, well, we didn't sacrifice to the gods, therefore we're going to be experiencing a tsunami tomorrow or some shit, or that human sacrifices were not participated in or whatever. Like, this is getting into like highly superstitious beliefs, which we have records of people in history bitching about and saying, this is a terrible practice. Stop fucking doing it because of the consequences of it.
There would be consequences for not venerating the gods and benefits to venerating the gods. That's pretty common across like all.
And the consequence to human sacrifice is dead humans.
Dead humans happen all the time.
This is a sloppy argument. Vaush has invented a hypothetical believer in the past that has no specificity. There's a hypothetical like Viking in the past with no specific beliefs except that they believe in human sacrifice. I just think this is sloppy. Like, he's not making like an offensive belief. I just think it's a sloppy argument. I don't know what's being said here. Were there Norse people who literally believed that the gods would fuck you up if you didn't do certain things? Yeah, there's tons of people who believe that now. I just don't get it. I don't know what I just feel like making an assertion like they believed this when you're talking about a hypothetical Viking that you just invented for the purpose of this conversation is just, I just think it's sloppy, personally.
You lose humans sending them out on hunting expeditions, but you execute one for the sake of keeping the god from raising your village or ending a drought. That's an ethical like argument that lands in your favor. Ethically, like if you send a group of people out in a hunting party or a raiding party, we're talking about Vikings here after all, you're far more likely to get more death for less gain than maintaining a studious.
Well, but that's the thing. Like Killjoy 40K, I feel like okay. So here's where I want to be constructive. Killjoy says he's arguing against a bunch of beliefs that weren't necessarily held simultaneously. That's true. Why not just argue against the belief in the abstract? Like, I think that he could have approached this by saying, okay, so how do you deal with things like human sacrifice? And then I imagine that Ocean Keltoi probably would have some things to say about that, but that's not the way that this has progressed. Instead, there's like layers of hypothetical, and I just don't know that it's, I don't know. 85D2D Derek says all of Vaush's arguments are sloppy, but we love him anyway. I disagree. I think some of Vaush's arguments are spot on. I think Vaush is really good at a lot of debates. I don't know if this one's his strength.
Reverent relationship with your deities. So human sacrifice is a logical thing to do under
But we
those
see also in
circumstances.
history that if the gods do not receive sacrifice, that the substantive damages that happen is not necessarily that kind of severe.
If they
people have
cared
been
about
Christian for a long time, and especially now, right? Like if we're gonna be talking about religiosity now with the arguments that we have access to, and not just what people think are possible religions that exist. You know what I mean? Because I think that what you're
Christians still
talking about is
pray.
like, well, if we have a possibility of this religion in which we can possibly come to that conclusion, all that kind of stuff. This is where we get into the religion analogy or the politics analogy really quickly, that you can have people that are organized by.
Rosie says he has admitted that he hates arguing religion. Well, okay. I hate arguing about abortion because I think it's an absolutely annoying fucking topic. There's a lot of things I hate arguing about, but I don't know. I feel like if you're going to take the anti-theist position, then, you know, you gotta just buckle up and get your arguments down. Lots of things that I hate arguing about, but yeah.
Atheistically, fascistically, and the problem there is going to be the authoritarianism. The problem with what you're talking about is the authoritarian aspect, not necessarily just mere God belief at that point.
Process. It's the belief in anything spiritual that does this. It's not the authoritarian aspect. If you believe,
this is a big claim, saying that it is not authoritarianism that leads people to this, but the belief in anything spiritual. Then how do you explain it deeply spiritual people who are committed committedly anti-hierarchical, which is a lot of people, as it turns out. A lot of religious people are religiously committed to non-hierarchy. I think he's misstepped here.
That there's a God. Wait, please. If you
Okay,
believe there's
sure.
a literal God that dictates the rains and that it's represented by a
Christianity.
capricious woman, and that glory to that woman in the form of sacrifice will bring the rains and end the drought, that all of the predicating beliefs, all of the material assumptions about the nature of rain and that God, now you have a logical argument for human sacrifice. That's not about authoritarianism.
You can come up with a logical argument for inhumane shit all the fucking time. The thing that I'm saying, and the point, one second, the point of this discussion of which I'm trying to.
Can you argue Joe Biden out of his belief in capitalism? Can you argue anybody out of their belief in capitalism? Even the most empirical believer in capitalism? No, you can't. As it turns out, arguing people out of positions is not as simple as having the right argument. It's not just, there's not a magic series of words that you can memorize that will convince someone. No one is like that. Not anyone. Or there might be somebody who's like that, but that's not who you're engaging with. Argumentation is an evolving process, and the fact of reality is that there's a lot of times where you simply cannot convince somebody of something. They are committed to a position. And yes, that's annoying, but that's just a fact of reality.
Do is not necessarily argue that in any religious construction you're going to be able to get entirely moral people or moral beliefs in any subset. I don't think that that's something you can say about any set of beliefs. You have, when you get into an extremism or fundamentalism representation of any religion, you wind up with these serious problems. And that goes true for any ideology in general, beyond the spiritual shit.
Stop. No. Wait, I can't let you get away with that.
You get extremist? What do you mean?
You can't equivocate this to extremist political systems. My arguments aren't against extreme religion. I'm arguing against the very concept of making statements about.
Okay, but if that's true, so far, I don't think that Vaush has made solid arguments against the concept of religion. If it's true he's not arguing against specific religions, I don't think that he's made convincing claims against all religion. Good night, Windleby.
The material world based on metaphysical.
Biceps and bikinis. Name one religion where there isn't a hierarchy, where the god is not above the people. Pantheism, animism. Those are two massive religious groups. Easy. Taoism. I don't believe that Taoism has any specific gods. They believe in spiritual forces that connect people together. Satanism. Let's think. I mean, I kind of cheated at first because I said both pantheism and animism. Oh, deism. Deism. Satanism does not actually. Okay, you just don't know what Satanism is. So just. Why don't you go look into the actual teachings of like Satanists? Because like a lot of Satanists don't like literally believe that Satan is a devil that is fighting against God. Satanism is a spiritual rejection of the precepts of Christianity, and it does not propose some forms of Satanism, of course, do have hierarchical structures, but other forms of Satanism essentially argue an egoistic view of the world, where you and yourself are the only experience you can possibly have, and therefore it is a egoistic view. Well, yeah, I guess you're right. Well, some forms of Satanism are theistic, but yeah. Anyway, I gave you a number of examples, so there you go. Take your pick. Or don't. I don't care.
Presumptions. It has nothing to do with how extreme.
But we've already
is.
agreed that metaphysical presumptions can be made with effect, right? Like that, in order to study history,
I've been watching you for years, but yeah, I just disagree on this one. If we want to talk about forces, sure, but there's always some hierarchy. I think you're just being stubborn. Like the idea that like belief in animism, which is not a commonly or is not as a frequently commonly practiced belief these days, but for a long period of history, entire swaths of the world where animists did not believe in a hierarchy. Humans and spirits lived in harmony with one another. It was explicitly non-hierarchical. So I just think you're being you're just being a little stubborn on this.
In order to study logic, in order to even
Punksy Corp says, are we still going to watch the Woo video you mentioned earlier? Not this stream, but we will. Don't worry. I've been filling my partner's ears with it because it made me scream. Anyway, let's continue.
to get anywhere in theology, in order to get anywhere with logic in the first place, you're going to need to make some metaphysical assumptions. In order to engage with the external world, you need to make metaphysical assumptions.
Outside of the basic
we already
ones
agreed
for
with that
engaging
earlier.
with the world, that's not the same as also believing in deities that control the rain. There are basic
if you want to explore
metaphysical
spiritually, there's certain assumptions
you
you're going to make. Just like if you want to explore history, there's going to be certain
not all
assumptions you're going to make.
metaphysical
You want to
assumptions are
explore
equal.
mathematics,
You
there's
do
certain
not have to
assumptions you
make
need to
any
make.
metaphysical assumptions to understand history at all. You don't have to. You can keep that in.
The past exists as a metaphysical assumption. Yeah, exactly. I think that was again, maybe this is just a misspeak, but history, yeah.
Entirely within the material world. The metaphysics in our case are just bridging consciousness gaps. But you don't need to then go, okay, because we have to bridge the consciousness gap, therefore it's okay to believe in fucking Odin. Like you can't jump that and then run
You're the one doing the jumping here, though.
to any metaphysical
No,
argument.
you have different arguments with respect to deities, right? Like, so with polytheism, arguments are going to be related to personal experience, the diversity of personal experiences, and then at that point, you're going to be getting into some form of polytheism.
Well, people can
That's
be
the
wrong for
general
lots of
steps that you're going to
reasons.
be able to get there. And people are going to continue to have spiritual experiences. People are going to continue to explore spirituality on the basis of those assumptions. It's something that you agreed earlier in this conversation we're just going to have to deal with.
Yes,
So
people
from
are
that
often wrong.
perspective,
That doesn't
how
mean
do
I
you
can't-
deal with that socially? And that's where I'm saying pluralism is preferable to anti-theism.
Well, no,
because
because
anti-theism,
people
in
are
my
gonna have
opinion, is just another
experiences.
supremacy narrative at the end of the day.
People are going to have
Right, because any belief that can't be any belief that is beyond beyond immediate observation by your senses, you cannot observe that the past exists. In fact, we can't observe that anything but the present exists. We don't even know that the future exists. All of those are metaphysical assumptions. And yeah.
experiences that make them racist or sexist because we have tribal instincts like buried deep in our lizard brains that cause us
Right,
to
I'm not
make
saying
group
trust
assumptions.
every experience, right?
Okay, so even
Right.
though humans are going to keep having tribalistic biases ingrained into their brains, I think you should still principally fight against that type of
What
behavior.
the problem is, and articulate what the actual issue is at the end of the day. And
I think this is a strong argument on Ocean Keltoi's part that yes, that there isn't a shortcut here. You have to elucidate the harm, even as an empiricist, it is more value for you to elucidate the specific harm than to just cast a sort of blanket aspersion on something because it's religious.
that's where I'm saying all the examples that you're bringing up are extremist fundamentalist expressions of religion.
No, they're not.
You're talking about
I talked about horoscopes. That's not an extremist fundamentalist aspect of religion.
And horoscopes, we can probably agree, can be practiced without anybody dying in the process.
I don't care if
I think
people
that
die. I don't
you make
like
a
them.
point with respect to horoscopes where it talks about essentializing people, and on that I agree with you on, and I think I've said as much in the past. But I don't think that when you're looking at practices in general, you should be looking at them under the auspices of what harm they cause, and then making a judgment call on that effect. Because
Yes, what
people,
harm
again,
does
are
the
going to be
system
religious.
cause? I mean,
People are going to continue exploring
if
religiosity.
we want to talk about the harm religion is causing right now, then you're going to have to wait for fundamentalist Christians to die off. Because if we're talking about immediate empirical harm,
we need to be able to criticize fundamentalist Christians without attacking our allies, right?
wait, you can
And
wait.
that's
There
why
are
I'm saying
allies.
pluralism.
I think this is another point that I think is useful that Ocean Keltoi brings up. Fundamentalist Christianity, Christian nationalism is an incredible threat to basically everyone who's not a fundamentalist Christian's well-being. We have a lot of allies in that struggle, and anti-theism poses that basically everyone is a fundamentalist Christian in waiting, and I don't think that's helpful. I think that I'm going to use the word here, on a basis of pure pragmatism, I think Ocean Keltoi's point here is really strong, because Christian fundamentalism is absolutely antithetical to every other belief system. It is a religion that is a deeply supremacist religion. But it's not. But Vaush here is talking to a pagan who already agrees that there are great harms from Christian theology and from Christian fundamentalism.
Is the way to go.
There are allies who have toxic masculine tendencies. You can still target toxic masculinity while being like you're jumping between like spiritual critiques and ethical positions and like the pragmatics of coalition building.
The spiritual critiques that you're making and the spiritual critiques that I think that are a good system to go under are both ethical considerations, right? Unless you think that human sacrifice is bad for some reason other than ethical reasons.
I think that it's bad for ethical reasons, unless you believe that there's a God who will end a drought, in which case I think it's ethically good to do, because you've now established supernatural...
That's just a bad argument.
It's not.
At that point, no. If you're going to say that human sacrifice is ethical under certain considerations...
Especially back in those days, we sacrificed people all the time to go on hunting trips, to go on expeditions, to go gather resources. All the time they lost people. If you could end a drought that's plaguing a country of millions with a human sacrifice, that is an incredibly straightforward ethical assumption for that time period.
And in this time period...
But again, Vaush has just invented a person. We're not talking about a specific here. This is just a hypothetical person who apparently believes in human sacrifice. I know there are obviously religions and ideologies that find human sacrifice acceptable. But I don't understand what the argument is here. He's just invented a person who believes in human sacrifice and a God that tells people, or that also believes in human sacrifice. I just don't get it. I just don't get what the point is here. Am I missing something? Chat, please hit me if I'm missing something on this one.
That is an extremist notion.
There are places in the world right now that are suffering from drought. What if you could like in West Africa end malaria with a human sacrifice?
Can it be done?
Well, I'm not religious, so no.
Right.
But if a person believed that...
This is a bad argument. This is just... I'm not religious, so no. Again, I'll go back to the Joe Biden. Joe Biden, acting as the president, believes that the economy is a perfectly justified reason to sacrifice hundreds of thousands of essential workers. That doesn't have essentially anything to do with religion. I don't know. Biceps in Bikini says, I guess he's saying if you believed in a being that had access to both the natural and supernatural world, would you not do anything for its favor? No, I would probably try to kill that being. If there was a being a capricious being that had access to both the natural and supernatural world, I'd pull a fucking golden compass and try to kill that motherfucker. Take him down.
could
that's
be
not
done,
an
would it be
expression of
ethical?
religion that I would be holding to. I think that if you're going to be engaging in harmful practices, it should not be done.
But if
Harmful practice is bad.
Javier says, why does she keep bringing up Joe Biden? That just proves we are irrational and we shouldn't add more irrationality in. What I'm saying is the argument of the anti-theist is that religion is uniquely powerful in introducing irrationality, but I don't think it is. I think that there are tons of loosely religious or irreligious people that are irrational for other reasons other than religion. And so far in this debate, the case has not been made particularly strongly that religion is uniquely, that religion or faith uniquely produces irrationality, or at least uniquely produces irrationality that leads to harm. Because I think you could argue to a certain degree that any belief in the supernatural is to some degree irrational, but at that point, I think you're loosening the terms to the point of them not being useful anymore.
Right? And we can make criticisms of religions on the basis of their harmful practices.
You would be saving hundreds of thousands of lives. If you believed it could be done, would you agree it's an ethically right thing to do? Like, hey, does anyone volunteer in the entirety of West Africa? One person is willing to lay themselves down on the table? Like
I'm not interested in getting convinced into some sort of human sacrifice notion.
Wait, wouldn't
it's not
you
something that I would hold.
If you believed that malaria, the biggest killer of humans, next to like...
The key operating factor here is if you believed. If you believed. But Vaush is completely ignoring the way of like, how do you get to that belief? There are people right now who believe all kinds of things that have nothing to do with religion about the state of the economy, and they act on those things. The if you believe part is really important.
Cancer or whatever could be ended with one sacrifice.
As my chat's kind of pointing this out, this is consequentialist thinking.
I am a consequentialist.
If that would be a big difference between us then, because I think
that's another problem.
The action that is ethically wrong is not going to be the best approach in order to actually deal with a problem like this.
It wouldn't be an action that's ethically wrong. The consequences of it would be good. Therefore, it would be an ethically good action.
This is the problem with consequentialism, not a problem with religious thinking.
No, this is very basic religious thinking right here.
This is your position, not mine at this point. That you're saying that if you held religiosity and were a consequentialist, this would be the result, right?
If you believe
this is a problem with consequentialism.
That malaria could be ended with that, you would then say, no, malaria should continue. Hundreds of thousands should die every year. Not one person should be allowed to volunteer for sacrifice.
If you have that situation as a reality, then you're going to...
Javier Valenzuela says, anti-theists don't believe all irrationality comes from religion because that would be no different than theists believing all morality comes from religion. I know. I know. I know. What I'm trying to say is, if you believe that religion is uniquely causes irrationality in such a way that it justifies being anti all forms of theism, hence the operating portion in the word anti-theist, the anti portion of anti-theism. If you believe that religion is so irrational, so uniquely irrational that it must be opposed and driven out by one means or another, whichever type of version of this you believe, whether cultural or otherwise, out of our society, you have to be able to demonstrate that. And so far, I don't think that's the case. I just want to address chatters who are shouting at me.
Find like a couple of consequentialists that are probably going to be engaging with that on a consensual basis between each other, and then the problem does whatever it does. But that does not mean that I'm necessarily going to be condoning it, because I'm not a fucking...
What rationality does religion add? I mean, wouldn't that have to be taken on a religion to religion basis, right? I'm not arguing pro-religion. I am questioning the arguments being made by the anti-theist position. The anti-theist position is making an assertion that religion is bad, and I am saying, well, we have to have a solid argument for that. Anyway, let's continue.
Consequentialist at the end of the day. I believe that if you're going to be having practices that are harmful, then you need to be criticizing those practices on the basis of harm.
But not addressing malaria would be harmful.
They can be. Sorry, I misspoke. These practices can be criticized on the basis of their harm, right?
Like
So
allowing malaria to continue, which would be the consequence of not allowing somebody to be
that's not, is the
sacrificed.
religious practice is not doing something a
So,
practice.
This is a contrived argument.
I'm sorry?
Is not doing something a practice.
Wait, absolutely. You're
Okay.
absolutely responsible
we're-
for what happens if you choose not to do something. Yes.
Okay.
Hold on a second. Wait a minute. This is gonna, oh no! Oh no! Oh God, oh no! We're going back to the supererogative versus obligatory. Oh, I thought Vaush was, oh no! No! We're going back in time! Shit! I'm sorry, I have to play this clip now. Hold on, I have to play it now. Hold on, I have to play. Where's the clip? Where's the fucking clip? Hold on. Where is it? Where is it? Oh. Oh, where is the fucking thing? Can I find it? Oh, I don't know if I'll be able to find it anymore. Hold on, let me see. Damn it. It's been lost to time. Oh, it's been lost to time. Wait, maybe it hasn't been. Hold on, wait, there's one last thing. Wait, hold on. There was this meme. There was this meme where it was like, what the hell? You sound insane right now. I don't got it. I can't find it anymore. Wait, did somebody find it? Nah. It was this meme where it's like if I say anything without playing the meme, it's gonna sound sus as shit. Let's just get back to the debate. I couldn't find the meme, so here we go.
Then sure. And that can be like a large ethical conversation. But I think that at that point, you're going to want to talk about how effective those practices are going to be.
Well, hundreds of thousands of people.
At that point, if this situation arises, what is going to be your position? Do you hold that we should do the human sacrifice at that point?
To save hundreds, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
That's the best.
And then that would be your position.
Ratio.
I'm not necessarily of that position because of the harmful practice aspect. Because then we're opening the door to doing human sacrifice for all kinds of stuff. We're building a cultural narrative and sort of into getting into human sacrifice as a regular practice generally.
We do this with military.
That's something that is going to be creating a superstitious angle, and I'm not into that.
We sacrifice our soldiers so that they can affect good, geopolitical outcomes. World War II, we made the decision, tens of thousands of our soldiers can die because it's better.
That's a little bit different of a fight is a different practice than killing them yourself.
Blood is the only relevant human currency when it comes to great actions that are recorded in history books, I'm afraid. No matter what you choose, yes, no, abstemiousness or not, people are going to get hurt.
But you're going to also agree that some of those actions are unethical. You can make an unethical action and have beneficial consequences from it. This is ends justify the means, and we see that throughout history too. It doesn't mean it's something we ought do.
Well, that's consequentialism, if the ends do justify the means.
And that's where a big difference between us. Let me try and make this argument in a way to appeal to the consequentialism, though. So if you're wanting to engage in a way that is going to create change, you're going to want to get as many people on your side as possible.
No, I don't want to get to the coalition
you're going to be wanting to engage in a pluralist standard rather than an anti-theist standard.
I believe in reaching out to guys who have toxic masculine aspects, but I'll still sit on here and argue that toxic masculinity is bad for 7 hours straight. This isn't...
Sure.
People are going to get mad at me for saying this, but I kind of find the whole meta-ethical bullshit to be a bit of cope, not specifically for Vaush, just in general. Like people being obsessed with their meta ethical framework, like I'm a utilitarian, I'm a rule utilitarian, or an act utilitarian, I'm a consequentialist, you know, whatever. Like I don't find them very helpful. And also I find it weird that people switch seemingly on a moment's notice between act utilitarianism and rule utilitarianism depending on when it's useful. Saying the ends justify the means when you're like a rule utilitarian, I don't think that really applies, right? Because like, if you're a rule utilitarian, well then the means are actually very important, because if applied as a rule, it changes the outcome. I don't know. I think it's generally like not a helpful layer to add on, if that makes sense. Anyway, whatever.
I'm not pitching this to a crowd right now. I'm just talking about my basic beliefs about what types of thoughts are good, what's structured well. I'm not making like the case for like the pan-religious like socialist union of America or whatever. If I was, then I wouldn't talk about any of this, because I don't think I can convince anyone or affect any positive change like while pitching it there behind the podium. But right here, while talking about the basics.
If you're going to hold a position that is anti-theist, then when you're expressing it on your channel, you're engaging in political action.
I talk about toxic masculinity on my channel, but I still want guys who have those tendencies.
And that's good. So do I. I've got a video on toxic masculinity as well. So we're on the same page with respect to that.
Well, but yeah, so we agree.
I think that we would agree that toxic masculinity is in all cases bad, right?
Well, if it's toxic masculinity, by definition, it has to be bad because it's toxic.
So we can also talk about toxic religiosity, right?
Well, I would just think religiosity is toxic religiosity.
Right, and so
I don't think there's a good one.
I think that with masculinity, you can have beneficial expressions of masculinity, and you can have beneficial expressions of religiosity. We can separate these issues by saying we're not demonizing masculinity. We're talking about toxic masculinity, and we're not demonizing religiosity.
Rule utilitarianism is act utilitarianism under uncertainty. If you don't know the exact situation, follow the rule. The outcome is certain. The rules are no longer necessary. Okay. Shut the fuck up, Prosy Rosie. Shut the fuck up.
Talking about toxic religiosity.
I am demonizing
and that's the criticisms that were being made by Plutarch and Theophrastus in the past. They were talking about toxic expressions of religiosity.
But I am talking about all religiosity. It's not about the outcomes. It's the thought process for me.
And so there's no beneficial religiosity to you.
Wait. Hold on a second. Doesn't that go against what he just said? Or am I missing something, or doesn't that go against what Vaush just said? Hold on, let's go back through this.
About toxic expressions of religiosity.
But I am talking about all religiosity. It's not about the outcomes. It's the thought process for me.
And so there's no beneficial
That seems like an inconsistency.
Religiosity to you.
Everything that can be done from religiosity that is good can be done through secular means. And even if that wasn't the case, I would still be against religiosity. It is so far down. I hold it in such a low regard.
Okay. This is...
You can get what you want.
This is where we get into toxic narratives of atheism, in my opinion. Where if you have toxic veganism, if you have toxic leftism, you get like fucking tankies that have narratives in which they're better than everybody else. If you have toxic Christianity, that's when you get into authoritarian fundamentalism, where everybody, if they think they're better than everybody else. If you have toxic pagans, you get folkists who are racist shitheads who think they're better than everybody else. And then you have toxic atheists who are anti-theists who engage in a supremacy narrative in which they think they're better than everybody else and want the world to be secular.
Wait, please stop.
Okay.
Again, it's not about being better than religious people. There are plenty of religious people who are in almost every imaginable sense more accomplished and more impressive than I am. It is about religion, the openness to spiritualism, being a fundamentally destructive thought process that erodes the ability to make...
The same argument applies to politics, man.
No.
Okay. This has to be substantiated, though. If you haven't substantiated how being open, and keep in mind that this is a broader argument than even anti-theism. What Vaush is making here is that even being open to the idea of spirituality, is like corrupting or fundamentally dangerous. That's an even more aggressive position than he initially held, which I don't think that's been substantiated.
Because
if you're open
politics,
to
you can
political
account for
narratives, then you're open to
empirics.
toxic political narratives.
It's not about whether or not.
Brennan Lobel. Maybe if you listen to a complete thought or statement without pausing, you would know what's being said. I know perfectly fine what's being said. I am a commentator and this is a debate review. If you don't want to watch me talk, fuck off!
You keep... Okay, again. It's
I
not
just,
about...
this is
wait,
the,
no,
please,
please.
The toxic masculinity thing is such a better example because...
It's not about toxic religion versus non-toxic. I am attacking all of it. So it's
unjustifiably, I think.
So, okay, you may think that, but you keep relating this to like, well, politics can have bad outcomes. I know everything can have bad outcomes.
Because the criticism you're applying applies there.
No, it isn't. Because I think religiosity fundamentally erodes the capacity to make logical arguments because you're capable of adding supernatural justifications for ethical arguments on a fundamental
whole study
level.
of philosophy of religion that it requires.
This is the fullest version of his argument so far. I want to listen to this again.
No, it isn't, because I think religiosity fundamentally erodes the capacity to make logical arguments because you're capable of adding supernatural justifications for ethical arguments on a
capable of. But anybody can do that. Anybody can do that. Atheists can do that. Atheists do they just don't acknowledge it as supernatural. They pull on bias, prejudice, all kinds of forms of non-rational information. Just I don't know.
A whole study of philosophy of religion that it requires logical arguments of people going back and forth over this issue. If what you were saying was true,
have supernatural beliefs.
Hold on. If what you're saying was true, in philosophy of religion, you would have the atheist being like, these theists.
Also, yes, his stated argument here, I'm going to assume in good faith that he doesn't literally mean that any religiosity I'm gonna say that he probably doesn't. Maybe this is unfair. Maybe he really does believe that religiosity or openness to spirituality fundamentally erodes you. But I feel like that's an even more aggressive position than the anti-theist position, where the anti-theist position seems to be, Brennan is starting, wait, I didn't see any of Brennan's comments, but okay. Anyway, let's continue. Yeah, he said fundamentally. Do you think that's really, I don't know. That was the position you were arguing. Maybe he does. I don't know. I'm trying to assume that like maybe that wording came from frustration, but that might be a little bit unfair. Yeah.
Are absolutely crazy. They're not using logical arguments at all, right?
No, I didn't say religious people can't use logic. There are plenty of logical religious people.
Right, but you said fundamentally, which means that.
It's like,
right?
imagine...
so it's fundamentally an issue,
so it's
which
additive.
Means that it's not, there's not exceptions.
No, yes, that is correct. Religion is fundamentally an erosive force when it comes to rational thought. But there are still rational people in spite of their religion, much in the same way that there are people who are overwhelmingly good, but you might say that it's like fundamentally bad to undertip waiters. But there are still rational people in spite of their religion, much in the same way that there are people who are overwhelmingly good, but you might say that it's like fundamentally bad to undertip waiters. So you can have people who are like 99.9% good, but they always undertip the waiters, and that's shitty of them to do, and that should be criticized, but it's still possible to be like a general...
But doesn't this then have to be, this has to be substantiated. How are you substantiating this? This just seems like, This seems like an unfalsifiable claim. How could you possibly substantiate this? How do you substantiate the idea that a person who is otherwise rational is being undermined by their religion? Seems like a jump.
really, really great person in spite of
I don't.
that.
Yeah, this is just a claim that you're not able to demonstrate, in my opinion.
But I've been talking
Like,
about
if you
how it
have
erodes...
positive manifestations
Okay,
of
fine.
religion,
Okay, fine. If I am a rational, non-religious person, as long as you and I have the same basic axioms of well-being, it should
Mhm.
always be possible to change my mind on something. If you give counterexamples on empirics, you should always be able to adjust my position. There's always going to be some variety there because so much of what people understand about the world is...
The way Vaush talks about empiricism, it sounds like he believes that any person who is an empiricist, there is like a key, basically like a key phrase, that if you say the words correctly, then it will automatically make them switch their position. But we know that even people who are very empirical, even atheists who are highly empirical people, often have emotionally held beliefs that aren't from religiosity. So it's not just religion. Wow, why did I say religion? Religion is not necessarily unique in this stance. I don't know. I don't know about this.
colored by
you
personal
could have
experience.
irrational atheists and all that kind of stuff. I think that we've already agreed on that.
Yeah, but
So-
theoretically, if you took a rational person and they were a secular, it should be possible. But if there was a religious person who had supernatural justifications for some of their positions, beliefs about the world that aren't tied directly to empirical analysis, even if you had the same basic axioms, if they had a disagreement with you based on some of those presuppositions, it would not be possible to change their mind because it's rooted in something outside the bounds of physical logic. You would have to...
But you could convince them to no longer believe in the thing outside of the physical world. The fact that tons of people deconvert from religion is proof of this. That is tangible proof that people can be talked out of supernatural assumptions, right? I say this as somebody who used to be a true believer. I believed 100% to the point that it destroyed my mental health when I was younger. Was I talked out of it? Yes, actually, believe it or not, I was. It was a very long and grueling process. It took forever, and there were many occurrences. I talk about this in my spiritual deconstruction. I talk about how I came to the position that I was. It was a long process of like getting away from the church, of challenging my beliefs, of having life experiences that contradicted what the church had taught me. It was a very complicated process. But yes, a large amount of the experience was indeed having my beliefs challenged on rational grounds. Because as it turns out, most people don't just default to, but God. I literally pissed away my faith. Yes. That's a funny reference that you'll understand when you watch the spiritual deconstruction. Anyway, let's continue.
This is where, all right. So again,
Like
this
the
is where I
human
was talking about
sacrifice
ethical
example.
constraints on religion that we've seen manifest in history a few times, going back to Plutarch and Theophrastus, where Plutarch is criticizing the superstitiousness of human sacrifice and as a harmful practice and the effects of that. And then Theophrastus is talking about superstition as it relates to the harm to your personal life.
That's fair, but the idea that a religious person cannot be talked out of being religious because they have a supernatural belief, that is inaccurate, because that's demonstrably false. Somebody that you're sitting here, I was a religious person, a true believer, and I was through a admittedly very complex process. I was convinced that I no longer believe. So yes, it would be inaccurate to continue describing me that way, but it's true that I was that way at one point. And there's of course I'm not the only one. There are many people who no longer believe or who have converted to different religions or all kinds of things. So clearly there are things that can convince people, even if certain types of religiosity are very dangerous or like lock you into a certain way of thinking.
Out of curiosity,
Now,
could
if
you
you can-
convince such a person that they were wrong in what they were doing?
If you can demonstrate it to them, I think that it can be difficult, but I think it's difficult to convince people that they're wrong on things that they're wrong about generally.
Ever tried convincing
You
a
know?
religious person that they're following their religious doctrine too closely? That you think it's easy
Yeah,
to convince them
That's
out of
something that comes up. I've managed a community full of religious people. We have conversations around that all the time.
Spiritual deconstruction. I highly recommend. Actually, I would love it. I would recommend Vaush to go watch the spiritual deconstruction that inspired my spiritual deconstruction, which was by the channel Good Mythical Morning. Good Mythical Morning, they did a 3-part spiritual deconstruction, and it has 2 separate guys who are both very eloquent and very intelligent. They both talk about how very different the path was from religion, how different their faith was, and how they reached where they are now. And then they go back and they think about it again a year later after it. It's amazing. Highly, highly informative. I think people would find that very interesting.
With respect to, okay, wait, there's mythic literalism is something that is criticized within my community.
So yes, there is a process by which you could talk to people about their religious beliefs. And even though I will grant Vaush that when it comes to fundamentalists, fundamentalists, especially like Christian fundamentalists, Islamic fundamentalists, that is a specific type of indoctrination and isolation that can be very, very difficult to defeat. It can be very difficult to break into that, but it is possible. And also, most people aren't that extreme. Most religious people are not that hardcore, hard-coded into their religion.
That's basically within Christianity that would manifest as creationism. I think that when you're taking religious documents to a absolute literal standpoint, you're going to get ridiculous results, like thinking that plants predate the sun, which can be empirically shown as not true.
Wait, why would a person who believes in a god care about empirics? Why would the faulty tools of man stand up to the word of God printed on the Bible?
Yeah, this is
He's stuck arguing with Christians.
where you get into fundamentalism, which is something
What's
that
wrong
we're
with
criticizing.
fundamentalism? Okay, let's try this from a different perspective. I'm now Christian. Or no, I'm actually a pagan.
No, is this gonna get bad faith?
Okay, and I hold a variety of beliefs, and I want you to explain to me how they're morally wrong. Okay. Okay. So
I'm saying, is this gonna get bad faith? Because I know it's gonna get bad faith, because of course I've already seen this.
I dedicate 80% of all my earnings to a tithe to the local church because I believe that if I don't do so, I'll be struck down.
Tithe is 10%. It's literally in the name. Tithe means 10th. Tithe. I'm sorry that this one irked me. I literally yelled at my ceiling when this one happened. I got so mad. A tithe is 10%. Don't use the word. It's in the name.
Down by lightning in my sleep.
You mean a tithe?
Tithe, thank you.
Yeah.
Angel Brat, thank you so very much. Thank you very much for your support. Truly, deeply appreciate it. Have a wonderful night.
Okay.
So like getting 80% of your earnings is something that is well beyond means. And like that's not, unless you're making a shitload of money, you're not going to be able to live very well off of that.
So
and that's
I'll
what we're
die.
going to be talking about Theophrastus. Right. That's you are bringing harm to your own life in your religious practice. And that's something that
also, yes, tithing is tithing is not exclusively Christian, but it is predominantly Christian. Yo, thank you, Angel Brat. Hey. Thank you again, Angel Brat. Let's continue.
is not going to be helpful or productive to you.
It does, and it's the gods, so I'll die.
Right. And there's a point of like, if somebody is just dead convinced that they're going to be engaging in self-harm, there's only so much logical reasoning that you can give to somebody to that, if they're religious
It's
or not.
God.
Like, if somebody is just like, if somebody's talking about self-harm from
If you're a Christian, That's true. If Vaush is correct if he's arguing against a Christian fundamentalist.
Any number of perspectives, honestly, and they're dead convinced that they're going to be doing it. It's difficult to convince them out of it.
How can you convince a person that self-harm is wrong if that self-harm?
But I gave you a logical argument about it, and you just said so, right? If whatever
that is the
ethical argument that I give to anybody, if their response is so, and their ethics just disagree with you, this is something that is well outside the bounds of a religious conversation.
Wait, no, it's not. It's God.
Yeah,
the point of gods is that they're above us. You know, personally, I think it's, and this is, I'm being serious for a moment, incredibly funny when pagans come on my stream and they talk about gods though they're buddy-buddy. They're above you. That's the point. If you die for them,
that's the point in Christianity. That's the point in Christianity. Now, I will say that many religions do argue that the gods are supreme in one way or another, but even like, if I'm not mistaken, even Hellenic beliefs did not believe that the gods were like strictly superior, just that they were basically physically superior. They are more powerful, and that doesn't necessarily mean that that just means they can hurt you. It doesn't mean that they're inherently sovereign. Like, I don't know. I think this is a little bit loose. A guard dog scared Odin away from taking advantage of a sleeping woman. So in some ways they kind of are above us, and in other ways they're susceptible to the same faults. I think it depends very much on the religion, because some religions basically are like, the gods aren't literally like supreme. They're just more powerful in some ways and also more flawed. Like, for example, I mean, like, isn't that like a big thing about like Loki? Like and I could be wrong here, because again, I don't know a lot about Norse myth, but if I'm not mistaken, like part of the thing of Loki is that he would regularly exploit the weaknesses of other gods. Like in myth, that the idea is that there's like a god, like one of the gods is exploiting the blind spots frequently of the other gods. Anyway, whatever. This is like not quite okay. That's fine. Yeah, that's the point that I'm trying to make here. The point that I'm trying to make right here is what NASDAQ is saying. Christianity is kind of unique in its infallibility clauses. The ultimate supremacy of God is absolutely sure in Christianity. It's not 100% sure in every single religion. That's the point that I was trying to make.
That's fine. They are literally the mesh that holds the world together for you guys. The idea that you can...
Ocean Keltoi says, we could discuss it. I don't have an issue with Vaush saying the gods are above us. The entailments that he tries to make out of it don't work, though. Okay, that's fair. That's totally fair.
Some kind of like abstemious ethical argument. We're like, oh no, we would never do a human sacrifice. It's only the mesh of the universe. I'm going to agree
with you, but also disagree with you here, because with the majority of polytheist traditions that I'm familiar with, yes, the gods are above us. This buddy thing, I would agree with you, winds up being like a different kind of toxic, and I think that winds up being like an overcorrection of former Christians. But
how is that
at the
toxic?
same time, say what?
How is that toxic? If you believe it, you believe it. We're not
the buddy thing.
The hierarchical them being above us, self-harm for them thing. Like, how is that harmful at all? It's just as
because you talked about self-harm and then asked how it was harmful. It's harmful because it's self-harm.
No, that applies to my logic, because I don't think there's anything above me. You believe in gods. If self-harm is being done for a god, what's wrong with that?
Because it's harmful.
It's gods.
You can have ethical constraints on practice. This is not unreasonable, and this is something we see in history from polytheists, which is what I've been bringing up over and over again.
I've seen lacks of those ethical constraints demonstrated by polytheists as well.
Absolutely. And just as you're going to find ethical lapses within any ideological system.
I agree with that.
Right. But so we should criticize the ethical lapses, not necessarily just the ideological system in the first place.
What if a person...
If I said that if I gave you every example of toxic leftists not being convinced of empirical arguments, right? And then therefore said leftism bad because of these multiple examples of leftists being shitty.
Again, it's not about whether the
again,
system can be bad. Every system can be bad. My problem
Right.
is with the root.
We're
The
agreeing
difference
now
is
on that,
I can
right.
make a logical argument against a bad outcome in a leftist system. If a person believes that the universe is God and God determines what's right or wrong, there's literally no logical argument against that. It is logically bulletproof. It can't
That's
be
an
argued
authoritarian
against.
position, and that's what.
Then the
okay,
universe is
when
authoritarian.
you get into criticism of religion, and I think that you should be able to criticize religion, often what's going to be happening is that you're going to be finding fundamentalism, extremism, or authoritarianism. And if you want to criticize religion and be against the toxic aspects of it, you can criticize them on those bases. And I'd add to that supremacy narratives, which I think show up and these things will show up in multiple ideologies, and that's what makes them into toxic narratives.
What's toxic about the supremacy narrative if you believe that the God is above you? They're literally above you. So the supremacy narrative would be the correct one. It'd be logically correct, right?
This would be, do you think that the universe is bigger than you or something like that? I don't necessarily think that winds up being a supremacy narrative in that way.
Clearly,
supremacy narrative, what I'm talking about is...
Wait a second. Hold on a second. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh, I didn't. Oh, god damn it. I didn't want to do this. What about the supremacy narratives of believing in the state? Statists, any statist inherently believes that the state is greater than any individual, which means if it's the state. Yeah, see, this runs into issues that aren't unique to theism. The idea that of believing in some form of supremacy does not necessarily entail religiosity, and it's not unique to religiosity. This is the entire operation behind atheistic states like Stalinism. You don't get my argument? Hold on, let me try to explain this again. The argument here is that religion is uniquely bad in that it leaves you open to irrational arguments based on a thing that you believe in that is not necessarily material, but that has the power of supremacy over you. A state also fits those definitions. It is not necessarily 100% material. It is a emergent trait. It has material aspects for sure, just like certain types of religion, and perhaps you could argue that gods do. And people believe, any statist will believe that the state, the collective of the state is obviously, because of the nature of what a state is supreme to an individual. Any person who believes that states should exist will believe that obviously if a state should exist, well then obviously that thing is more important than the individuals that make up the state. Otherwise you wouldn't need it. So the problem that you run into is that people can also come to the exact same conclusions that Vaush is arguing that religious people will come to here, and they also will not be able to be argued out of it because of their presupposition that the state, a semi-material construct that is greater than the individual, fills the exact same role. Well, a state has to be, by definition, has to be supreme to an individual, right? Because a state can only be formed by presiding over individuals. That is the whole point. That the state makes the rules that individuals have to follow, and the state is given a monopoly on violence, which means that it has the ability to impose rules on individuals. The state is definitionally supreme to the individual. Otherwise, you wouldn't be a statist. So, like, this indicates this. What I'm trying to say here, real quick, is that yeah, I agree. I agree, Killjoy. But what I'm trying to say here is that that how do I describe this? Fuck. I feel like I'm not explaining this correctly. What I'm trying to say here is that the argument that like this. Okay, I got it. I figured it out. Here we go. Here's how I explain this. The argument that Ocean Keltoi is making is that the operating factor is the supremacy narrative. The supremacy narrative is what leads people to make horrible, violent decisions in the name of some greater being, be it a god or a state or a personality. In a personality cult, it is that supremacy narrative. It is the primacy of the state, the primacy of the god that leads people to make those decisions, not the belief in God in and of itself, not the belief in the spiritual in and of itself. Does that make sense? I hope that's a better way of describing it. The argument that Ocean Keltoi is making is that the operating factor is the supremacy narrative, not the spiritual belief. And Vaush's argument here, by refusing or by not acknowledging the fact that people often sacrifice themselves on behalf of a state because of the supremacy narrative, because I must do it for the motherland, I must do it for America, and flying the American flag is no different than somebody dying for a god that they believe is supreme. Therefore, the operating factor is the supremacy narrative. There we go. I think I made my point.
When you have populations of people viewing themselves as better than others.
What if the
and
gods
I'd say
say they're
that
the
you can
chosen
find this
people?
in religion as a prime example with Christianity, where they believe that the fact that they believe in their God ultimately makes them better than others because they think that everybody else is going to be going and burning for all of eternity.
What's
That's the
logically
supremacy
incorrect about
narrative,
that?
right?
What's logically incorrect about that?
What's logically incorrect
What's
about
the problem? If they're God's chosen people and they believe that all the heretics.
And this is the problem here, which is that I could make the same argument to Vaush, because as far as I know, Vaush is ultimately a statist. He believes that, like, I think in the his sort of ideal far future, he believes in like a stateless society or whatever. But I do believe that he has some belief in the state, and if that's the case, then these same arguments could be made to him. What things will you justify in the name of the greater supremacy of the state that needs to go forward, or the greater supremacy of society, which must continue? This argument can be made for both things.
Are going to burn. What's
Right,
the
if
issue?
you want to talk about like an internal critique or an external critique or what?
How could you convince them
because
out of that
you can
position?
have internal problems with it, and that they claim that their God is merciful, and then also is like sending a bunch of people to burn that he created, and then you get into questions of like whether or not he knows the future, and who actually bears responsibility if he's the creator, especially if you're like a Calvinist or something like that, and you hold a deterministic view that God creates all of his creations, is omnibenevolent, and then also creates his creations in order to that generate sin. That winds up being self-contradictory and illogical, because
God is above logic.
God is the ultimate responsible element there, and is therefore responsible for all of the actions that people below him
God is
contribute
above
to, because
logic.
he's the one who created all of it.
It doesn't
right?
matter. God is above logic.
Then God is illogical. Now you're just saying, now you wanted to...
In Christianity, I do not know. I cannot speak for polytheists. I can certainly not speak for animists. I don't believe that animists, I don't know that all polytheists believe that logic is below God. Christians certainly do. I think the predominant amount of Christians believe that logic flows from God because of Aquinas. I believe it was Aquinas who made that argument, but I don't know.
Say that
your
whether
logic,
or not God
your
is logical
logic
there.
is a human.
I can't speak on behalf of polytheists.
Just said God is illogical at that point.
Well, from our perspective, yeah, God works in mysterious ways. It's like Christianity 101, right? It doesn't matter whether or not.
Pansabi says, I only see comparing the superiority of states as something which works, not comparing states to individuals. I guess you're saying the state is superior to the absence of a state when you say it's superior to an individual. No, I mean that part of the assumption of a state is that a state is made up of individuals, that a state is necessarily a structure which exists above and over a group of individuals. That's what a state is. A state is a sovereignty over a set of individuals. That's like what a state is. That's what I mean when I say, yes, that's all I'm saying. I'm saying that's a fact. I'm not saying that it's superior to an absence of a state. I am an anti-statist. Yeah. But that's the point, though. It's same thing. It's the same argument that Vaush is making about the gods. Okay. Thank you, Ocean Keltoi. That's good insight.
God is logical. You can't mount a logical argument.
All right. Well, you
God.
asked what was logically wrong with it, and then you said that God is it beyond logic or whatever.
Exactly. So your argument
now he's outside of logic, and that would be the criticism of the religion at that point. That is not a logical position.
Well, yeah, oh, sure, great. Then he's outside of logic. So what's the issue?
Right.
They say as they're stabbing you to death.
That's the problem with it. Then is that it's illogical.
What's the issue with that?
What do you mean? What's the issue with that? Are you saying you can't criticize religion and saying it's illogical?
Well, hold on. Christians have been criticized for the holes in their story for quite a long time, and yet the institution persists. What is the issue?
And I don't have a problem with criticizing religion. I think that criticizing religion is a good thing, and I think that calling their deity illogical when it manifests in logical inconsistencies is good.
It's the
and
universe.
We should continue doing that.
Wait, it doesn't matter if the Christian God is illogical. The Christian God is the Christian God. Logic is a human tool. Your mind literally cannot comprehend the logistics of what God does.
I think a lot of Christians have trouble biting a bullet and saying that their God is illogical.
Is it wrong?
Every time I've gotten a Christian to go into that route, they start trying to...
To my knowledge, well, in my experience, most Christians will say that logic issues forth from God, that logic is a creation of God.
Backtrack real fast. So it's the question,
Maybe they're bad Christians.
If you're a consequentialist, you're going to be wondering whether or not these arguments are effective. That one is effective.
If I'm a consequentialist, I'm going to be beating these people to death with a hammer because there is literally no fucking way to make a logical argument to a person whose ethics are rooted in religion. It's not possible. I've tried. You can't do it. You just hope that their ethical
just tried
positions...
with toxic people.
No.
Like,
So I think this is the part that a lot of people had issues with, because I feel like this is where it really goes off into just 100% bad faith. Like the idea that you need to kill... I know he's being hyperbolic and whatever, but it really does not help his case here to make a joke to joke or whatever. And I don't know if it's a joke, because other arguments that he's made in this conversation seem to align with that conclusion, which is a little bit odd to me. I feel like this is a very, very big misstep in the construction of his argument.
It's not about toxicity. I can try to convince people who are wrong based on secular grounds. That's my whole channel. I can't convince people who are wrong on something ethically because they religiously believe in some extra thing, some dark matter solution that fixes their positions.
So I think this might just be a problem with the way that you're handling the argument at that point, because I've been able to do this. And so then we'd want to be able to figure out, all right, what arguments are you using there and why aren't they being effective?
It doesn't matter
if you're just like haranguing against religious belief, it's not actually going to be effective as far as changing somebody's mind.
This is a good point on Ocean Keltoi's point. I often argue that there's very little value in trying to argue with fundamentalists, because fundamentalists they take such an incredibly deep amount of time. However, I often have talked about how I think it's valuable to inoculate people against fundamentalism, which I think is much more useful. And inoculating people against fundamentalism requires a little bit more of a surgical approach than saying, I'm going to bash your head in if you're religious.
Doesn't matter whether or not you're effective. The problem is there isn't a right answer. There's no reliable way of doing it.
Hold on. If you're a consequentialist and you're saying it doesn't matter whether or not it's effective, what the fuck are you going?
How do you disprove a metaphysically rooted material belief?
Well, we just went through saying it's illogical, right?
That doesn't matter. It's metaphysics. It's a whole level above.
Metaphysics is constrained by logic.
No,
Ask,
not
any,
if the
ask anybody that's engaging in metaphysics. This
no,
is going to be
not if the
constrained by logic.
metaphysical, not if the metaphysical position is they work in mysterious ways. That is a valid metaphysical position. It is one tier above
I think
our
that's
logic.
okay. So we're probably
God works in mysterious ways that's not like a real, that's like a thought terminating cliche that's used like very tritely. God works in mysterious ways is like a thing that your grandma says to you when you lose your job, but the next day your job burns down, and so you lost your job but you didn't die in the fire, and then your grandma goes, well, God works in mysterious ways. Maybe it was good that you lost your job. It's not really like a solidly held religious position.
going to agree that God works in mysterious ways is a boring cop-out as far as the conversation goes.
We're not
and that's
judging
when somebody
a book
is saying
here.
that they've lost the conversation.
People
at that
die
point.
over this.
Yeah. That's a problem, right?
It's not a problem for them.
Yes, and that's true. Hippie Punk also points out that God works in mysterious ways is a Christian and predominantly American saying. That's it's like a quip. It's not like a real thing.
You
right, let's
don't
recenter.
understand. You at the
I think
groundwork
we're
here
entering
is
a non-productive space, and I want to see if we can find a productive space.
the
on this.
groundwork here is not workable. If there is a material belief that is rooted in a metaphysical presupposition that can't be logically argued against, then there's no way to move them off that belief outside of hitting them on the head and hoping their brain
Logic is a
reshuffles.
logic is a really good tool against somebody who's holding a logically ridiculous position. If you can get them to understand the fallaciousness.
Can
in
you
it.
explain
But you have
logically
to
why
get
you
them
believe in
to-
the gods? Just really quick. Can you run by
I
me
went
how
through that
exactly you
argument a
live?
minute ago with respect to experience.
What?
So-
You wait. You realize that your brain is like a faulty meat computer that can interpret anything.
Yeah,
it
I'm
wants
not
any way
saying
it
that
wants.
it's
Hey, this argument, your brain is a faulty meat computer, undermines a lot of the arguments about empiricism, because empiricism is ultimately limited by our perception. Empiricism is ultimately limited by our ability to process the information in front of us, and it is also limited by our ability to make correct connections. Because keep in mind that you can have an entire array of true data, of real factual data in front of you, and you can connect it in the wrong ways. For example, reconstructing dinosaur bones. You know that a lot of the dinosaurs that like a lot of popular dinosaurs really didn't look like that. They were based off of like very faulty reconstructions, because while the bones were real and the dinosaurs did exist, the way that we constructed them, the way that we impressed the function upon them isn't always accurate. So this is not an argument in Vaush's favor. This isn't a trump card or anything like that. This doesn't really respond to what's being talked about in this, like, to a full degree.
I think with absolute confidence. I think that getting into a discussion about whether or not the gods exist is going to be something that is going to require a whole nother conversation.
They
think,
don't,
especially
It
with the
doesn't
amount of
require a
resistance that you're
convo.
putting.
Oh, this is interesting. Here you go. Here's an example of this. The different ways that Megalosaurus has been reconstructed. 1850s, first reconstructions were done to impress people and were based on partial remains. These reconstructions were on display at Crystal Palace Park. Circa 1900, 50 more years of research allowed for reconstructions to be based upon more complete theropod dinosaur remains. However, postures were bipedal and based upon lizards put into upright walking poses. This version was more common in popular media for most of the 20th century. Since the late 20th century, since the 1990s, more accurate depictions of theropods began to appear in popular media. These are based upon nearly 200 years of study combined with the latest scientific techniques to reveal more detail. So yeah, this is an example of how this more or less the same data can be reconstructed and reanalyzed in different ways. Empiricism is of course limited by this.
They don't.
Let's just be fair.
It doesn't require convo. They don't. There's no evidence for it. We can only make
Sure, there
statements
is. You
about what we
have
have.
experiential.
Okay, this is a humorous version. I love it. The skull. How aliens would reconstruct this animal. The actual animal. Fucking true! That's really funny, all right? Listen, that's funny. That's a funny one, okay? Do you think this is a symptom of post 9/11 religious extremism poisoning our understanding of how religions are supposed to function, or am I reaching? I feel like we've grown up in a time of Christians and Islamic extremism, and that may have some people believing all religions devolve into extremism rather than extremism being a portion of the population. It could be a part of it. I just think that, like, I mean, yeah, I think a lot of Americans are unironically, legitimately, and also correctly traumatized by experiencing fundamentalist Christianity. We live in America, in an absolutely insane country that utilizes a ham-fisted combination of like capitalist humanism and outright Christian theocracy to bludgeon people into line. It really fucks up with people. Yes.
Evidence is something that
What
you can engage with.
experiential evidence?
And that includes me too, by the way. I have a deep hatred for fundamentalist Christianity because of the damage that it did to me and the people that I love.
Theologically. Say what?
What experiential evidence is there for the existence of the gods?
We have multiplicity of spiritual experiences in humans across the world.
That's not an answer. Humans have had multiplicities of lots of things. That's not. Our brains are faulty. We interpret our dying moments as spiritual experiences.
And what you're giving is a logical argument.
Javier says, wait, no, we just added more data which changed the outputs in reference to the dinosaur example. No, it's not just that. It's not just that there was more data. More data helped, but also, if you'll notice, the purpose changed. So in the 1850s one, yes, there was some incomplete data, but also the dinosaurs were being reconstructed for entertainment. So the purpose changes the way that we reconstruct things. And that's not just a matter of more data. It means that even in an empirical sense, how you decide to connect them is a matter of interpretation, and we are fallible in that interpretation. Yes, you can get more accurate ones, but our bias will always exist in that way.
That one can be an atheist. And I agree with you. One can be an atheist logically.
That's
and
the
that's
only
fine.
logical argument that you can have, or at least an agnostic.
No.
Yes. Yes.
And this is where, right. So then what I'm going to do is, instead of like getting into an argument with you on this, is defer to the existing philosophical debates on PhD level in the highest echelons of this conversation, where they're going back and forth with each other, and that the atheist philosophers are not saying what you're saying to their opponents.
That's fine. They're all cuckolds. People have been talking about dragons for hundreds of years. Does that mean dragons are real? People have shared. We have a cultural imagination that informs.
Historically, we're pretty confident that dragons do not exist. But as far as philosophy is concerned, the confidence level is significantly lower with respect to gods.
I think about as many people right now believe in dragons as they do Odin and stuff. Those numbers are probably not too far off.
I would doubt that.
How can you possibly argue the validity of one particular religious system when the world moved on from it, and the evidence is, oh yeah, well, I know our brains can weakly interpret like liminal experiences as supernatural depending on their cultural influences.
Right. If you want to talk about potentiality, right, and you want to hold that potentiality is a valid cause for holding a position, then you're going to get into potentiality regarding the gods. And then now it's valid to hold that position because our brains are potentially engaging in hallucinations with respect to spiritual experiences. We're also potentially dealing with reality when we have spiritual experiences. Both are true, right? It's as far as the potentiality is concerned.
Dreams.
This is why there's agnosticism when it comes to what the settled matter on this is. It's not that when you get into the philosophical tradition of debate around this issue on the highest levels, it's not a settled science.
It's not a settled science because there's never been a start to the science. It's not a settled anything. You have
settled
to make
philosophy
a claim.
Then. Science is the wrong term. You're correct. But philosophy would be science would be a subset of philosophy.
I agree with that. But it's definitely not a science. There's no empirical evidence for any of it.
I agreed. I've already given you that. It's not like theology is not a science in the same way. So that any philosophical system that doesn't fall under science is not a science, right? I hesitate to say which way history goes, but that's where you get into questions of soft sciences, whether or not they're sciences or whatever the fuck.
I think generally speaking, it's best when we adjust our beliefs in accordance with the evidence, because if we make wild leaps and start
I'm going to be completely honest. I think the direction that he went into here, calling people cucks, is just out of frustration. Which, all right, you know. Do you think Vaush is making an ought statement with a lot of these positions rather than just saying religion isn't empirical? I feel like he's saying if religion isn't empirical, you ought not practice. Yes. Yes, I think that's fairly clear, yeah.
Ethical arguments and material understandings on highly speculative, like very circumstantial or possibly non-existent evidence, you like run into massive problems when it comes to like social cohesion, ethical reasoning, stuff like that. I think it's important that
here we have a lot of agreement.
We scale it back. Now, this isn't an argument against philosophy or like analytical engagement. I mean, everyone can have different opinions in the world around them. That's fine. But I think there's a big difference between like varying philosophical perspectives and saying that like we live in a world with spirits or with gods or there is an afterlife, because now you're talking about things that affect what people might make logical arguments off of. And if a person believes in the afterlife, how can I tell them that murdering people is wrong if they think it'll send them to a better place?
Tons of people do that, though. Right? Like, hey, isn't this just reverse, like, the Christian argument of, well, if God doesn't tell me not to murder people, how will people, if God doesn't tell people not to murder, there'll just be murders and rapes everywhere. Well, as it turns out, there's many reasons why people come to the conclusion that murder and rape is wrong. Like, I agree that logic is important in these sorts of things, but like, this is just the mirror version of the, if God doesn't, like, yeah.
I would love it if everybody tempered their beliefs with respect to available evidence on the matter. And that would be something that, like, I believe that I'm doing that with respect to my religious exploration. I hold that I don't know that the gods exist, but I'm exploring with respect to my experiences. And my belief in the gods is provisional on the basis of that respect, right? And I think that if more people did that, we'd have a healthier engagement with respect to religion. And I think that if you want to talk, again, toxic spirituality is when you don't do that.
Yeah. You can't tell a person, hey, only have faith when the evidence demands it. That's not how faith works.
I think that you can temper your position with respect to available evidence.
That's not
reasonable.
What faith is.
Again, I'm pagan, not Christian. We're looking at faith completely differently, I think.
Yeah. Faith is extremely varied depending on the religion that you belong to. The concept of faith is incredibly different. And in fact, I'm not actually sure if faith is even all that relevant in some religions. Like, faith is a thing that's important because it's important to God in Christianity. In Christianity, God demands faith. You must trust him even when things are bad. That is bludgeoned over your head. But for example, how does a spiritual belief in Feng Shui, how is that affected by faith? I think faith is being applied here like, I feel like this is a misapplication because faith is highly, highly relevant to Christianity, but I don't know that faith is all that relevant to every religion. Yes, I am, Punksy Corpse. I'm committed.
So
this is interesting. This is interesting to me. It's midnight and I'm still streaming, and half of you are complaining. God damn. Can't please anybody. I'm going to bed. Fuck you. Just kidding. I'm finishing it.
When you say
Look, I know it's late. I also really want to go eat dinner and smoke weed, but this is also an incredibly fascinating conversation, and there's a lot of people here engaging in really good faith. So, you know.
When you say you have faith in something, you're saying that in spite of a lack of evidence, you still believe that thing exists.
No, I think it's a bad definition of faith. faith, when Christians are using the word faith, they're using it under the context of trust, that they trust in the Bible or something like that. They have faith in the Bible, so they're trusting it. And I think that that's a bad narrative when your trust in something is overruling counter evidence. Counter evidence is the issue. That I think an absence of defeaters and an absence of harm is not necessarily a
Scoots Monkey, that's true. That could be considered a faith-based position from the outside, but that doesn't mean that person is valuing faith. You see, does that distinction make sense? It's a small distinction, but I think it's important. A person who is organizing certain aspects of their house according to Feng Shui might be acting on a faithful belief, but that doesn't mean that like faith is genuinely important to them as its own standalone thing. Whereas for Christians, faith is seen as a sign of your devotion to God. Your faith, how much faith you put in God, is seen as how righteous you are. So it's a little bit different.
Problem, but in presence of defeaters and in presence of harm, that's where you get serious issues.
That's just a God of the gaps argument, though. At that point, you just get to fill in the blank, and that also lets you speculate on the afterlife.
This is absence of defeaters is philosophy. Like if you can hold a position, absence of defeaters, and also discussing whether or not it's likely, right?
No,
like,
you can't just believe something because there's no defeaters. That's the invisible unicorn argument. Like, there might be an invisible unicorn right behind me that's only invisible when people look at it, but at all other times is fully visible and staring at me.
And if somebody's, all right, let's go with the invisible unicorn. If somebody's engaging in a religious practice with invisible unicorn because they have experiences with respect to the invisible unicorn, and they're giving offerings to the invisible unicorn that are not something that is going to be substantially affecting their life, they're engaging in that religion in a way that is not harming anybody else, I don't necessarily have a problem with that.
I think
because
they should
in
be
absence of defeaters,
sectioned.
in absence of harm.
Okay. This is where I remember this portion of the debate, and this is the part where I think I most strongly disagree with Vaush. By this argument, you could essentially forcibly imprison basically anyone, because people do all kinds of things that are incorrect or ill-informed, and that doesn't mean they should be fucking institutionalized. That is, it's just really careless. Whatever. I know it's like an hour into the debate, but still.
Engaging in that religion in a way that is not harming anybody else, I don't necessarily have a problem with that.
I think
because
they should
in
be
absence of defeaters,
sectioned.
in absence of harm, you're engaging in a practice that, all right, fine, whatever.
It's not absence of harm.
Your life, I don't give a shit.
No, it's not absence of harm, though. They live with the constant belief that there's a fucking mystical creature hovering right behind them. This is mental illness. A
lot of things can be categorized as mental illness. I just think this is where the conversation starts to borderline on a bit irresponsible. Like, again, people believe in all kinds of things that aren't fully substantiated, but the harm is like the important part, right? Hey, Ziggy, it's been forever. I hope you're doing well. It's wonderful to see you. Hi, Ziggy, and hi, Ziggy's mom.
They can't.
If getting into religion as mental illness territory is also not the take. DSM-5 even goes against that.
Well, they're also full of cocks. No.
It's not about doing, it's about believing. You can't prove untreated schizophrenics are wrong. Why do we do anything about it then? Well, I'm gonna actually get mad. Okay, I'm trying to forcibly treat schizophrenic people is literally the thing that led to the asylum, the horrific state of asylums in the United States of America and across the world. The fact that the state and a bunch of fucking tut-tutting psychologists who thought they knew everything felt the need to correct every perceivable misconception. Fuck, you know what? Wait, this is talked about in Better Call Saul. Wait a minute, this is addressed literally in Better Call Saul. Just because someone has an irrational belief doesn't mean that they need treatment. It doesn't mean that they need to be sectioned. It doesn't mean they need to be imprisoned against their will. You can just let things be if they're not doing any harm. There is no harm in, sure, talk to them, challenge their beliefs if you want to, but that doesn't mean you need to go in ridiculous. By the way, you should be sectioned. Anybody here who thinks that somebody should be sectioned just because they have an irrational belief, guess what? You deserve imprisonment too, and I hope you get it. Truly, I'm actually angry at this, and you actually have successfully made me mad. If you think that somebody should be imprisoned just for holding an irrational belief, I hope you get what you deserve. I hope you rot in an insane asylum someday, just like the people you would stand by and condemn. Fucking piece of shit liberals. Holy shit. Suck my goddamn cock. Suck my fucking dick. You people are the worst. You people, this mentality right here, the idea that, oh, well, I am the supreme rationalist. I hold no irrational beliefs. Therefore, anybody who holds an irrational belief that I find silly should be imprisoned and subject to dehumanizing treatment. Fuck yourself. Do us all a favor and fucking fuck off forever. Who did it bad? Well, Vaush said it first, but I don't know how seriously. I don't know. I think this argument is really shitty, but the people in chat were the ones I was freaking out at. It really fucking drives me up a wall. Yes, this is literally the same thinking that Christians use to justify conversion therapy. Oh, you're different than me? Oh, I think what you're doing is irrational. That justifies you being put in prison? No, fuck you. I don't care. I actually do not care. I don't care. I will grant, let's even grant that all Christian belief, all religious belief is irrational. If you think that someone should be imprisoned for a belief that you think is irrational just because it's irrational and not because it's doing any harm, you are the problem. You are no better than fucking the worst people we've argued with on here. It's so, oh my God, it's so fucked up. Leanne Scott says, well, very true, Mama. I'm an old nurse, and sectioning was down often to shelf a problem of society. God, it's so fucking gross. See, this is the part that actually makes me mad, and it frustrates me. It frustrates me that Vaush even said this, and I know why people were mad about this part of the debate, and I know why people ended up. I can see now why the toxic. I mean, I even saw it in the original viewing, but this right here was really shitty. This was a bad argument. It's a bad argument. It's a bad argument, and it's harmful. Like pushing the idea. Or rather, I should say, reinforcing the idea that people should be imprisoned for being irrational is the most toxic form of hyper-psychologizing and hyper-medicalizing. It is literally what led to lobotomies. It is literally what led to the justification of using mentally ill people as fucking experiments. It's so gross. Yes, Rhodes brings it up. This kind of stuff interacts with how people with DID and plural folks are treated. Once again, real quick, imagine, let's travel back in time together. Let's pretend we're in 1850. If you're in 1850, saying you believe that you're a woman may as well be saying that you believe that there is a unicorn behind you. Should that person in 1850 will have no way in their entire lifetime to prove that what they are saying is legitimate. It is for all intents and purposes, completely irrational belief given the scientific knowledge at the time. By this argument, that person should be sectioned and subject to imprisonment. That is so fucking gross. I'm really sorry about that, Killjoy. It's more constructive to do a historical retrospective on asylums. I've talked about this many times, but also it's not just a matter of knowing the history of asylums. It's also just thinking for a second. I want people to just think for a second. People, even rationalists, have all kinds of beliefs. They have all kinds of hopes, and many of them will never be proven in our time. For example, what if we're wrong? What if communism fucking sucks? What if it is impossible? Do you think that if somebody determines, and there's no way we can prove this right now, we can just make plausible and strong assertive statements based on various information, there's no way to prove it. Do you think that anybody who believes in communism in the current day, with the knowledge that you can't to a T prove it, should be imprisoned just because they hold an irrational belief? If you think about the idea that irrational belief should lead to someone being fucking put in an asylum, that's fucking insane. That in and of itself is insane. You should be sectioned. I agree. Live by your own rules. In you go. Into the bin you go.
No.
All right.
The belief that there's that's literally a definition of schizophrenia. The only difference between schizophrenic diagnoses and some religious beliefs is the legitimacy of the institutions they're pulling from. Let's be real. Like, the idea of, like, yeah, there's an invisible, like, spirit hanging around me at all times, like, hovering right behind me. Like, yeah, come on, that would be diagnosable. That would. Even if it's like
No.
Yeah, it would.
No. It depends on like how it's being approached, right? And I think that I'm not somebody who's familiar.
You know, it's times like these that I can't help but go, damn, I really hope you never have to deal with like a psychological condition. Like one that's stigmatized by society. Because let's be real, depression and anxiety are stigmatized by society, but nothing to the degree of schizophrenia, nothing to the degree of dementia, nothing to the degree of severe memory loss, nothing to the degree of other forms of hallucinations. Despite the fact that tons of very good and otherwise very rational people can have episodes of hallucinations or episodes of irrationality, I just really, it's a real shame. Vaush has bipolar disorder? Okay, dude. Okay, I'm sorry, this is gonna be a hot take, but bipolar is not nearly as stigmatized in our society as schizophrenics. This is not a hot take at all. This is the coldest take I've ever given. If you want to look at the amount of people who live in like permanent care facilities or who are sectioned against their will, it's lots of schizophrenics. Our society is fucking horrible to people with schizophrenia. It's fucking disgusting. Like it's not even comparable. Yes, BPD is another one that's just unbelievably demonized. And keep in mind that schizophrenia is often made worse by the way that our society reacts to it. It's worsened. People with minor schizophrenic episodes will get arrested by the police, or they'll get reported, or they'll get sectioned, and then it gets worse because of the trauma. This is a fact. If you do even the tiniest bit of research on how people with schizophrenia are treated in our society, you will discover this to be true. It is so gross. This is the part that made me most mad, admittedly, you can tell. Yes, that's another thing too, Killjoy, that the paranoia factor might be largely environmental and mental, because a lot of schizophrenics in other social milieus that aren't the United States don't always have the paranoid aspect. We live in a paranoid society, so it makes sense that schizophrenia in America expresses itself often as extreme paranoia, because we're a paranoid society. Anyway, I just really hate this mentality. I really hate the mentality that thinks it's funny to joke about, like, I don't know. I don't think it's not even a joke. This is just a serious, he's made this argument multiple times. The bashing with a rock, the bashing with a hammer, and now the sectioning people. Dank Catlord, what's the best way you can get the best outcomes for people with various psychological conditions? Treating them like a human being? Showing some actual empathy and not being always patriarchal, always patronizing. In our society, we dehumanize people who have various disorders because they're seen as lesser just because they have to deal with one thing, but they're not. They're humans. They are equal and valuable, even if they have some irrational beliefs.
As familiar with diagnoses process when it comes to schizophrenia. So that's an aspect of the debate that I would just say that I don't know a whole lot on. And I think that what happens with a religious comparison between religion and mental illness is that it takes the stigma against mental illness and applies it unnecessarily onto religion in a way that is engaging in another supremacy narrative. And that's an issue that I have with that kind of approach. There is a video, although by an atheist, if you want to check it out, by Shannon Q talking about this narrative, comparing religion to mental illness, that I advise anybody in your audience to check out. Shannon Q.
Do you think
religion? Please stop calling religion and mental illness is the name of the video.
Do you think schizophrenia is bad? Like,
I think schizophrenia should be treated. If you want, just my. How I mean, I'm not against, like, if somebody has a mental illness, they should seek treatment on that.
But how could you possibly differentiate between a person who religiously believes there's the invisible unicorn?
How can you differentiate between the person who believes in a secret cabal of capitalists controlling society and a secret cabal of Jewish people and the Ninja Turtles controlling society? As it turns out, there are ways to distinguish, but it's not always as easy as we would like. The sad truth is that a lot of our beliefs are very tenuous, and that should give us a slice of humble pie. Is Vaush trolling? I have no idea.
Blah, blah. And a person who believes it through psychosis.
Again, this is a DSM-5 question. I would consult people that are experts on that issue. As far as like how you do it, you know what I mean? Like we can talk about ethically, because I know plenty of people who are schizophrenic and religious, right? That they're dealing with some kind of psychosis and they're also religious. And there are ways of separating the two as far as like how they approach things. And they're on treatment for one, and it helps with the schizophrenia, and yet they remain religious. This is something that I've seen a few times within my community. I think that if you are getting, if you have mental illness and are religious, you should seek treatment for the mental illness. Absolutely.
Wouldn't that potentially just mean that some religious beliefs are just...
Hansabi says, if you have a schizophrenic person who is actively a danger to others and themselves, should they be institutionalized, and why? Depends on a lot of questions. I think that you may have no choice but to restrain someone if they are an active danger to other people. However, in our society, what is deemed an active danger to oneself and others is incredibly poorly defined, and so people are just constantly thrown in to the asylum/prison system over and over again with no attempt to solve the problem. Do I think there are circumstances in which there is no option but to restrain someone who is threatening you? Yeah, of course. But I think that should be done as humanely as possible and with the goal of freeing them and removing the danger, not with the goal of indefinitely locking someone up or with the goal of basically putting someone in permanent stasis. So I do think there are circumstances in which you can argue for like the need to imprison someone, or even though I deeply disagree generally with the existence of prisons and I find them genuinely harrowing and disgusting. Prisons haunt my fucking nightmares, and I know they haunt the nightmares of basically everyone in America. You can see it in our media. Everyone is terrified of the idea of having to live in a horrific torture box. I think that if you have like a mass murderer that is gunning for your family, you might have no choice but to like fight them, but that's not what's the case in most cases. So yes, that's my opinion on that. I could have a whole stream on that topic, and I probably will in the future.
Identical to schizophrenia, but resistant to treatment. If the
I think that mental
consequences are
illness
the
can
same.
take on religious themes, but that doesn't mean that religion is a mental illness.
Well, I certainly think some things that people believe for religious reasons tend to have them overlapping with diagnosable symptoms of mental conditions, right?
Yeah, just because the overlap doesn't mean that they're the same thing.
No, I don't think they're
That's getting into correlation causation territory.
I don't think they're the same thing. I just think it's notable. Like, I mean, there have been suicide
You can note it
cults.
all you want to, but
Yeah,
I'd say
that's
this
fair,
is a
Gorillas,
conversation you
Michelle.
need to have with an expert, not me.
Fair. I mean, there have been suicide cults throughout history, but I don't know if you can make an ethical argument against ritualistic suicide if you thought that it was like emboldening
Again,
your
harmful
deity.
practices, man. Is
It's
getting
not
right back. That's
harmful if you think that there's
Theophrastus.
a
If you're
death
harming
god.
yourself with your religious practice,
What if
that's
they
a
think they'll
problem.
be tortured forever if they don't do it? That's the whole point of hell, right? If they don't do the
He's making up a
ritualistic
guy.
Then you
suicide.
have we can have a
make up a
conversation about
guy.
toxic religions too, right? If you want to have like a religion that necessitates harmful practices, that's a toxic religion. And again, this gets into that analogy that we were talking about earlier with respect to toxic masculinity and toxic spirituality. There are toxic spiritualities, absolutely. There's also toxic masculinity. There's also toxic expressions of a lot of things. But there's also expressions of those things which are not toxic, including masculinity and spirituality.
The difference is, as long as a secular person shares my axioms, I can explain to them how some elements of masculinity are harmful. But if a person has a religious belief in the validity of things they do that are toxic, I can't make that argument against them.
Is the crux of this just that arguing against them is hard?
Huh?
Like because again, I've had these conversations with people that like hold a position pretty strongly and still move them away from engaging in harmful practices on the basis of these arguments that I'm giving you.
Okay, at the end of the day, imagine
I've been able to do this.
You can
and
theoretically.
You're just saying it's hard, so you don't want to. Like it's just this is really strange.
It's always possible because people are irrational. So even if a person has a logically consistent metaphysical belief in God telling them to kill the whores, you can still pull them out of that if you, I don't know, hit them in the head hard enough or give them ice cream or something. People are weird. It's about the underlying logic, and it's about who you can reform and.
War Buddy says, thank you for your passionate advocacy for schizophrenics and other demonized disorders. It makes my heart warm and fuzzy in spite of the debate nonsense. Look, okay, I don't want to get like turbo emotional because, you know, whatever. People are gonna probably call me manipulative or whatever. But seriously, it makes me so fucking sad. Look, like, okay, I don't want to get super personal about this, but I'm gonna talk about it real quick. When I was younger, my stepdad tried to have my sister institutionalized, and it was actually like pretty much the final nail in the coffin for my relationship with my dad was when he tried to have my little sister institutionalized. And my little sister was a big troublemaker. She had a lot of behavioral issues and a lot of things like that. Most of it was stuff that hurt herself. She was self-destructive in a lot of ways and got into a lot of trouble. But like my dad basically, and he could have done it. He could have succeeded at that. Like it would have been really, really easy for him to get my sister put into an asylum, and I don't even know what would have happened to her if that's the case. Also, like, I spent a lot of time with my grandmother when she had dementia, and my grandma it was no fault of her own. She had dementia. Her brain, she had like probably some form of brain cancer, and she couldn't tell reality from fiction anymore. She didn't hurt anybody ever. She never hurt anybody. In fact, she was mostly just nice and confused most of the time. But people treat people like her like she's a monster or scary or bad, and they just want to shove her in a sad, wet hole to die. And it's disgusting. It hurts. So the reason why I get up and armed about this shit is because it's really serious to me. The fact that, like, and also because I know that less than 100 years ago, me being trans would have been enough to put me in an asylum for life. It would have been enough to put my partners, Doe and Fawn, into an asylum for life. I know so many people who, if one thing had gone wrong, they could have ended up in an asylum. I have a partner who was forcibly sectioned. I don't even want to get into the details. Forcibly sectioned completely unjustly by an aggressive parent. It is so fucking gross, and it's incredibly emotional topic for me, but it's also one that I have a lot of very, very well-grounded beliefs on. I really just wish people would fucking think for a second, because once it happens to you, it's too fucking late, you know? It might be too late anyway. Our society is so goddamn fucked. Our society just wants to throw everyone in prison. Maybe we're all just gonna die in a cold prison cell alone, separated from the people that we love because of something, because, I don't know, we were too gender crazy, or we were communists, or we liked kink, or who knows, or maybe we thought we believed in tarot cards or whatever. I hate that view of the world, and I wish that every single person who held that type of worldview would fucking die. I wish you people would fucking die off. I wish you violent, domination-obsessed people would just fucking kick the bucket and get the fuck out of here. Okay, I'm done. I need to be done for the night. This is making me too pissed off, but I think we've basically reached the end of this conversation anyway. This debate has gone back, has gone back and forth forever. I think the end of this debate was a total misstep. I think that argument made Vaush look stupid at the end. However, I don't think Vaush is a stupid person. I don't think Vaush is a bad person. I don't think Vaush is a racist. So before everybody tries to cancel me for thinking that Vaush did not do so great in this debate, I just don't think that he made a good case for anti-theism. And I also think that he, in his frustration, made some pretty hurtful attacks towards people who have harmless beliefs in his audience, harmless beliefs that I don't think that he would be able to, even despite his confidence in anti-theism, I don't think that he would be able to contend with most of the religious people in his audience, simply because I don't think he knows enough about their beliefs. So I just wish he would, I don't know, I just wish he would consider not saying that those people should have their heads bashed in and that they should be sectioned, because I imagine, because I know everybody in the world has a lot of irrational beliefs. Okay? So no hate, no madness. I am really tired now, and I'm tired of the circles in this conversation, and it's gotten toxic. But you have now heard my thoughts on the anti-theism discourse. Okay? I hope you all have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for supporting me. Next stream will be a Cult of the Lamb stream. So come hang out with us on Cult of the Lamb nights. If you donate any amount, you can become a member of my wonderful lamb cult. And guess what? You don't gotta get spanked or anything. You just get to have fun being in the Cult of the Lamb, okay? Much love to all of you. Please be kind to other people. Please think about, have some empathy for your fellow humans. And also, don't die, okay? Much love to all of you. I will see you all very soon.